Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei born with infinite power. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Prologue. Sometimes, Issei paused to reflect on the nature of life. Some enjoyed a smooth and serene path, while others suffered amid chaos. For him, life had been like an endless storm. He had once been a child who relished a peaceful existence, but everything changed due to his lack of power. He was despised and mistreated by those he considered family. Yet, there was one person who illuminated his path during those dark days. A warm and sincere friend who protected him from the abuses of his family. However, over time, even she turned her back on him, completely forgetting his existence. He found himself dragged into a dark and endless abyss, where hope seemed non-existent. Allow him to take a step back and recount the events that led him to this point. Years ago, Issei's name was once spoken with affection. At 12 years old, his life had all the elements of what seemed to be a normal existence. A family that, on the surface, shared laughter and moments together. A sister and a brother who were once companions. But the lack of magical power separated him from them. In this relentless world, the absence of power equated to weakness, and weakness was a death sentence. He was known for his kindness, but this virtue proved dangerous. The friend he mentioned earlier shielded him from the dangers his goodness attracted. Initially, his family treated him with kindness and trained him in the hope that one day he would awaken with magical abilities. However, everything changed on the day of his 10th birthday when his body was subjected to an evaluation. Flashback. The setting was a lavish room, and he sat silently in a chair. Voices echoed, discussing a result he did not understand. That he still shows no signs, someone mentioned. His parents, Lucy 3 and Yak 3, were present. His mother had wavy brown hair and blue eyes, while his father had black hair and dark eyes. The magician who evaluated his power was also there. The magician spoke, revealing that, regardless of his efforts, he would not possess the magical ability his siblings had. The announcement brought a drastic change to the atmosphere. The faces of his parents reflected pity and, ultimately, disdain. The magician departed, leaving him with his parents. Their gazes shifted from pity to rejection. He heard his mother's hurtful words, and his heart shattered. He waited in vain for his father to have a different opinion. His hopes crumbled when his father acknowledged that it had been a mistake to let him live. Blow after blow fell upon him, leaving him gasping for breath. He tried to speak, but each attempt was silenced by another strike to his stomach. He was forced to rise, battling against the pain and the urge to faint. His father's words echoed in his ears as he left the room, passing through the door that marked the beginning of a new torment. Days turned into months and months into years. Rumors of his inability spread like wildfire. People looked at him with contempt and hatred. Though some wished to harm him, his friend, the daughter of his father's brother, protected him. Their meetings were secret in the forest, where they talked and played. But one afternoon, her call changed his fate irreversibly. Lia summoned him to a familiar spot in the forest. Despite the late hour, he obeyed her call. However, he never imagined this would be the starting point of his nightmare. Upon arriving at the meeting place, he found no sign of Lia. Unease began to creep in, as the forest at night was far from welcoming. Just as he was about to turn back, his vision suddenly darkened, and he fainted. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a dark, cold cell. The atmosphere was oppressive and unfamiliar. Looking through the bars, he saw a grotesque figure before him. A torn and dying body. His stomach churned, and he couldn't help but retch. "It seems you've awakened," a voice said with a mocking tone. Startled, he searched for the source of the voice and saw a man emerging from the shadows. He had black hair and brown eyes, with scars marking his face like crosses near his eyes. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling with fear. "You can call me X." An individual in search of entertainment, he replied with a sinister smile. Issei's fears began to take shape as he listened to the man's words. His gaze and aura indicated that he was facing a dangerous being. "What "What do you want from me?" he murmured, barely audible. "A simple experiment," X said indifferently. "I needed a new subject, and it seems I've found one." Adrenaline coursed through Issei's veins as he tried to process what had just been said. He was a prisoner of X's experiments. Each day in captivity plunged him into a cycle of agony and despair. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. X subjected him to an endless series of torturous experiments. However, with each challenge he faced, his resilience and abilities grew. His emotions began to fade, replaced by a cold and apathetic darkness. Finally, the day arrived when he faced a new stage in his torment. X had devised an experiment to grant him immortality. The process involved a dark red serum coursing through his veins. As the effects took hold, he experienced pain beyond description. His body ignited and froze simultaneously. Unable to endure the suffering, he fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in his cell, surrounded by lifeless bodies. He struggled to rise and observed the dead, a vivid testament to the horrors X had inflicted upon him. His soul carried the weight of guilt for all the lives lost along his path. Every life he had touched, affected, or taken tormented him. He felt the darkness consuming him, threatening to strip away his humanity. X reappeared before him, watching with interest. "It seems you survived. You're special, you know," he murmured. The passage of time became ambiguous, a constant flow of despair and survival. He fought, evolved, and sank deeper into the shadows. Meanwhile, X became an enemy he was determined to confront. His focus shifted to revenge. He annihilated X with ferocity and cruelty, reclaiming a small part of his humanity in the process. He took X's legacy and turned it into a weapon to face those who had betrayed him. His siblings and his royal family paid for their complicity in his torment. He unleashed a devastating war, using his abilities to eradicate entire armies and kingdoms. He was a whirlwind of unleashed fury, but even amid his vengeance, he found moments of clarity. I understood that the darkness within me could not be dispelled solely through revenge. The need for redemption began to pulse within me. Finally, the four kingdoms united to seal me away. The kings sacrificed their lives to perform a forbidden spell, imprisoning me in an eternal state. Darkness closed in around me as my consciousness faded. Thus, we arrive in the present, a place of eternal darkness and endless reflections. My past haunts me, but it also guides me toward the understanding that I must seek redemption. Amid this darkness, a light has appeared. A figure, like a supreme being, has offered me a chance. I am about to embark on a journey to a new dimension, where my soul will face a new beginning. I do not know what this new world holds for me, but I am determined to confront it with courage. May this new opportunity allow me to find the redemption I long for, and may my path be filled with possibilities and learning. Thus concludes my past, and my new destiny begins. Chapter 1. The Awakening of Immortality. In the deep recesses of existence, a theory emerged as a beacon amid the situation. Reincarnation and rebirth were mere conjectures, distilled by the human mind with no more foundation than speculation. They were raw theories, waiting to be forged by reality itself. The confirmation of such theories manifested when Issei embraced his second chance. The mirror in his room reflected Issei, an image that initially surprised him due to the name reflected in his new body in this dimension. However, his awakening in that body coincided with the furious presence of a group of girls. The reason was clear: the previous occupant had been a pervert rejected by all of them. Issei sighed as he observed how his face regained its natural color, replacing the purple hue. The abilities he had brought with him had left their mark on the form of his new body in this reality. The god who had granted him this opportunity explained that these abilities were intertwined with his soul, although they had remained dormant while he was sealed, except for one, immortality. This ability became both a gift and a curse, a tangible reminder of his past life. However, it also carried painful memories that threatened his sanity, yearning to be rid of them. Nevertheless, God had other plans. He stated that although Issei might plead, he would not eradicate that ability. It would be useful in the new world that awaited him. While Issei accepted the divine decision, he struggled with his own indecision. He recognized the usefulness of that ability, but he also understood the emotional burden it carried. His body, though fragile, would refuse to succumb to weakness. Even if his emotions were limited, his spirit would remain indomitable. He would never allow the weakness he so despised. However, that affirmation was followed by a wave of fatigue. His vision blurred, and his legs gave way, but he would not allow himself to faint. The cause of his discomfort was the recent assimilation of immortality, a power foreign to his body. Despite everything, he remained at the academy, a world filled with youth and knowledge, albeit paradoxically dominated by girls. A melodic echo traveled through the halls, but Issei ignored it as he made his way home. Guided by the memories and instincts of the body he now inhabited, he arrived exhausted, oblivious to his surroundings before collapsing onto his bed, yearning for rest. However, his sleep was abruptly interrupted by crimson flames that enveloped him. Although perplexed, Issei felt no fear toward the flames. On the contrary, they seemed to fear him. A commanding voice resonated in the air, declaring that he was the new host. From the flames emerged an imposing red dragon. Its piercing green eyes fixed on Issei, who regarded it with coldness. This reaction bewildered the dragon, whose size and power were formidable. Yet, the human before it showed no fear. Issei inquired about the dragon's identity and why it was in his mind, questioning if this was a dream. The dragon laughed, a sound filled with the arrogance of the immortal, introducing itself as Drake, the Red Emperor, one of the celestial dragons. Issei listened, processing the revelation. However, his mind had already embarked on another path. If Drake was real, then other races, like demons, must exist as well. He looked at Drake with eyes that seemed to scrutinize its essence. Drake nodded, surprised by Issei's lack of astonishment. The dragon asked why Issei was not surprised, and his response only confused Drake further. Issei explained that he thought Drake, being his host, could access his memories. Issei's vague laughter echoed in the space. Drake decided to delve into the human's memories and was paralyzed by what he found a torrent of lights and shadows that he could not fully explore due to its overwhelming content. Agitated, Drake looked at Issei, filled with terror. He asked how Issei maintained such calmness, unable to comprehend it. The human's eyes seemed like infinite abysses that transcended appearances. Issei raised an eyebrow, confused by the dragon's reaction. He expressed his belief that destiny had challenged him for this life. Surprise reflected in the dragon's eyes. Despite being a proud and brave being, Issei's memories evoked feelings Drake had never experienced. He looked at Issei in awe, commenting on his admirable attitude considering what he had endured. Drake stated that it was time for Issei to face the world. Issei awakened on the floor. Night had fallen. He struggled to rise and observed his arm, where a red glove with a green gem glimmered. Drake's voice emerged from the gem, noting that Issei had awakened the boost gear faster than usual. Issei examined the glove with curiosity, but a violent cough shook him, staining his hand with dark blood. Drake warned that it seemed Issei's body did not tolerate that ability well and might not be compatible. Despite the dragon's words, Issei continued to ignore him. His body protested, and ultimately, succumbing to the consequences, he fainted. At dawn, Issei struggled to open his eyes. Every movement was a challenge, and his vision was barely perceptible. With effort, he made his way to the academy, guided more by instinct than will. As he approached the academy, exhaustion intensified. Nevertheless, his determination kept him moving, even as his legs trembled and his vision faded. A girl's voice interrupted his thoughts, asking why he was late. Issei looked at her and struggled to respond, but his strength faltered. He recognized who stood before him, Sona Shirtorai, the student council president. According to his vague memories, she was known for her coldness and strictness toward students. Sona was aware of his absence the previous day and now his tardiness. Was she implying something? Issei longed to enter and rest, at least to justify his attendance. His parents in this world would worry if he did not fulfill his duties. Now that he occupied this body, Issei felt the need to honor the desires of his predecessor. Sona asked him seriously why he hadn't attended class the day before, expecting a response, but Issei ignored her and hurried to his classroom. Sona's calls echoed after him, but he left them behind. His body barely held together, on the verge of collapse. His vision blurred, and his mind spun. With great effort, he reached the classroom and was greeted by the teacher. Due to the intense headache, he ignored the teacher and sat down, slipping into a sleep that was, in reality, a descent into his own consciousness. He asked Drake, the dragon within him, how he could free himself from the tormenting symptoms afflicting his body. Drake considered the question while watching Issei writhe in pain. Although they were in his consciousness, the pain remained. Drake made a decision. He suggested that Issei fully transform into a dragon. This proposal left Issei perplexed. Drake explained that he could transform Issei's body into that of a true dragon, but it would take time, and he wasn't sure if it would eliminate the symptoms. Issei wrestled with doubt. Becoming a dragon meant relinquishing part of his humanity, though he was uncertain how much humanity he would retain if he continued to suffer. Ultimately, he decided to embrace the transformation, urging Drake to proceed quickly. When he awoke, Issei found himself in an unexpected situation. His classmates were staring at him in astonishment. He lifted his head slightly and noticed Sona in front of him, observing him coldly. She insisted that he accompany her, her tone almost imperative, but Issei was not in the mood. His head was spinning, and his sensitivity to problems had heightened. He took a deep breath and looked at Sona, whose eyes widened momentarily at the lifeless gaze he wore. He declined her request, leaving Sona momentarily bewildered. Just then, the bell rang for recess. Issei left without warning, but as he walked away, he coughed up blood. No one seemed to notice, so he hurriedly swallowed it, despite the unpleasant taste. He couldn't let anyone discover his condition. However, one person had been watching closely. Sona had seen everything and was astonished. She wanted to understand why Issei was coughing up blood. Perhaps he had come into contact with something supernatural, as he had been fine just days before, and now this was something strange. Sona observed intently as Issei hurried away, a hand over his mouth. Although she had no direct connection to him, curiosity compelled her to follow discreetly. Yet, she was also aware of the need to avoid unnecessary trouble, so she limited herself to watching and analyzing the situation from the shadows. Issei struggled to stay upright, his head spinning and his eyes blinking in the darkness, as if he were about to faint at any moment. Blood erupted from his mouth again, but this time it was too much to contain, staining his clothes a dark red. This sight evoked painful memories of that fateful day. With his body rigid and trembling, Issei collapsed to the ground, clutching his head as tormenting memories assaulted him. He wondered if fate had a plan to ensure he never forgot his past. Eventually, he reached a spot near a water fountain and collapsed onto one of the benches. He looked at the blood on his hands, observing the dark reflection of his own anguish. Uncertainty tormented him. He whispered to himself, questioning what was happening. If this body truly wasn't compatible with that ability, then it would perish later, just like his friends had. Issei was in the midst of a transcendent transformation, a struggle between life and death. The ability of immortality that tormented him was powerful, but it also carried a devastating burden. That was why he had wished to rid himself of it. On that day, all his friends had lost their lives in a cruel experiment. None survived except for him. In his past, Issei had been a betrayed warrior, driven by a thirst for vengeance. He was always alert for ambushes, but at that moment he felt vulnerable, his body gradually weakening. If not for his unyielding will, he would have already fainted. The longing to return home tormented him, but at that moment he could not. His parents were still there, and the timing was too early. Suddenly, the sky changed ominously, and a sense of oppression filled the air. With great difficulty, he lifted his head and his gaze met a humanoid figure with black wings. He whispered, recognizing the figure as a fallen angel, observing his potential adversary with determination. Despite facing an unexpected threat, Issei refused to falter in this crucial moment. All this drama was being closely witnessed by Sona, who had silently followed him. Although she had alerted her entourage about the presence of a fallen angel, she had no intention of intervening just yet. She wanted to observe and assess whether Issei was truly familiar with the supernatural world and if he could confront it with the courage he had demonstrated thus far. Sona watched in silence, her gaze focused as the fallen angel approached Issei, who remained unfazed, showing no trace of fear. Inside, a torrent of questions surged. Although angels typically only attacked humans they deemed a threat, this situation had an unusual nuance that defied convention. Issei contemplated the fallen angel descending from the sky, approaching slowly. The angel's voice resonated with arrogance, questioning if he was the human they intended to eliminate. However, Issei was lost in his own world of worries, battling a headache and a growing stomach discomfort that hindered his ability to focus on the fallen angel. As he pondered the fallen angel's intentions, his physical discomfort overshadowed his curiosity. The unspoken response from Issei seemed to ignite the fallen angel's fury. The angel demanded to know how Issei dared to ignore him, manifesting a spear of light in his hands as a threat. But Issei was engaged in an internal battle against the sharp pain coursing through his body. He coughed up blood again, surprising the fallen angel. Issei's blood boiled, his skin taking on a fiery red hue from the internal heat. The torment was unbearable, and amid it, Issei emitted a flash of power, an ominous aura that seemed to come alive. In an instant, the fallen angel's head was severed, a swift and inevitable death. Issei found himself caught in the whirlwind of his own strength, his instincts guiding him to this abrupt conclusion. While Sona watched in horror as Issei radiated a dark aura and his eyes glowed with an inhuman intensity, Issei fell to his knees, exhausted. A massive expulsion of blood stained the ground, reflecting the internal struggle he faced. Issei, observing the symptoms that plagued him, realized he was in the final phase of the effects of immortality. His thoughts became a whirlwind of memories and reflections as he confronted this inevitable challenge. Now, Issei's body began to freeze while he writhed in pain. Sona, noticing this change, instinctively rushed to him. However, the ice that enveloped him shattered abruptly, transforming his body into a blazing furnace. The heart-wrenching cries that escaped Issei moved Sona deeply. Though she barely knew him, she couldn't help but feel compassion for the torment he was experiencing. Issei battled the duality of extreme temperatures assaulting his body, from freezing to burning. Meanwhile, his mind plunged into a scene from the past, a recurring nightmare that had triggered everything. Unwanted visions and painful memories flooded his consciousness, reminders he would rather bury deep within his mind. In his desperation, the fine line between sanity and madness gradually faded. The red gauntlet materialized on his arm, and Sona watched in astonishment as the boost gear took shape. She had not anticipated encountering a bearer of one of these sacred gears. But what was a sacred gear? According to known information, these special objects were divine creations possessed only by certain individuals from birth. While there were multiple sacred gears in this world, the extent and variety of these objects remained a mystery. Bearing one conferred supernatural powers, and in some cases, these objects contained creatures sealed by God himself. Possessing a sacred gear granted an advantage in terms of strength and abilities. However, the boosted gear was not an ordinary sacred gear. It was a Longinus, a rank of power that transcended the norm. Understanding this truth left Sona perplexed and provided her with a new perspective on why the fallen angels were so determined to eliminate Issei. Amidst the tense silence, a voice emerged from the gauntlet. "Boost," it proclaimed, interrupting Sona's thoughts. As Issei's power doubled, an ominous presence began to emanate from him. Sona felt an inexplicable fear, her body trembling at the magnitude of that energy. Issei's eyes radiated suffering as tears of blood streamed down his face. Issei's agonizing internal struggle triggered a chain reaction, leading him into a state of despair. His mind filled with visions of his past, images of him stained with blood and surrounded by friends, their gazes lost and lives cut short. He sank into a state of guilt, recalling every moment of joy shared with those who had now fallen victim to fate. The tragedy of his guilt was an unbearable burden, and as his memories were replaced by suffering, his sanity hung by a thread. In the midst of the mental chaos, a warm sensation enveloped him. He sought the source of that warmth, but it eluded him. In an instant, the visions crumbled, and he found himself face to face with Issei, the previous bearer of that body. He remarked with a hint of irony that he never imagined suffering would feel like this while watching Issei regain control. He greeted him with a casual smile, acknowledging the connection they shared. The words of his predecessor struck Issei, leaving him bewildered. Their eyes met, and Issei continued, expressing that he never thought he would find purpose, but it seemed that destiny had other plans for him, revealing a smile filled with meaning. The figure of Issei dissolved into light, and the surroundings shifted. Issei awakened in reality, finding Sona embracing him. During his internal struggle, she had done everything possible to alleviate his suffering. Sona looked at him, her expression softened. She noted that he seemed to have finally calmed down. Issei surveyed his surroundings and saw a scene of destruction. He looked up at the sky and noticed a barrier erected by Sona. She had placed this barrier to prevent Issei's power from attracting unwanted attention. While she had managed to mitigate his suffering with her efforts, it was clear that her powers were overshadowed by his. Nevertheless, Sona did not falter. Although the initial fear of losing her life was palpable, she stood firm, determined to face the consequences of her actions. Suddenly, Issei coughed up a stream of blood. Despite regaining his sanity, the symptoms of the ability had not yet dissipated. The gauntlet began to materialize in Issei's hand, and Sona braced herself for any eventuality, fearing that Issei might lose control again. However, what happened next left her perplexed. "Partner, your body won't be able to withstand much longer due to the blood loss you've suffered. The transformation is in progress." Drake's voice emerged from the gauntlet. Issei asked with difficulty how much time he had left. Drake assessed the situation for a moment before responding that he could only say there were 40 minutes remaining, but Issei's body wouldn't endure for long. Issei understood the gravity of the situation. He had lost a significant amount of blood, and his body was far from optimal. His vision was becoming blurry and barely perceptible. Despite his exhaustion, all he desired was to rest in peace. However, he knew that if he succumbed to sleep, he might never awaken again. He couldn't allow his second chance to slip away in that manner. With fatigue in his voice, Issei urged Drake to focus, asserting that he would endure this and could not afford to die there. He then gently pushed Sona away from his arms. Sona had put forth her utmost effort to contain Issei's suffering, and although she knew her powers paled in comparison to his, she did not retreat. Issei's gaze fell upon her, and he felt the need to express his gratitude, realizing it had been a long time since someone had helped him. Curious about Issei's condition, Sona adopted a more serious demeanor. She asked him directly what was happening to him, noting that the suffering he was experiencing did not seem normal. It was only logical to question what could be occurring. However, Issei remained silent. In response to his silence, Sona continued with determination, stating that if he preferred not to share, they would have a serious conversation the following day. With those words, she vanished in a flash of light, stepping through a magic circle beneath her feet. Issei watched as Sona disappeared in the glow of the magic circle. However, what he had not anticipated was that as he tried to sense Sona's presence in the surroundings, his body reacted violently. A new transformation took hold of him, and his blood began to circulate in shades of violet, causing him to bleed from his ears and nose. Issei coughed violently, spitting out a torrent of blood that, upon contact with the ground, seemed to melt it like molten lava. It was ironic how he had not suffered the side effects of this ability in the past, while his friends had perished because of them. The bitterness of guilt overwhelmed him. Surviving the experiments had been his burden, and he had continued alongside his friends. Sometimes, guilt would assail him, but he knew that the past could not dictate his future. With great effort, Issei stood up and staggered toward the source. As he fell into it, he experienced an indescribable peace. The water seemed to evaporate around him, only to freeze upon contact with his body, which radiated intense heat. It was a struggle between fire and ice, an internal battle consuming him. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade, pulling him into a state of unconsciousness. The source froze just as his body did. His heart stopped beating. Sona, who had teleported to a safe place to hide, watched as the source shifted from one state to another, now frozen. She approached cautiously, alert for anything unusual. Peering in, she saw Issei within the frozen water. However, the gauntlet materialized amidst the ice, and from it emerged the voice of Drake. He calmly declared that Sona was from the Citri house. Sona was slightly surprised and looked at Issei's tranquil expression. She wondered what was happening to him. Drake explained that he could not say exactly what it was, but he assured her that Issei was suffering greatly. He recommended that she withdraw, as Issei would soon awaken. Although Sona remained intrigued, she understood the importance of heeding the warning from the Red Dragon Emperor. As she stepped back, she heard the ice beginning to crack and then shatter completely. Issei's heart began to beat again, and he opened his eyes to reveal a deep, penetrating red. His hair had turned as dark as night, and his skin was pale as snow. His body had now fully assimilated the ability. Not only that, but he possessed the very essence of a dragon. He emerged as an immortal being, a fusion of human and dragon. He was now Issei, the immortal dragon. Sona was perplexed by the bewildering situation unfolding before her. Before her stood Issei, but he was no longer the same. His dark hair and fiery crimson eyes transformed him into a completely different figure. An aura of indomitable power surrounded him, making him a living enigma. Curiosity gripped her, and she longed to understand what had happened, though the aura of death emanating from Issei kept her in cautious silence. She feared that any question or reckless action could trigger a catastrophe. Issei focused on his own body, no longer feeling the fatigue or pain that had plagued him before. He felt filled with energy and power, as if an unknown force had completely transformed him. The choice to become a dragon seemed to have been more than wise, granting him this new and astonishing vitality. He surveyed the debris around him, recalling the destruction he had caused. Then, his gaze landed on Sona, who appeared to be on the brink of disbelief. He calmly requested that she restore the area, explaining that he did not yet have full control over his new powers and could inadvertently cause a disaster. Sona was left speechless by his unexpected request. Recognizing his transformation, Issei turned to Sona with a gesture of understanding and indicated that there was something more. After this unusual exchange, Issei returned home with a newfound calmness. He examined his new attire, courtesy of Sona. He had asked for her help in finding suitable clothing, and although she had initially accepted with reluctance, her nervousness in his presence was palpable. It was curious how the most serene and composed figure in the academy felt uneasy around him. The transformation of Sona before Issei was evident, creating a contradiction with the memories he held. Meanwhile, Sona was engulfed in confusion, trapped in a sea of doubts. Everything she had witnessed seemed pulled from a fantastical narrative. The image of Issei striking down the fallen angel with a murderous gaze replayed in her mind. Who was Issei truly? How could he annihilate a fallen angel with a single blow? A whirlwind of unanswered questions filled Sona's mind. Although it made sense that Issei was the new wielder of the boosted gear, given the circumstances, there was something unsettling about it. It seemed that Issei had recently awakened his power, so how could he have defeated the angel so easily? The voice of another student interrupted her thoughts. A girl beside her asked if everything was all right. Sona sighed deeply and replied that it was nothing, merely feeling overwhelmed by the documents piled on her desk. Tsubaki, a woman of 1.70 meters with long black hair, heterochromatic bangs, and light brown eyes, wore the Kuo Academy uniform along with blue glasses. As Sona's right-hand woman, Tsubaki had been a human reincarnated as a demon under Sona's command, sharing a personality similar to her master's. Despite fulfilling her duties, Tsubaki genuinely cared for Sona. Observing Sona closely for signs, Tsubaki noticed that something was amiss. She knew it wasn't the documents, as Sona rarely let administrative tasks overwhelm her. Since Tsubaki had joined them, Sona had been acting strangely, especially after reporting the appearance of the fallen angel. Although Sona had faced the angel alone, she returned visibly affected by something beyond the mission itself. Tsubaki's curiosity about Sona's unusual behavior prompted her to seek answers. She expressed that she was not fooled and that something was seriously troubling Sona. She insisted that it could not be about the documents, as she knew her too well. The concerned look from Tsubaki finally persuaded Sona to share her thoughts. She recognized that Tsubaki deserved the truth, and despite her doubts about how her friend would react, she decided to confide in her about what had transpired. The story left Tsubaki bewildered. A human dying and resurrecting on their own was something that defied all known logic. Tsubaki was only aware of the possibility of humans becoming demons through evil pieces, artifacts created by Ajuka Beelzebub. Although she had gone through that process herself, Tsubaki doubted that Sona was lying. She knew Sona was serious about matters like this. Still, the account left Tsubaki in a state of uncertainty and nervousness. Sona declared firmly that she wanted Issei brought to her the next day, leaving no room for doubt. Despite her calm facade, she was determined and serious. She couldn't maintain her composure indefinitely, she needed answers. The image of Issei in the clothes she had bought flashed through her mind. Spending her own money for someone else's benefit was a gesture that defined her, despite her unshakable appearance. As Sona dealt with her emotions and planned for the next day, Issei was at home, meditating with the intention of having a conversation with Drake. He pondered whether his transformation process had accelerated when his heart stopped beating, still confused by the situation. He had no knowledge of dying and then being revived. Drake's voice resonated in his mind, confirming that it was indeed surprising how Issei's heart had stopped and how Drake had remained in his body. Issei was truly exceptional, and those words sparked a sense of pride within him. He was special without a doubt. Issei reflected aloud that perhaps he was special, his tone brimming with confidence. He felt his power stirring within him like a wave, and he had the memories of Issei from this world. Since his resurrection, he had felt different, as if he were a new person. The memories of both Isseis had merged in a surprising way, creating the illusion that he had been born in this world, and that the original memories belonged to his past life. It was a strange yet liberating sensation. Drake reminded him that while it was true he was special, he still lacked complete control over his power, which also applied to Drake's power. This prompted Issei to reflect briefly. Drake's words were true. Controlling his power was essential, especially after the surge he had experienced when facing the fallen angel. Drake monitored Issei's thoughts and shared his confidence. He knew that this time, Issei would rise as a beacon of power, becoming the most powerful host that had ever existed. Time passed as Issei reviewed his memories and catalogued the skills he remembered. He discovered he had around 98 skills in total, but only about 12 seemed suitable for his current situation. These skills, representing the 12 divine realms of his previous world, were considered sacred there. Now, however, they were simply abilities he could use in the future, once he trained and strengthened his body. But his current responsibilities demanded his attention. Although he used to have free time in his previous world, he now had duties and a family to care for, including the need to attend Kuo Academy. As he left his room, he questioned whether it was truly necessary to go to that place, wondering if he could simply rob a bank and be done with it. He didn't fully understand the rules of this world and questioned the importance of education at the academy. Drake interrupted his thoughts, stating that he believed Issei was mistaken. He pointed out that if Issei did that, he would be labeled a thief and put his family at risk. Issei sighed and began his journey to the academy. Despite his vast experience and knowledge, he found himself in a completely new and unfamiliar environment. Even though he felt as if he had thousands or even millions of years of experience, he was now forced to attend the academy alongside younger students. He was uncertain about how to tackle the challenge of completing all the courses, unaware that he would need to excel in every area to succeed. Finally, he arrived at the academy and surveyed the place with curiosity. His attention was drawn to a chorus of voices surrounding him. Issei noticed a group of girls had gathered around, but their gazes were not focused on him. Following their stares, he turned his head and saw a young woman with crimson hair. He instantly recognized Rias Gremery. Of course, Issei recognized her immediately. She was the second most beautiful girl at the academy, at least according to his memories. However, her presence caused him some annoyance, as it interrupted his moment of tranquility. The crowd of students surrounding Rias was becoming overwhelming for Issei. Taking action, he pushed his way through and accidentally bumped into Rias, causing her to fall to the ground with a pained gasp. The fall drew the attention of everyone present. Although Issei enjoyed the scene in his mind, he noticed Rias quickly adopting the role of the victim. Other students began to hurl insults at Issei, but Rias swiftly got to her feet and managed to calm the angry crowd. Seizing the moment, she turned to Issei, expecting an apology. However, what followed surprised her. Rias, with an air of superiority, stated that he owed her an apology. Issei simply grunted in disapproval, unfazed by her expectations. He calmly replied that he didn't think he owed an apology for something so trivial, turning to leave. The hostile gazes of the others did not affect him. He was focused on how to rid himself of these responsibilities. The entire situation was being observed discreetly by Sona. She knew Issei was dangerous, though she wasn't sure if Rias fully understood that. Despite her nervousness, Sona maintained a serene expression. Issei silently cursed his luck. He had found himself in trouble because of Rias and her unreasonable expectations. He headed toward the principal's office in search of solutions. Hours passed, and Issei sat processing the principal's words. The principal had told him that if he wanted to advance grades, he needed to demonstrate that he had the intelligence to be there. He needed to show his achievements, and if he did, he would be allowed to graduate early. The principal's words echoed in Issei's mind as he waited with some anticipation. He wondered if that meant he had to excel in everything. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling to him. It was his friends, but Issei had no intention of reuniting with them. Desire to confront them and unleash his frustration, but he remembered that this world had its own rules that he needed to respect to protect his family. One of them approached, commenting on Issei's dyed hair, which irritated him. Issei acknowledged it but insisted it didn't matter. Another friend, grinning mischievously, pulled out a disc with an image taped to the cover, eager to show it off. By the image, Issei deduced that the disc contained content that could lead to trouble. He had already reached his limit. These were his friends, a couple of degenerate individuals. The look of disgust on his classmates' faces was evident, just as it was on his own. He thought with disappointment about his former self as he stood up from his seat. Ignoring his two annoyances, he left the classroom. He needed to step away and clear his mind. Although he still felt the urge to confront them aggressively, he knew he had to hold back. His powers were still unstable. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by a familiar voice, Sona. She requested to speak with him in a serious tone, though there was a hint of nervousness beneath it. The memories of the previous day were still fresh in her mind. Without saying a word, Issei followed her. He had no choice, as she had witnessed everything that happened yesterday. However, he had no intention of providing answers to her questions. He saw no need to do so. In this world, sometimes it was necessary to lie, deceive, and even steal to survive. Life was often cruel, and he knew that all too well. As Issei walked behind Sona, who had summoned him for a conversation, he decided he wouldn't respond directly to any questions she might ask. Nevertheless, a curious unease stirred within him, wondering what kind of inquiries the young leader would pose. Meanwhile, Rias Gremery, observing as Issei was led by Sona, felt her interest piqued. Her mind had already begun to devise plans to investigate Issei more deeply. There was a mix of curiosity and a hint of annoyance regarding the previous situation. Her inquisitiveness focused on uncovering Issei's true identity. Although their clash had mostly been an accident, Rias sensed that something deeper lay beneath that encounter. There was something unknown and mysterious about Issei that sparked her curiosity. Another intriguing thought crossed her mind. Sona rarely left her office, much less to welcome an unexpected visitor like Issei. Knowing the friendship they shared, Rias questioned whether Sona had invited him due to his demonic lineage. After pondering these ideas, Rias decided to discreetly step away. Questions filled her mind, and she needed time to process everything. Meanwhile, Issei remained calm in his seat, observing his surroundings keenly. He noticed the presence of more people in the room, but it did not unsettle him. Sona sat behind her desk, examining documents related to Issei. Beside her, Tsubaki studied him with a cold gaze, evaluating his behavior. Although Issei felt Tsubaki's icy stare, it did not negatively affect him. On the contrary, he felt gratified by being observed so intently. Feeling important and dangerous in that context fed his ego and provided him with a unique satisfaction. Suddenly, Issei broke the silence in the room with a calm and serious voice, expressing his curiosity about the reason for his invitation to such a charming place. Tsubaki's nervous cough barely concealed her own anxiety as she fixed an intense gaze on Issei. Sona began to ask her questions, and the tension in the air seemed to thicken. She began by acknowledging that this might have been unexpected for him, stating that she had some questions she would like him to answer, if he was willing. Issei nodded calmly, showing apparent tranquility, though his eyes revealed a spark of caution. He indicated that he could listen to her questions but did not promise to answer them all. Sona continued, asking if he was familiar with the supernatural. Issei took a moment to reflect on the question, choosing his words carefully. He mentioned that in a world full of mysteries, one never knew when they might need to fight for their life. He recalled a creature he had encountered, describing it as resembling a raven rather than anything else. He confirmed that he had no prior experience with the supernatural. Sona nodded, her assessment of Issei unwavering. She then inquired about who he was or what he was, noting that his presence and aura were unusual. Issei raised an eyebrow at the question, calmly identifying himself as Hyde Issei while keeping the nature of what he was a secret, intensifying Sona's intrigue. Sona accepted his response, aware not to press too hard if he was unwilling to reveal more. She reminded him that he could not cause trouble at the academy and that everyone there was human. A light sigh escaped Issei's lips as he maintained a steady gaze on Sona. He expressed confusion about why he was being interrogated as if they owned the place. However, he reassured her that he would not cause problems unless provoked. If pushed to his limits, he warned he would retaliate, regardless of whether the adversaries were human or otherwise. Tsubaki, following her instincts, remained alert, ready to respond to any potential threat. Nevertheless, Sona held her ground, meeting Issei's serious gaze with determination. She expressed her hope that he would keep his word, stating that she could not remain calm if he caused any scandal. Before he left, she posed one final question about his goals or plans in that place, her genuine curiosity evident as her eyes scrutinized him. Issei took a moment to reflect, weighing his true purpose in this new phase of his life. In the past, his goals had revolved around destruction and revenge, but in this new world, his purpose was still not fully defined. However, a thought was beginning to take root in his mind. He involuntarily whispered the word, destroy, causing Sona to feel a shiver at the sadness resonating in those words. She asked him to clarify, but Issei quickly averted his gaze, dismissing it as a fleeting thought. Despite his attempt to downplay it, Sona was not convinced. The sorrow in his voice left her perplexed and concerned for his mental state. In mere seconds, her curiosity and concern for this mysterious young man deepened even further. Suddenly, Issei gestured as if recalling something, capturing the attention of Sona and Tsubaki. Do you know what I need to do to advance and get out of this place? Issei mentioned, a hint of frustration in his voice. Since the principal had not provided a clear explanation about the possibility of moving up a grade, Issei was looking for ways to accelerate his progress. He was also confident that he could easily earn some money. Sona noticed the urgency in Issei's eyes, and an idea began to form in her mind. Yes, Sona replied, capturing Issei's full attention. But in return, I want something. She laid out her request. Issei was taken aback by Sona's serious and firm demeanor. He hadn't expected her to be so direct in her demands. He wondered what she wanted and thought that while he wasn't a deity, he could help if it was within his means. Sona took a moment to think before responding, her seriousness evident. It's not unreasonable. At some point, I may need your support. As you mentioned, in this world, sometimes it's essential to fight for survival. I want you to stand by me during those difficult times. With your power and being the new wielder of the boosted gear, I'm confident there won't be any issues. Issei was surprised by Sona's statement, wondering how she had discovered his connection with Drake. Although he wasn't particularly disturbed by her words, Tsubaki was captivated by the revelation. The new wielder of the boosted gear, the security eye. This information made her nervous, as she knew that every wielder of that artifact and their rival, the White Dragon Emperor, were destined for an epic confrontation. The tenants of these artifacts summoned them for a battle that would determine their fate. She pondered who would emerge victorious in this generation and how the struggle would unfold. She was filled with anticipation for what lay ahead, though fearful that the battles in this generation could be particularly devastating. Wow, you seem to be better informed than I am, Issei commented with a hint of humor. And regarding your request, sure. Besides, it would be nice to have 2 maids working for me. His last words were whispered, but both Sona and Tsubaki heard them clearly due to their keen hearing. Sona thought indignantly that she had never said she wanted to be his maid. She was not willing to submit as a mere servant, especially being a high-class demon. She had her pride and would not lower herself to anyone. Tsubaki shared Sona's thoughts, and both looked at Issei seriously as he continued speaking. Understood, then it's settled. Now, I would like to know your thoughts on my request, Issei said, easing the tension in the air. Sona cleared her throat slightly to dispel the tension before speaking. It's simple. You need to excel in all areas, participate in events to increase your popularity, achieve good grades, and be at the top in everything. Interesting. Is that all? Issei interjected, allowing Sona to continue. Not quite. The most important part is still missing. You need to change that negative attitude of yours, she pointed out, causing Issei to react in surprise. You might feel comfortable with your attitude, but it doesn't sit well with others. If you truly want to stand out and progress, you need to change your reputation. In other words, you must become an exemplary student, Sona concluded, releasing some of the frustration she had felt earlier. For her, dealing with Issei's elusive and fickle personality was perplexing. His mood could shift from good to bad in an instant. Issei was slightly surprised by Sona's lecture, though he agreed to some extent. He thought to himself that it felt like he had just received a reprimand. Even Drake humorously chimed in, suggesting that it seemed a woman had just scolded him, almost as if she could be his wife. Issei fell silent for a moment, his gaze directed at Sona, but then a genuine smile emerged on his face. Somehow, he began to laugh. A true laughter he hadn't experienced in a long time. You're really an interesting girl, he remarked, still chuckling. I'll take your words to heart. With that, Issei turned to leave, casting one last glance at Sona. He assured her that regarding the questions she had mentioned earlier, he would stand by her as an ally. He didn't want that red-haired girl to face any trouble. While he would try to become an exemplary student, if anyone crossed the line, he would have no choice but to teach them a lesson. Sona felt a twinge of concern. She knew Rias could be stubborn at times, but she was also aware of the risks. She only hoped Rias wouldn't make any impulsive decisions that could turn Issei into an enemy. And what do you think of Hayudu? Sona asked Tsubaki, seeking her friend's opinion. Tsubaki contemplated the situation for a moment and replied that things would no longer be the same. Moreover, if he was the wielder of the boosted gear, his rival would not be far behind. Sona nodded at Tsubaki's words, acknowledging the truth in them. Issei's life would be filled with challenges simply for wielding the boosted gear. I just hope Rias doesn't do anything reckless, Sona remarked, wishing that Rias Gremory wouldn't provoke any unnecessary conflict. Meanwhile, Issei returned to his classroom only to encounter the one person he would prefer to avoid, Rias Gremory. He sighed and thought to himself that he really wished he didn't have to go through this. Chapter 5. The Enigma of the Second Chance. Issei was engulfed in unease as he sat in his classroom. Ever since he realized he had no concrete goal in this new life, he had been wrestling with unanswered questions. What should he do? Destroy? Simply live a happy life? The confusion had completely overwhelmed him. Why had he been given this second chance? Did he truly deserve it? He questioned himself repeatedly, but the answers remained elusive. However, there was a vague memory clinging to his mind, a conversation with a divine being he had had before returning to life. He recalled a deal, although the exact words escaped him. But it had something to do with what he was searching for. He was sure of that, even if the memory was just out of reach. This is strange, he murmured to himself, lost in thought. Throughout the class, Issei continued in his introspection, but the answers seemed to hide in the shadows of his mind. It was as if a part of him was sealed, inaccessible at that moment. Finally, Issei decided to stop grappling with the uncertainties that tormented him. He looked up at the sky, letting his thoughts flow with the breeze. Perhaps later he would uncover this strange feeling. For now, he just needed to enjoy the present, he told himself as he left the classroom. What Issei didn't notice due to his distraction was that his classmates and friends were watching him in a peculiar manner. To them, Issei seemed to have changed significantly, as if he had experienced personal growth or matured in some way. He ventured in search of a quiet place to rest and escape the absurd problems his friends had with girls. Fortunately, he found the perfect spot. It wasn't particularly beautiful, but it offered a nook under a tree with a branch that would serve as a comfortable resting place. As he had anticipated, the location proved to be suitable. Lying back, Issei relaxed for the first time in a long while. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the tree, blocking direct glare and creating a warm atmosphere. The gentle breeze caressed his face, completing the tranquility he desperately needed. However, his peace was interrupted when a sweet and captivating scent wafted into his nose. Following the trail of the aroma with his gaze, he spotted a girl with white hair who emanated a strange sense of familiarity. Issei recognized the familiar scent, the same one Rias had. Could it be that she was also a demon? He felt lost in this world of demons, angels, and other creatures, lacking a deep understanding of how it all worked. He knew that getting involved with them would be a headache. Yet, he had a reason to ally with Sona. He clearly remembered how she had helped him at a crucial moment by putting up a barrier that prevented his power from leaking into the world, which could have caused serious problems. The albino girl, named Kaneko, somehow noticed Issei's gaze and turned her head upward. Although her presence surprised him, she seemed unaware of Issei until she heard a slight movement behind her. Issei, for his part, ignored the girl. According to his memories, he didn't know her well and had never exchanged words with her. He knew her name and little else. But something about Kaneko unsettled him. Her aura was different. In addition to the demon scent, there was another essence within her that confused Issei. It was as if she were struggling to break free, as if Kaneko were suppressing it. Issei reflected that each person had their own past and goals in this world before attempting to return to sleep. However, his slumber was interrupted again when he heard Kaneko munching on her snacks. This reminded him that since arriving in this world, he hadn't had the chance to enjoy any sweets. He turned his head toward Kaneko, who, noticing Issei's gaze on her food, quickly hid it away. She murmured a warning, though Issei heard her words clearly. Her reaction made him uncomfortable. He had merely been observing the sweets, but she had misinterpreted his intentions. The people in this world were complicated. He declared that he had no interest in stealing her food and added that he didn't like taking things from children as he descended from the tree and walked away. However, he didn't realize that he had sparked Kaneko's intrigue and anger. She muttered to herself about being called a child twice while eating her food with irritation. It was strange. His scent was unusual. Once she finished eating, Kaneko walked calmly to inform her master, Rias Gremory. Meanwhile, Issei grappled with his newly awakened appetite. He silently cursed the academy and its strict rules, wishing to leave that place as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he heard his name. He turned to see his friends being chased by a group of kendo club girls led by Murayama and Keitase. The boys appeared desperate and sought his help. Issei ignored them, but his friends, Matsuda and Motohama, grabbed him by the shirt, causing him a headache from the constant trouble they brought him. He warned them to stop bothering him with their nonsense, threatening to reduce them to mere scraps and drink their blood as he did every day. The two were terrified. Issei was no longer the same, and his empty gaze instilled even more fear. He loosened his grip, allowing them to fall to the ground, coughing heavily. He then turned to the girls, who were astonished by what had just occurred, but Issei ignored them and continued on his way. All of this was observed by two individuals, Sona and Rias. Sona watched in surprise as Issei changed his reputation, which astonished her. In contrast, Rias regarded him with other thoughts. Since the moment she had met him, Issei had piqued her interest, especially after that incident in the hallway where she attempted to speak to him but was completely ignored. Being overlooked for the first time in her life had sparked an intense curiosity in her to learn more about Issei. However, her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door opening to reveal Kaneko. Her golden eyes immediately landed on the sweets on a small table, and without hesitation, she took one and sat down to taste it. She resembled a child who had found a new toy, although this one was edible. Kaneko's quick consumption drew the attention of another girl beside Rias, who had long black hair tied in an extremely long ponytail that reached the floor, with two strands sticking out from the top and held back by an orange ribbon. Her beautiful violet eyes and voluptuous figure made her one of the most admired girls at the academy, rivaling Rias in beauty. She was known as Akino, one of the most beautiful women at the academy, coveted by some girls and adored by others. Akino commented on Kaneko's unusually fast eating, asking if something interesting had happened. Kaneko replied with a hint of annoyance, which did not go unnoticed by Akino. It seemed that Kaneko was upset about something, and Akino smiled while Rias settled onto one of the rugs. Rias inquired about the boy Kaneko had encountered. Kaneko reflected for a moment, describing him as if two opposing forces coexisted within him, life and destruction. It was strange, and his presence felt almost non-existent. Rias, already having an idea of who it was based on the description, instructed Kaneko to keep an eye on him, mentioning that his name was Issei. Kaneko nodded in agreement without questioning the order, while Akino had an inkling of Rias's intentions. Akino asked if Rias knew the boy, to which Rias replied that she didn't know him in the traditional sense, but he had certainly caught her attention. The fact that Kaneko couldn't perceive his presence indicated that he was anything but ordinary. He might possess a sacred gear, Rias recalled, thinking of Issei. Akino laughed, showing no further curiosity. At that moment, Rias had become involved in a matter that could change her life, and she was eager to find someone who could free her from it. However, Akino was also intrigued by the boy who had captivated her two friends. As the hour passed, it was time to leave. Issei decided to head home but made a stop at a candy store first. Finally, he could enjoy his treat in peace, savoring it before it reached his stomach. However, his moment of pleasure was interrupted by a voice from a girl behind him. She timidly asked if he was hired to Issei, her long black hair cascading down to her waist and her beautiful violet eyes reflecting her nervousness. Issei was about to curse his bad luck but chose to enjoy his chocolate ice cream before turning to the girl. Once he finished savoring his treat, he faced her, causing her to become even more anxious under his gaze. He responded with a hint of disinterest, asking who was inquiring. The girl introduced herself as Yuma, her nervousness palpable. Issei noticed that she wore the uniform of another school, suggesting she was a student from a different academy. However, he sensed that she was more than just a student. She was something supernatural, specifically a fallen angel. It seemed that fate wanted Issei to understand or discover something in this life. Perhaps that was why he had this second chance. Issei was having dinner at home with his parents. They noticed his new appearance and couldn't help but ask questions. He simply told them he had dyed his hair. Fortunately, they didn't pry further and focused on the meal. However, despite the apparent normalcy of the family scene, Issei felt uneasy. His thoughts revolved around Yuma, the student from another academy who had confessed to him and whom he had coldly rejected. An uncomfortable feeling clung to him. On his way home, he sensed a stealthy presence following him from the shadows. Although it felt vaguely familiar, he couldn't recall who it was. He asked Drake, his resident dragon, if he had gotten himself into trouble. Drake chuckled and remarked that luck was not on his side. Issei sighed, pondering why he always attracted people who brought him trouble. He mused that his ability, cosmic invincibility, needed improvement, but first, he had to learn to control a specific skill from the realm of knowledge. Hours passed, and morning arrived. Issei woke up only to spit out a mouthful of black blood. He lamented that acquiring that skill would be difficult. Drake inquired about the skill he was trying to learn. Issei thought for a moment before explaining that it was a skill that, in his previous world, made one the most powerful and respected person simply by mastering it. It was called instant learning, a coveted ability that was extremely difficult to obtain. Only one person had it, the king of the realm of knowledge. Drake acknowledged that it was indeed a powerful skill but questioned how Issei planned to acquire it. Issei reflected on his past and shared that he had become an enemy of all realms after obtaining this ability and testing all the main skills of the realms, which had made him the most powerful and allowed him to take revenge. It had been glorious. However, he noted that this skill required a strong mind, and currently his mind felt more fragile than glass. Thus, he needed to strengthen his mind before moving on to the next phase. He envisioned how powerful they would be if he could relearn all the skills. Drake was surprised by Issei's past power but felt a sense of unease and asked what he planned to do with his original abilities. Issei fell silent and sighed, expressing uncertainty about what to do with them. Those abilities remained sealed within him, like parasites, and he worried that one day the seal would break, forcing him to use them again. His original abilities were powers he had created or experienced in the past, each with a dark history he preferred not to revisit. However, if the seal broke, he wasn't sure if he could maintain his sanity this time. That was why he wanted to learn the skill from the realm of knowledge. At that moment, his mind needed to be strong enough to bear the heavy burden each ability carried. He shared with Drake that he now had a goal, albeit a temporary one. He realized that this world was governed by strength and power. If one was powerful, no one would dare to cross them, but if one was weak, they were looked down upon. Therefore he, Hayadu Issei, would become the most powerful being in this universe. The name Issei, the immortal dragon, would instill fear, and no one would dare to confront him. When Drake heard Issei's goal, he could only think that he would be powerful enough to face the greatest enemy of this dimension. Thus, he would support him in any way he could. Issei put on his Kuro Academy uniform, which felt a bit snug due to his significant physical change after his death. However, he didn't mind. In fact, it suited him well. On his way to the academy, he unexpectedly encountered Yuma, the girl who had rejected him one afternoon. It seemed fate was against him. Perhaps he didn't realize it, but destiny was trying to communicate something to him, even if Issei unconsciously rejected it. Yuma greeted him with a big smile, though she was nervous inside, fearing that the boy before her would come to hate her. In reality, she was a fallen angel, one of those beings rejected by the light. She was in love with this human, even though she knew everything about Issei. From the moment she met him, she never forgot his face, the feeling, and the sensation she experienced at that moment. He seemed like her salvation from the abyss. Since then, she had begun to watch over him like a guardian, believing she was doing it out of love, but she had other objectives in mind. She wanted to protect him, even if it meant shielding him from his own kind, because the human she loved possessed a sacred gear. Fearing the loss of her beloved, she offered to watch over him. And so she did, guarding him from demons and even from his own race. But when her leader sent her on another mission, she couldn't be there for him. Upon her return, she found Issei suffering in a place of conflict, struggling against a girl. In that moment, a wave of anger surged within her. She wanted to confront the girl for what she was doing to her beloved, but soon realized the truth. The girl was helping Issei, and her desire for vengeance faded. She watched helplessly as her dear love underwent a painful transformation, his precious blood staining his clothes. She longed to intervene but felt powerless. For the first time in her long life, she felt useless. Then, what happened next left her utterly bewildered. Issei's essence seemed to vanish. An indescribable fear gripped her, and without realizing it, she took to the skies. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. Time seemed to stand still for her, but soon she felt Issei's essence return, easing her heart. Now he could control his body, and in the blink of an eye, she returned, but Issei was no longer there. She understood that he had returned from death and was no longer human. Yet, she felt joy, now he could defend himself against any lurking enemies. Her love for him grew with each passing day. It was the first time she had done something like this for someone. Days passed, and she decided to confess her love. Unfortunately, he rejected her coldly. The kind and cheerful Issei had vanished, replaced by a seriousness that reflected death in his eyes. She wanted to cry from the rejection, but she would not give up. She loved Issei and was determined to prove it, not with words, but with actions. From that day forward, she would stay close to him. Though Issei was unaware of Yuma's thoughts, he believed she was a fallen angel intending to cause trouble. However, he felt no need to ignore her greeting and returned it. He acknowledged her with a simple, "Good morning," and she felt a mix of emotions as he said her name with enthusiasm. She was saddened by having lied about her true name, Rainer. "Yumaha? Beautiful name. And sorry about yesterday," he said, apologizing. She reassured him that it was okay, admitting that she partly blamed herself. She added that she would not give up until he accepted her as his girlfriend, speaking with determination. Issei didn't know how to respond. This girl was strange in many ways, and he wondered why she would act this way. He wished her luck as he walked away, leaving Yuma blushing with her thoughts. She believed he hadn't truly rejected her but had accepted her indirectly, her heart racing. As Issei continued on, he found the encounter puzzling. What a strange situation, he thought, confused. Drake, his companion, inquired about his thoughts. Issei mentioned Yuma, noting that she lacked the aura of the fallen angel he had encountered before, instead resembling that of an angel. "Yes, her aura is gradually changing. It seems she has fallen for you, or so I believe," Drake replied. Issei whispered to himself about love as he made his way to the academy. In the past, he had loved someone special, but that feeling had been taken from him. He still remembered the time shared with that person, and the day that beautiful memory turned into a trauma he feared experiencing again. He was afraid of falling in love once more and facing the same pain, yet he knew it would happen eventually, whether he wanted it or not. It would be then that he would fight to protect that love. He would not allow his past to torment him every day. Therefore, he needed to learn to strengthen his spirit. First, he had to master the skill of instant learning. No matter how powerful one might be, if their spirit is weak, they are not invincible. He might be immortal, but his spirit was as fragile as his mind. In this life, he would not repeat the same mistakes of the past. He had to be perfect, to be powerful, even more powerful than a god or beyond that. With absolute power, he could protect his family or a future family if he found the right person. But to achieve that, he first needed to escape this dreadful place. He would stand out as an exemplary student. All right, if they want me to have the attitude of an exemplary student, then that's what they will get. Issei walked with a grace that seemed to defy gravity toward the academy, attracting curious and admiring glances from all the students. His presence stood out like a beacon in the crowd, and he carried himself like a noble among commoners. The glasses he wore added an intellectual touch to his appearance, and his shoes, polished to shine like stars, seemed to elevate him above the ground. But what drew the most attention was the way he moved. He walked with a grace that appeared to lift him off the ground, his steps as soft as the wind, and his uniform, though simple in design, had an elegance that made him stand out. Both girls and boys were bewildered by this transformation, especially considering his previous reputation as one of the school's 3 troublemakers. Issei had undergone a drastic change in personality overnight, and the trio of troublemakers he once led was now embroiled in an internal conflict, unable to comprehend this new side of their friend. Amidst the surprised gazes, Issei felt important and adjusted his glasses with a touch of elegance. These glasses had been acquired from an unsuspecting student passing by, adding a hint of mystery to his figure. Determined to leave this place once and for all, Issei was committed to improving his situation in any way possible. To achieve this, he aimed to enhance his grades and gain the popularity he so desired, starting from that very day. As he made his way to his classroom, he forced an elegant smile to avoid appearing too serious to others. His classmates, upon seeing him, could only think he was a new student at the academy, but that assumption faded when they saw him take his usual seat. They couldn't help but examine every detail of his new appearance, wondering how he had managed to transform himself in such a way. However, they soon realized that despite his elegant appearance, he was still Issei at heart. The question of why Issei looked so good in his uniform while other boys struggled remained unanswered, leading many to attribute it to his innate charisma. Surprisingly, throughout the class, Issei paid attention and actively participated in every question and exercise posed by the teacher. It was as if the class existed solely for Issei and the teacher, with everyone else merely spectators of this masterful performance. A week passed, and Issei's popularity grew exponentially, along with his academic grades. In just 1 week, he had regained his reputation and earned a new nickname, the Dark Duke, a title that honored his noble demeanor and newfound coolness. However, Issei knew that this was not enough. He was aware that he needed to do something more, something that would convince the principal to allow him to leave this place he despised with all his heart. At that moment, Issei was in his usual spot, enjoying the gentle breeze that flowed through the area, though it was often interrupted by the delicious aroma of Kaniko's food. She would usually appear after Issei and sit down to enjoy her lunch. While he didn't mind at all, there was a problem. The smell of the food made him ravenously hungry. Sometimes, Issei would ask Kaniko to move, and other times, he would leave in search of peace. During that week, he had to do so several times, as he couldn't concentrate with that appetizing scent in the air. Throughout those days, Issei had not stopped meditating to strengthen his mind. Although the results were noticeable, he still had not managed to learn the skill instant learning. However, he was confident that he was close to making the leap to the next phase. He just needed to train his mind a little more. On his way to class, he crossed paths with Keitase and Murayama, who seemed to need his help and held some papers in their hands. Murayama smiled hopefully as she approached Issei, asking for a bit of his time. Intrigued by their request, Issei stopped and asked how he could assist them. Murayama quickly explained that they wanted him to participate in the kendo competition with them, eagerly awaiting his response. Issei found this surprising, especially coming from them. He noted that not long ago, they had practically been enemies, and now they were asking him for this. Nevertheless, he thought it sounded interesting and inquired if there would be a prize for the winner, expressing his reluctance to participate without a reward. Murayama and Keitase exchanged glances and nodded in unison, confirming that there would indeed be a prize. They explained that as members of the Kendo Club, they were in charge of organizing the competition, which would feature students from the prestigious Zenith Academy as part of a special event. Keitase added that if Issei didn't know Kendo, they could teach him as they were quite good at it. Issei shook his head, assuring them that it wasn't necessary. He had practiced Kendo since childhood, so he only needed to know when the competition would take place. Murayama gratefully informed him that the competition would be the following week and encouraged him to ask if he needed anything. Issei nodded with determination, thanking them for the information and assuring them he would be ready. As Keitase and Murayama departed, surrounded by a swarm of curious girls bombarding them with questions, Issei walked away, deeply absorbed in his thoughts. He possessed solid knowledge of Kendo, although he was aware that instead of real swords, wooden ones would be used. But that didn't concern him. He felt prepared for the competition. Time was not waiting for anyone, and only a few days remained until the Kendo competition. However, Issei was completely immersed in his training. He was oblivious to his surroundings and had lost track of how many hours had passed since he began this arduous journey. He had informed his parents that he would be spending the night at a friend's house, when in reality, he had retreated to a remote place within a dark dimension he had created himself. He had erected a barrier around this location, built with his own hands, determined not to let any distractions divert him from his goal. The new ability he had recently acquired allowed him to train at a pace that defied human limits. Every minute became a sponge, absorbing knowledge. Of the 12 skills he aimed to master, he had already achieved mastery in 10 from start to finish. Although he felt more powerful than ever, his ultimate goal transcended those limits. The power he now possessed was the same as he had in the past, and he was determined to surpass it. He mentally reviewed each skill he had acquired up to that point and felt satisfied. However, one skill stood out for its exceptional utility: instant learning. It was like a thirsty sponge, absorbing knowledge instantly. Yet, the next skill he sought to master was of vital importance, even more than the previous ones. It was the skill dimensional shelter, a capability that could prove crucial in the future. It was the key to manipulating space and creating inaccessible refuges, a shield against any threat that stood in his way. Issei focused all his concentration on his training, resolutely determined to master this skill before the competition. He knew that time was running out, but that urgency only drove him to push harder. In his mind, he visualized the complex concepts that formed the foundation of this ability, unraveling each detail with astonishing clarity. As he practiced, flashes of dimensional energy danced around him. The atmosphere was charged with palpable tension as he struggled to comprehend the true nature of this skill. Each failed attempt only motivated him more, and every small advance filled him with satisfaction. As the sun sank below the horizon, Issei did not stop. Under his relentless determination, hours turned into minutes, and minutes into seconds. He had no intention of giving up until he had fully mastered this ability. Finally, night enveloped the dark dimension, and stars began to twinkle in the dark sky. Issei continued practicing, feeling he was on the verge of a groundbreaking discovery. The barrier he had acted resonated with his effort, as if the universe itself was waiting to reveal its secrets. He reflected on the necessity of his actions, realizing that he needed to concentrate dark energy in his hand. He pondered where to place this dimensional refuge. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a surge of energy in his hand. This time, his entire body was engulfed by the explosion and then expelled to another location, one completely shrouded in darkness. It seemed that his plan had worked. He prepared to face his next challenge. This place was a small dimension he had torn from an unknown realm. Although this ability allowed him to create his own dimension, it actually borrowed or even stole a part of another dimension. Sometimes, these dimensions came with dangerous beings, which he would have to deal with. Moreover, he had no way of knowing how much time passed in the outside world while he was in his dimensional refuge. Issei understood that he could only determine that once he connected his consciousness with this dimension. For now, he was alone and surrounded by darkness, feeling chilling gazes coming from all directions. The true challenge had just begun. In a swift motion, Issei created a mass of light in his hands and launched it into the sky, illuminating the entire dimension. As everything came into view, strange and eerie creatures were revealed. They appeared to be asleep, but the light awakened them with roars of anger, and they were colossal in size. There were countless creatures, each one different from the others. One had a dragon-like shape, while others bore human or demonic forms. It resembled the army of a demon king. It seemed he had taken a portion of a dimension he should not have, but it was time to eliminate the threat. He unleashed a great power that resonated throughout the dimension. With a declaration, a glove formed on his left hand, covering his entire body in a red armor, tinged with darkness, a sign of his past. He marveled at the power he wielded, eager to test his abilities. The creatures wasted no time in launching themselves violently at him, unleashing powers one after another. But Issei dodged them with agility and size, as the epic battle between the Red Dragon Emperor and the newly awakened creatures commenced. The atmosphere was filled with a burning aura as Issei fought against the monstrous beings. He displayed his skills one by one, showcasing his combat prowess. First, he utilized instant learning to understand the creatures' movements and quickly adapt to their attack patterns. Then he unleashed Crimson Explosion, creating bursts of fire that swept away nearby creatures. The demonic beings charged at him with sharp claws and fiery breaths, but Issei defended himself with his dimensional refuge, creating energy shields that repelled them. The battle was intense and fierce, and Issei fought with all his might. Each strike and explosion echoed in the dark dimension. The sounds of the creature's roars blended with the thunder of his attacks. Issei realized he needed an even greater power to confront these colossal beings. They were too imposing to face individually, and this was taking too long. He dispatched a dragon-like creature with a powerful attack. He contemplated using his true power, which was a secret weapon he had kept hidden. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a swarm of bats and demons surrounding him, leaving him completely immobilized. They were like relentless ants that did not disappear even when he destroyed them. Issei struggled with all his strength to free himself, but the demons held him captive. Suddenly, a roar of fury resonated amid the swarm of demons, sending them flying. At the epicenter of the chaos emerged a dark dragon with eyes glowing in a haunting shade of red. The dark dragon that emerged from the chaos exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Its crimson eyes sparkled with fierce determination as it roared, causing the entire area to tremble. It was Issei, fully transformed into a dragon. His ebony scales glistened with a supernatural sheen under the moonlight, and his sharp claws stirred eagerly for battle. The creatures that had once surrounded him now recoiled, fearful of the overwhelming presence he emanated. In his dragon form, Issei charged at the creatures with a thunderous roar. His colossal size and astonishing speed made him an unstoppable force. His powerful claws crushed the creatures as if they were mere insects, and his fiery breath scorched everything in its path. The horde of creatures that had once encircled Issei was now in full retreat. They attempted to counterattack, launching dark rays and magical projectiles, but nothing could halt the rampaging dragon. From within the boosted gear, Drake observed from a distance, impressed by Issei's magnificence. He knew that this transformation was a trump card Issei had kept secret. Issei continued his devastating advance, obliterating everything in his path. The creatures tried to escape the dragon's wrath, but there was no escape. The battle turned into an apocalyptic scene. Issei, in his dragon form, was an unstoppable force of destruction, and the dark creatures fought in vain for their survival. However, Issei could not stop, not while he was in that state of uncontrollable fury. His mind had become clouded by the power of transformation, and all he could think about was defeating the creatures that stood in his way. As Issei advanced, crushing and burning the dark creatures before him, a colossal shadow emerged from the gloom. This creature was different from the others, much larger and more formidable. It was a gigantic golem made of dark rock, with arcane runes glowing on its surface. Its eyes emitted a sinister light as it observed Issei. This golem possessed a malevolent intelligence and an unyielding determination. The golem raised its enormous fists and struck the ground with titanic force, creating shockwaves that rippled through the surrounding darkness. Issei felt the tremendous pressure emanating from this creature and came to a halt. The dark dragon and the golem faced each other, each measuring the other with caution. The dark creatures surrounding them retreated further, leaving space for the epic confrontation that was about to unfold. Issei spread his wings and prepared for battle. He knew this would not be an easy fight. The golem was a formidable opponent. The golem, on the other hand, lifted its fists, ready to attack. The golem's first strike was devastating, with a force that seemed capable of splitting mountains. Issei dodged skillfully, but the ground trembled under the impact, sending debris flying in all directions. Issei retaliated with a burst of dark fire that enveloped the golem. The flames twisted and coiled around the golem's body, but it appeared unaffected, continuing its relentless advance toward Issei. The battle between the dark dragon and the dark rock golem intensified, with each launching powerful attacks and dodging the other's strikes. The dark dimension transformed into a chaotic battlefield, with fragments of rock and energy tearing through the surrounding darkness. Issei realized that this would not be an easy fight. The golem was incredibly resilient, and its attacks were brutal. Despite his transformation into a dragon, Issei struggled to keep pace with this formidable creature. As the battle between the dark dragon and the dark rock golem continued, Issei was fully aware of his immortality. He knew he could not be defeated in this dark dimension, but that did not mean he could underestimate his enemy. He charged forward with renewed determination, using his immortality to face the golem with courage. The golem was surprised to see Issei still standing despite the devastating attacks it had inflicted. This immortality puzzled the golem, but it did not deter it from its quest to destroy the dark dragon. The battle grew even more intense, with Issei leveraging his immortality to confront the golem bravely. He knew he had to find a way to defeat this formidable creature and restore the dimension he had created. With each attack and counterattack, Issei moved one step closer to victory. Drake, trapped in the boosted gear, watched with relief as his companion fought with determination. He knew Issei's immortality would be a crucial factor in this battle and hoped he could use it to overcome the dark rock golem and restore the dimension to its original state. The battle reached its climax in the dark dimension that Issei had created. The dark dragon, aware of his immortality, refused to back down against the formidable dark rock golem he had unleashed. Each blow, each clash of powers, shook the dimension. The creatures that had once surrounded Issei now watched the battle in awe, unable to comprehend how their creator could withstand the golem's onslaught. Finally, after an intense and lengthy struggle, Issei saw his opportunity. In a bold and precise move, he lunged toward the heart of the golem, where a deep and malevolent darkness seemed to emanate. His claws sank into the mass of rock, and his immortal energy began to tear the golem's form apart from within. The golem roared in agony as its form crumbled into pieces. The darkness that had enveloped the dimension began to dissipate slowly. The creatures created by the darkness faded one by one, unable to survive without the source of their existence. Exhausted but triumphant, Issei emerged from the debris of the dark rock golem. The dark dimension he had created was finally at peace, and he had become its savior. Drake, who had been watching everything from the boosted gear, smiled with satisfaction. He knew Issei was a dragon with immense potential, and this epic battle had once again demonstrated what he was capable of. The dark dragon looked around, seeing how the darkness receded and the dimension returned to normal. He had faced unimaginable challenges, but his determination and immortality had led him to victory. With one last triumphant roar, Issei returned to his human form. He was exhausted but filled with an indescribable sense of achievement. He had proven himself worthy of the title of Immortal Dragon. As he contemplated the restored dimension, Issei knew this had been a test of his abilities and a demonstration of his power. He was one step closer to achieving his goal of becoming the strongest being of all, even greater than God. With renewed determination and his immortality as his ally, Issei was ready to face any challenge that lay ahead. To be continued. Chapter 9. Intertwined Destinies. After the devastating confrontation between Issei and the dark golem, the dimension returned to its original state. The stars illuminated the dark sky with their beautiful twinkles, yet strangely, the place retained its characteristic darkness. An absolute silence dominated the atmosphere. There was no sound, only the heartbeat of Issei resonating in the gloom. This dimension was unknown even to him, despite having created it. He had no idea how vast it truly was. Issei sat down and began to meditate, but soon realized something unusual. There was something interfering with his connection to the dimension. It was as if this place had its own will and resisted his presence. This anomaly deeply puzzled him. He had never experienced anything like it. Although he had created dimensions in his previous life, this was completely new to him. According to his knowledge, he could not leave this dimension without establishing a proper connection with it. Essentially, he would embody a god within this dimension, capable of creating and destroying lives at will. Issei had never used this ability to create life. He had only employed it to train and gain power. However, this time he wanted to experience something different. He wished to see how life developed in this dimension, to feel what it was like to be a god. Although the power of a dragon could make one arrogant, Issei knew he must not succumb to pride. With these thoughts in mind, Issei decided to explore the center of the dimension. As he moved forward, he experienced a strange sensation, as if he were walking on air. The stars seemed to play hide and seek, coming closer and then retreating, even though they were actually fixed in place. The dimension itself appeared to be constantly expanding. It wasn't long before Issei found himself at a lake of stars in the center of this dimension. At the center of the lake floated a brilliant crystal with grace, almost like a goddess guiding the stars. At first glance, this crystal seemed to be the core of the dimension, but it was not. It was the heart of this part of the dimension, but not the complete core. Issei sat by the lake and began to meditate, seeking to establish a connection with the crystal. As time passed, the crystal's glow faded until it finally shattered, plunging the dimension into total darkness. However, Issei's body began to emit a dark crimson light from within, illuminating the dense void surrounding him. Issei realized that he had finally established a connection with the dimension. He now understood this place better. Most importantly, time flowed differently here, a promising revelation for him. Although he wondered about the origin and history of this dimension, unfortunately, he had no access to that information. Unbeknownst to him, his inner power was intensifying and evolving due to the strange energy he had absorbed. Drake also noticed how Issei's body gained strength, resilience, and other attributes. It was strange. What kind of dimension had Issei created? Drake felt the need to inform him of this, but seeing Issei lost in thought about what to do next in this dimension, he decided not to disturb him. Even though they were companions, they were now in a place where Issei was like a god, and many mysteries loomed. Sometimes, the best course of action was to remain silent and observe before passing judgment. Once Issei finished his meditation, he prepared to explore this mysterious dimension further. Meanwhile, in another unknown place, everything was completely different. It was an endless space, surrounded by a multitude of colors. This dimension was known as the dimensional rift, an infinite and empty world. In this dimension, a colossal red dragon roamed freely. This dragon was exploring its home peacefully until it suddenly noticed something unusual in the rift. It found itself facing an invisible barrier that prevented it from advancing, despite having traversed numerous dimensions before. This dragon was proud yet curious, and curiosity consumed it. It wanted to understand why it could not enter this dimension. On the other hand, Issei continued his search but found nothing else. So, he decided to illuminate and bring life to this dimension. In the blink of an eye, he created a dazzling sphere of light that floated before him. The sphere of light grew to a considerable size, even larger than Issei, resembling a real sun. Issei was unaware of what he was doing, but something within him urged him on. It was strange, as if his thoughts directed his body to create these things. The sphere of light rose and grew even larger until it finally caused a powerful and dazzling explosion that did not affect Issei but illuminated the entire dimension. Without hesitation, Issei moved his hand unconsciously and accelerated time at an incredible speed. He was astonished by his own ability. With a simple gesture, he could control time. Here, in this dimension, he truly felt like a god. Without wasting any more time, Issei began the next phase. He molded the energy around him to form a large planet. From there, he started to create everything else. He began to create everything his mind imagined. Majestic mountains rose from the newly formed land, crystal-clear oceans spread out, and vast plains unfolded under his will. Issei had no limits here. His power as the god of this dimension allowed him to shape it as he pleased. Meanwhile, in the dimensional rift, the colossal red dragon remained intrigued by the invisible barrier. It struck the barrier forcefully, but it held firm. It was determined to discover what lay beyond it. Issei, for his part, continued his work in this nameless dimension. He created lush forests, winding rivers, and fantastical creatures that populated his newly born world. Every detail was under his absolute control. As he shaped this dimension, Issei reflected on the purpose of it all. Why had he created this world? What significance did it hold for him? Although he had no clear answers, he knew he had to seize this unique opportunity. When he finally realized it, he had completed his masterpiece. He had created a gigantic planet, accompanied by a massive star that illuminated the world, while the stars bathed the nights in their light. It was strange, as if he had found peace in contemplating this planet. It seemed as though his essence was reflected in this strange creation. When he gently blew upon the planet, it began to spin slowly. Time started to flow, and the stars shone even more brightly. Issei did not fully understand the strange feeling in his chest, but without realizing it, tears began to flow from his eyes. He cried, even though he did not know why. It was a peculiar sensation. He descended slowly like a god and stepped onto his creation for the first time. He wondered if this was what God felt when creating the earth, a sensation of tranquility and peace, though he noticed something was missing from this place. With a swift movement, Issei brought to life the first being in this world, an elemental spirit capable of controlling the 4 fundamental elements essential for this realm. He then created mythical beings such as dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns. As he crafted these creatures, he pondered why, in his previous world, this power had not been used to harm or control it. The dimensional realm was respected across all kingdoms precisely because of this ability, but now he realized they had not fully harnessed its potential. It was strange how this power seemed to have a life of its own, fulfilling the desires of its user. Apparently, Issei's desire was to protect and create something he had not recognized in himself. Issei also breathed life into many small creatures resembling worms and released them near a lake, hoping they would adapt and evolve in this world. He wondered what creatures they would become, but he was willing to let time decide. Looking up at the sky, he watched as the newly created beings moved away in groups, dividing into different races. Issei felt peace once more. Meanwhile, Drake was astonished by Issei's abilities. Not only was he strong, but he had brought life into existence in mere seconds, much like a biblical god. Drake began to question what kind of world Issei had lived in before. Had he lived among gods? Was that why Issei mentioned those 12 divine kingdoms? How powerful had Issei been in the past? While he could not answer all these questions, one thing was clear: Issei had been much stronger before, capable of pushing back those 12 kingdoms, which possessed divine abilities. As Issei enjoyed the peace within him, elsewhere, the enormous red dragon was trying to force his way into the dimension. Even when he used his power, the dimension did not waver. As time passed, the massive dragon increased the force of his strikes, yet he still could not break through. The frustration he felt was immense compared to his pride. It was the first time he had experienced such a feeling and wondered why he could not pass. Suddenly, the red dragon was interrupted by a voice that caught his attention. He recognized the voice. It belonged to Ophis, the infinite dragon. She always came with the intention of driving him from her home, but he usually avoided fighting her. This time, however, he wanted to pay attention and ask if she knew anything about this dimension. He inquired about the barrier or dimension before him. Ophis, with her emotionless expression, examined what the intruder referred to, and to her surprise, she could see nothing. She approached the layer of the dimension and, to the astonishment of the red dragon, Ophis passed through the dimension effortlessly. Not understanding why, he had had enough and decided to retreat. If he could not cross it, it was better to leave even if it hurt his pride. If he could not, then the dimension truly did not want him to enter. As the enormous red dragon moved away, Ophis experienced a beautiful vision, countless stars illuminating the endless darkness. Amidst it all was a massive blue planet, slowly rotating. Ophis was astonished. She had not expected to find such a place in the dimensional rift. Suddenly, she sensed a strange essence emanating from the planet and quickly descended. She was even more surprised to see a multitude of colorful phoenixes soaring gracefully through the sky. There were also dragons, and a considerable number of them. As she walked, she encountered creatures that had long been extinct in the world. But what intrigued her most was that strange essence that made her heart race. For the first time since the beginning of time, she felt this sensation. When she drew near, her vision focused on a tall boy with skin as white as snow, dressed in a black shirt, black pants, and black shoes. He stood there, doing nothing. But suddenly, he turned his head toward her, only to meet lifeless red eyes, just like her own. It was then that her heart raced for the first time. In that moment, the infinite dragon and the immortal dragon encountered each other for the first time. The newly created world pulsed with energy, as if it were in the throes of giving birth to its own reality. Issei, with his gaze fixed on the vastness of his creation, felt a deep connection to this place. It had been born from his thoughts and desires, yet he still clung to the mystery of its purpose. At that moment, two beings that defied all logic came together. Issei and Ophis connected their gazes in an instant. Ophis, the infinite goddess, felt a strange agitation deep within her being. It was an unfamiliar emotion, a nameless feeling that unsettled her. She yearned to understand it, to unravel the mystery of the emotion that had taken her by surprise. She asked who he was, a question she could no longer contain, a pressing need to know the one before her. Issei, on the other hand, found himself in a state of awe and confusion. He questioned the identity of this intruder and how she had managed to access his realm without his permission. His mind raced in search of answers to this enigma. He responded with determination, asking her the same question. A subtle smile appeared on Ophis's lips. The young man before her piqued her interest in a unique way. He not only made her feel vulnerable, but the entire dimension around them seemed to share that same mysterious essence. Finally, she revealed her name, Ophis Ouroboros. Although Issei still did not know her true identity, he was aware of the implicit warning in her presence. He understood that she was one of the most powerful entities that had ever existed in any world. This revelation shed light on how she had arrived in this place, but there were still unanswered questions. Ophis then asked for his name, and Issei instinctively replied, Issei. At last, Ophis had the name of the mysterious figure before her. The strange feeling that had overwhelmed her suddenly came to life. Though she did not comprehend the reason behind this emotion, she felt excitement. The only thing she knew was that the person before her was the cause of this emotional turmoil. However, merely knowing his name did not satisfy her curiosity. She wanted to discover more about this individual who evoked such unique feelings within her. Since her birth, she had never had the chance to experience the emotions that others had described, but now, she had an opportunity she had long awaited. She would not allow these strange feelings to fade away without uncovering their origin. Issei smiled unconsciously at her inquiry. She wanted to know why he was there, but he also wished to understand why she was in this place. Was it fate that had brought them together? Though he had no answer, he felt this was a unique opportunity. Momentarily ignoring Ophis's question, Issei turned to admire the beauty of the world he had created. Though he did not fully comprehend what this place was, its mere sight brought him a profound sense of tranquility and peace. It allowed him to forget everything around him, leaving his mind blank and his heart at ease. Yet, despite the peace he felt, Issei could not shake the question of how Ophis had managed to enter this realm. That thought lingered in his mind. Noticing that her question had been overlooked, Ophis felt a slight discomfort and moved closer to Issei, hoping he would meet her gaze. Issei broke the silence by asking how she had arrived there. Ophis paused to think for a moment. However, she had no clear answer about how she had come to this place. Originally, she had been in the dimensional gap to confront Great Red, but somehow she had stumbled upon this strange realm, one that Great Red could not access, yet she could. I don't know, Ophis replied, shaking her head. And I am still waiting for an answer to my question. What are you doing here? And what is this place? Her curiosity was intense, resembling that of a child searching for a lost toy. Yet, Ophis's question stirred something within Issei. What was this place to him? What purpose had he created it for? Eternia, he instinctively pronounced. That's what this world is called. He had given it that name because it reminded him of the dark times when suffering and lament seemed eternal. Back then, even a few minutes of peace felt like an eternity. This world radiated peace and tranquility, as if its eternity were infinite. However, why did the past continue to torment Issei? Why did those memories constantly pursue him? There was something in his past that kept him anchored, something he deeply regretted. But what could it be? Eternia, Ophis repeated the name. What a strange name, just like this world. And you are equally enigmatic. She knew nothing about Issei, but she had a hunch that he was somehow connected to this world. The essence of this place resembled Issei's essence, as if he were its creator. Creator? Ophis whispered thoughtfully. But her reflection was interrupted by a strong tremor that shook the world. Issei became alert. Something was hidden in this dimension. He considered going out to investigate but soon realized that would not be possible. "I think it's time for you to leave," Issei mentioned as he ascended into the sky, distancing himself from the planet. However, Ophis, like a curious child, followed him, driven by her desire to discover what was happening. In the darkest part of the dimension, a black barrier became visible, where light did not reach. It seemed that another world lay beyond it. Yet what was most peculiar was that Issei had no knowledge of this place. It was as if this part were sealed, and the sounds they heard came from the other side. Issei placed his hand against that strange wall, and what happened next left him bewildered. A vision of a massive creature trapped and struggling for freedom manifested before his eyes. The beast emanated an aura of death and destruction, and the vision caused him a headache. The other side of the dimension established a connection with Issei. He now had control over this dark dimension, though for the moment he could not utilize it. It seems this dimension is not as small as I imagined. It is expanding and merging with other sealed dimensions. But why is this happening? Issei pondered, confused. He sought answers to his questions, but the dimension he had created was not safe, and he did not know how much further it could expand. As Issei contemplated his next move, Ophis was astonished to see Issei's power grow exponentially when he touched that strange barrier. For a moment, his essence seemed to fade, but then it returned with even greater strength. He was truly an intriguing individual. But what was happening exactly? Ophis tried to understand, but the more she tried, the more she became lost in the mystery. It had been a long time since she had met someone so captivating. Once again, the dimension trembled, but this time the barrier broke, releasing a power that significantly surprised Ophis. Long claws pierced through the wall, but Issei acted swiftly, slicing them away in one movement and sealing the creature. The claws disintegrated as they detached from the body, but it was clear that the creature was not small. It was much larger than the dark golem. Issei considered entering that dimension later, but for now he wanted to verify one thing. Moreover, Ophis was present, and although she was powerful, he could not allow her to get involved in his fight. "I think it's time for you to leave," Issei said as he took her hand, and in the blink of an eye, they were outside the dimension. Issei set Ophis aside and took his phone from his jacket. To his surprise, not much time had passed. He did not know how long, but in the dimension, time seemed to flow differently. On the other hand, Ophis was in the midst of an internal crisis. She struggled to comprehend the strange feeling in her chest. Her heart raced and her face felt warm. However, gradually, that emotion began to subside. She approached Issei again and took his hand. Finally, she understood that the intense emotion was caused by Issei. But she still wondered what exactly that feeling in her chest was. Issei watched with curiosity as Ophis shyly took his hand, her face flushed like a nervous child. "You know, you're really adorable when you act like this," Issei suddenly remarked, causing Ophis to blush even more. "That's right," she said calmly, though her face told a different story. She was completely red, and her heart raced. It was interesting to see how these emotions made her feel vulnerable. Her body instinctively reacted to Issei's compliments, though she herself did not understand why. Without warning, Ophis grasped Issei's neck firmly and kissed him. This surprised Issei greatly, but Ophis was enjoying the moment. She had observed similar scenes before and wondered why people did such things. She mused that there would come a time when he would understand, but that would be in the future. Ophis found it intriguing and questioned what love was and why people kissed. Issei found her curiosity amusing and explained that she would understand it herself when she felt something special for someone. He couldn't put it into words, but she would know when the time came. At that moment, Ophis did not fully comprehend what the couple was doing, but she at least understood a little more about the concept of love. After the kiss, she quickly ran away, disappearing from Issei's sight. He wanted to say something, but she vanished in an instant. Issei touched his lips, recalling the sensation of Ophis's kiss. Just the memory filled his heart with a feeling that had once been his trauma, his greatest fear. He dreaded experiencing the pain of the past again. He wondered aloud if he truly had the right to fall in love again. While Issei was lost in his thoughts, something unusual was happening in his dimension. It was expanding rapidly, consuming all dimensions in its path. But why was the dimension behaving this way? What exactly had Issei created? Chapter 11. A past that never fades. In life, there is always a reason why one cannot escape the past. The past itself cannot hurt you, but memories can inflict emotional pain. Popular wisdom holds that time heals all wounds, and to some extent, this is true. Time can mend physical injuries, but feelings remain immune to its influence. Despite what is often said, time is not as powerful as it is made out to be. Everyone has the ability to travel freely to the past through their memories. Time moves inexorably forward, healing physical wounds, but memories remain unchanged. Issei might find himself in a completely new world, with a different body, yet he is still himself. The painful memories and traumas of his past constantly haunt him. It is possible to bury those memories deep within our minds, but we can never erase them completely. No matter how much we wish to forget, they will always resurface at some point. Despite the facade of strength Issei presents to the world, he knows deep down that he is not as strong as he appears. While he strives to leave his past behind and focus on the future, he cannot escape the shadows of his former life. A new life? A new identity? Issei does not fully believe in such concepts. Among all the painful memories that torment him, one stands out at this moment: love. He always wished to erase that memory, a recollection that brought him only nostalgia and sadness. The person he considered special was there, as if waiting for him, but Issei knew he could never see her again. Memories are just that, memories, fragments of time that have already passed. A happy memory lies behind him, while he finds himself in the future. But why not try to save that person? The answer is simple for Issei. He does not need to think too much about it. Attempting to rescue someone from the past is futile because even if he succeeded, that person would be different, sharing only the same name, appearance, and story. In the past, Issei had the power to turn back time, and he used it. But when he discovered the truth, he had to confront the harsh reality that he had never saved the person he cared for and loved so deeply. It is cruel to realize that no matter how powerful one is, certain aspects of life cannot be changed or controlled. There is a saying, life moves forward, but never backward. Memories belong to the past, and we are born to advance, not to retreat. Issei pondered whether it was truly necessary to experience these emotions again. He found it ironic. Initially, he thought the past would not affect him, yet he felt fear. Fear that the same things might happen again. Tears flowed uncontrollably as he was engulfed in an internal conflict, debating whether he could allow himself to feel those emotions once more. Fear consumed him. He was afraid of hurting that person or injuring himself. Drake, his companion, could not offer comfort. What could he say? Feelings are painful, especially when memories are so vivid. After a while, Issei managed to calm himself and glanced at the time. Only 3 hours remained before his classes. The competition, huh? He murmured. He questioned why this life felt more like a lesson about his past than a new opportunity. It did not feel like a new life. It was as if he was destined to confront his past. How pathetic, he told himself as he wiped away his tears. He sat on the ground and meditated. Minutes passed, and then he opened his eyes, feeling completely renewed. The sadness that had once reflected in his eyes was gone. Now, he felt a sense of tranquility. "Sorry for showing you this pathetic scene, Drake," he said to his companion. "Don't worry," Drake replied calmly, though he knew Issei was not entirely okay. His emotions could surface at any moment, which was dangerous. If Issei allowed his emotions to dominate him, no one would be safe from his power. After the events in the Eternia dimension, Issei's powers had grown exponentially, although he was still unaware of it. Issei slapped his face, wanting to avoid falling back into his emotions. To do so, he needed to stay active and distracted, so that memory would not torment him any longer. "All right, it's time to get to work," he stated seriously as he placed his phone on the ground after noting the time. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared in Eternia. To his surprise, his world had advanced many years. Evolution was evident everywhere. The larvae he had released into the ocean had transformed into enormous sea dragons and other rare yet powerful species. The dragons and phoenixes had also multiplied, leading to a food shortage. But with a simple thought and gesture, Issei created a multitude of animals that multiplied in massive numbers, almost like ants. The animals he created spread across the world and began to disrupt the natural balance, but soon, predators emerged to restore equilibrium by preying on the newcomers. Once the issue was resolved, Issei remained lost in thought, sinking himself once more with his dimension. However, he realized that it had expanded exponentially to the point where it could contain an entire universe effortlessly. Although it seemed to have stopped expanding, the dimension had absorbed dangerous sealed dimensions, the exact nature of which was unknown. But his thoughts were interrupted by a powerful tremor that shook the entire world. This tremor was stronger than before, as if the entities sealed within those dimensions were gradually increasing their powers. Issei wanted to address this, but he was not in the mood to fight. He felt a fatigue that urged him to sleep. So, for one last time, he reversed time. Outside, many years could pass, while only seconds would elapse here, allowing him to think more clearly about the current situation. With a sigh, he disappeared from the dimension and appeared outside. The next day, Issei stood in front of Kuo Academy, wearing the same false smile that did not quite match his lifeless eyes. Yet, something strange was happening inside him. He felt more excited yet simultaneously sad. He could not understand the cause of this duality. Why did he feel both happy and sad? It was a strange feeling, as if he were waiting to see a specific person. His thoughts were interrupted by an unpleasant odor that suddenly wafted through the air. To his surprise, the smell came from a boy approaching with a group. This scent was that of a demon, but it carried the stench of blood. Unable to endure the horrible odor, Issei moved forward without hesitation. After walking for a while, Issei arrived at his classroom, where he found Murayama, who seemed to be waiting for him. "Follow me, it's time to prepare because the event will start in an hour," Murayama said as she pulled Issei by the hand. Issei remained silent, allowing himself to be led, not in the mood for conversation. "Well, Issei, as you know, the students from Zenith Academy are already here. I'm not sure how this happened, but the event schedules have suddenly changed. Now, the competition will take place first," Murayama explained. "So we need to hurry and get ready." Issei didn't respond to Murayama's mention, but it puzzled him a bit. He thought he was mentally preparing for the competition. After a while of walking, they arrived at the venue for the competition, the Academy Auditorium. It was a large space, and in the center, the girls from the Kendo Club were arranging and decorating everything. Everything seemed ready, they just needed the guests to arrive, while Issei examined his white kendogi. "Is it really necessary for me to wear this?" Issei asked Murayama. "If you don't want to get hit in that handsome face of yours, yes," she replied sarcastically. With a sigh, Issei put on the kendogi, adjusting it so he could move freely without damaging it. After finishing, he looked at his shurnai. Though it was made of bamboo and leather, a skilled swordsman could wield it with enough force to cut through stone. Gripping the handle of the shurnai tightly, he executed some swift movements, slicing through the air with precision. Murayama watched in awe, though somehow, his movements conveyed a sense of regret and sadness. Although she wasn't as skilled or beautiful as the president, she was very familiar with kendo, as her family had practiced it for generations. Since childhood, her grandfather had taught her kendo, emphasizing that the movements reflected the practitioner's deepest feelings. At that moment, she didn't fully grasp that concept, but as she grew older and practiced, she began to recognize the emotions of those who practiced kendo. However, she had never witnessed such profound feelings before. Issei's movements expressed anger, sadness, and regret, a confusing mix of emotions. After completing his last movement, he sighed in tranquility, realizing he still hadn't fully mastered his strength. But this calm was interrupted by the arrival of students who settled into their seats to watch the competition. Issei donned his men, preparing to step away. The auditorium quickly filled with students from both academies, eager for the competition to begin. Academy students were determined to win this time, having faced humiliation in previous years. They were aware of Zenith Academy's strong reputation in Japan and their larger student body, which made victory seem unlikely. Yet, some still held on to hope for their first win. Good morning, esteemed students of Zenith Academy and fellow students of Kuo Academy. Today is a special day where we gather as a united community to celebrate the noble tradition of Kendo and the determination of our talented competitors. Murayama began her speech amidst the audience. As president of our Academy's Kendo Club and a passionate practitioner of this martial art, it is an honor for me to kick off this competition. In Kendo, we find not just a form of combat, but also a path of self-discovery, discipline, and respect for ourselves and others. Today, our competitors will embody those values in each of their matches. I urge everyone present to cheer enthusiastically, but also with respect, for these brave warriors. Every strike, every movement, is a testament to their dedication and passion for Kendo. To the competitors, I say this: on the dojo floor, you are not just fighting for victory, but to honor the very essence of Kendo. Fight with courage and respect, and regardless of the outcome, you will leave here as true winners. Without further ado, I welcome all of you, students of Zenith Academy and Kendo enthusiasts, to this Kendo competition. May the passion and strength of this noble martial art inspire us all. Let the matches begin, and may Kendo flow in its fullest expression. Everyone applauded Murayama's speech. While Issei sat quietly, waiting for his turn, he felt that this was just a game for children. However, he needed to participate to stand out and make his parents proud. His tranquility was disrupted by the familiar essence of someone he recognized. That essence, that scent, that feeling in his chest, it was unmistakably her. He stood up, agitated, feeling an overwhelming need to see her. His body and heart yearned for her presence. If I am truly allowed to feel this again, then I have no reason to reject it, he whispered as tears of relief began to fill his eyes. Issei was ready to embrace these feelings. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes of the past, but rejecting these emotions would be like running away from it, and he didn't want that. He wanted to overcome his past. This was a feeling he had been avoiding for a long time, and now he was prepared to face it. Chapter 12. The Dance of Souls. The auditorium resonated with the excitement of the Kendo competition, a tournament that had unleashed a storm of emotions and rivalries. Participants from both academies were engaged in fierce battles, each strike echoing their pride as Kendo warriors. In this confrontation, defeat loomed like a lament that could haunt their souls forever. Amidst the crowd of fighters, Issei found himself lost in thought since the beginning of the contest. A shadow of guilt hung over him, stemming from a familiar essence that had plunged him into relentless confusion. Why was he here? Ever since he had caught a whiff of that fragrance, his spirit had remained restless, consumed by an urgent desire to glimpse it again, a desperation that refused to fade. These intense feelings felt like a miracle in his life, and the deeper he sank into them, the more vivid the memories became. The memories of that day, which had once caused him unbearable headaches just by recalling them, began to take shape in his mind. He remembered fragmented and fleeting images, like pieces of a constantly shifting puzzle. Although the moment was clear in his consciousness, the figure of a girl blurred in his memory, her face and name obscured as if shrouded in mist. Suddenly, without warning, the essence he sought returned, enveloping him in an aura of serenity and peace. His heart, which had been racing with anxiety, found calm, as if a goddess had lifted a long-standing curse. Issei knew he had fallen in love with that girl in the past, though the reason lay buried in the shadows of his memories. The feelings he experienced were unmistakable, the passionate heartbeat of a lover. The mere thought of being in love brought an unconscious smile to his face. It was beautiful to feel these emotions again, which had once driven him to the edge of despair. But this time, he had no intention of fleeing. Since arriving in this new world, he had come to understand that the past would follow him, tormenting him until he faced it head-on. That was why he had worked hard to become stronger, rather than trying to escape. The past was not something one could reject. It was a series of memories that pursued until they were accepted. That was the essence of life, to accept the past and move toward the future. The girl's words echoed in his mind once more, like a whisper from eternity. She had said that someday she would die, leaving him alone. That was why she wanted to spend her remaining time by his side, without regrets. But she had also reminded him not to cry for her, for the day would come when he would have to accept the past and move on. She had expressed envy for the person who would melt his cold heart. The blurry and dark memories began to stabilize gradually, allowing Issei to explore those moments from the past with greater clarity. Each memory he revisited granted him more confidence, for he knew she wished for his happiness, and he was determined not to disappoint her. However, just as he delved deeper into those memories, something jolted him from his trance. Something or someone seemed to be pushing him away from that fragment of the past, as if a force did not want him to see that part of his story. He caught a glimpse of the girl crying, understanding why she was slipping away. Despite his multiple attempts to return to that memory, he was always met with rejection, as if a mysterious veil stood in his way. Finally, he abandoned his efforts when a sharp headache threatened to overwhelm him. The voice of Murayama calling his name over the microphone pulled him from his reverie, along with another name. Issei set aside his memories and made his way to the competition area. As he entered the arena, all eyes turned to him, including one very special person in the audience. An unconscious smile appeared on Issei's face upon seeing her. However, he quickly averted his gaze and focused on his opponent. Zack, a name that echoed in the whispers of the students, stood out not only for his agility and mastery of kendo but also for a foul odor that Issei could unmistakably sense. Although Zack skillfully concealed his demonic aura, Issei detected it with ease. After all, he had learned to control his own aura without the need for artifacts, a skill that allowed him to recognize the hidden demonic nature within Zack. As the audience watched with great interest, Issei and Zack faced each other in the center of the stage, two warriors in a battle that transcended the ordinary. At first glance, they appeared equal, but Issei held a crucial advantage. His understanding and mastery of kendo far exceeded Zack's, even considering him a super demon. The match began with the sharp sound of shurnai clashing, both opponents adopting defensive stances. Zack proved to be agile and quick, but Issei, with his deep knowledge of kendo and swordsmanship, tracked each of Zack's movements with pinpoint accuracy. Issei refused to be drawn into Zack's brute force. Instead, he relied on his technique and skill to anticipate his opponent's moves. Each of Zack's strikes met Issei's guard, who responded with fluid and precise movements. The highlight of the fight was the growing frustration in Zack's eyes, his anger palpable. Each attempt to surpass Issei was met with elegant and anticipated responses, as if Issei could read each of his moves before they happened. Every block by Issei and every targeted attack seemed like a synchronized dance, a display of mastery in kendo. The audience, captivated by Issei's skill, watched in awe. Although they did not fully understand why, they could all see that there was something extraordinary in the way he wielded his shurnai. His finesse and ability to remain calm in the midst of battle were admirable. Finally, after a series of dizzying exchanges, Issei executed a skillful maneuver that disarmed Zack, and with a gentle touch to his opponent's body, he scored a decisive point. A heavy silence enveloped the dojo as the referee announced Issei's victory. The crowd could hardly believe what they had witnessed. Zack, a super demon, had been defeated by a human student in a kendo competition. The applause and cheers that filled the air only added more salt to Zack's wounds. With clenched teeth and a mix of rage and frustration in his eyes, Zack had to bite his tongue as Issei stepped off the stage. Arrogance consumed Issei, fueled by his mastery of kendo. As Zack returned to his group, he was met with disapproving looks and shouts from his teammates. It was the first time in the academy's history that they had lost a round in the kendo competition, striking a heavy blow to his pride. Frustration began to bubble within Zack as his teammates prevented him from retaliating. He realized he was powerless in that moment, and that feeling only intensified his anger. Meanwhile, the competition continued. The girls from the Kuo Kendo Club showcased their skills on stage. Some won, others lost, but all fought with determination and spirit. They had trained hard for this moment and were determined to win at any cost. Zack watched from his seat with a mix of bitterness and disdain as Issei easily defeated his teammates. Despite their supernatural abilities, Zack felt no unusual presence from Issei. It was as if he were facing an ordinary human. However, amid his frustration, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, a voice that only he could hear, sending shivers down his spine. It seemed that he was not satisfied with what had happened, the voice whispered. Zack frowned, knowing exactly who it was. He felt compelled to respond, asking what the voice wanted. The voice, dripping with sarcasm, remarked on Zack's coldness and lamented his loss to a mere human. Zack, suppressing his anger, insisted he would resolve the situation later. He vowed not to let a human defeat him again, promising to destroy Issei and claim victory. The voice chuckled softly, warning him to avoid causing trouble, as it had no intention of risking itself for him. Zack arrogantly dismissed the concern, sending greetings to their parents. The voice fell silent, leaving Zack to focus on Issei, who had been listening to the exchange. Issei couldn't help but laugh, fully aware of Zack's arrogance. His victory not only showcased his kendo skills but also highlighted Zack's weaknesses. With a confident smile, Issei prepared to face any challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, deep within his being, Drake fought a battle of endurance. A dark mist loomed before him, struggling to break free, but Drake stood in its way, sealing it once more. Exhausted, Drake understood the importance of his task. Yet, a sound from Issei's soul startled him, reminiscent of an eggshell slowly cracking. A sense of urgency washed over him, prompting Drake to channel more energy to strengthen the seal. He reflected seriously on the situation, realizing that the seal was weakening. At this rate, he wouldn't last long, and the worst could happen. He hoped that when the time came, Issei wouldn't act recklessly. Drake questioned the cause of the seal's deterioration, wondering if it was related to something he couldn't quite grasp. Not long ago, he had ventured into a storm of black lights, a challenging journey aimed at uncovering the seals that troubled Issei. Now he faced one of them. Although he didn't know the exact nature of these seals, their mere presence instilled deep fear within him. This particular seal radiated an aura of death and destruction, enough to chill anyone who beheld it. Drake realized that this seal represented Issei's worst nightmare, a curse that would determine his fate. The pressure mounted as Drake struggled to maintain control over the seal, but the resistance was relentless. The turmoil within Issei mirrored the battles unfolding on stage, a dance of souls trapped in uncertain destinies. As the competition reached its climax, the Kuo Academy maintained a significant lead over their rival, Zenith Academy. Issei savored the sweet taste of victory, satisfaction coursing through him, accompanied by a growing arrogance. Had they lost, he would have done whatever it took to reverse the outcome, but fortunately, that was unnecessary. His teammates celebrated joyfully, their confidence paying off as Kuo Academy proved it was no longer a shadow of its former self. In contrast, the students from Zenith Academy congratulated their opponents, though their disappointment was palpable. Zack, in particular, felt shattered. As the first to fall in battle, some of his teammates hinted that he was to blame for their humiliating defeat. It was unfortunate how humans often sought scapegoats when things went awry, blind to the consequences of their actions. However, Zack's anger grew with each disparaging glance he received. A fierce desire for revenge consumed him, and his hatred for his prey intensified with every passing minute. This humiliation stung even more because his uncle Renjiro, the coach of their kendo section, had witnessed his defeat at the hands of a human. Renjiro knew his nephew well and would not show compassion. The Yagyu family was renowned for producing the finest swordsmen, and a loss by a member of the Yagyu house to a human was unacceptable. Zack understood that he could not return home without addressing this embarrassing situation. If he did, he would become the laughingstock of his family and possibly the entire demon community. The pressure weighed heavily on him. Lost in thought, Zack was interrupted by a deep voice, his uncle Renjiro. He approached Zack with a serious demeanor, asking if they could talk for a moment. Zack knew what awaited him. Once they were away from the others, Renjiro stopped Zack and looked at him intently. Without warning, he struck Zack hard, leaving him breathless. Renjiro expressed his anger, questioning Zack's understanding of the trouble he had caused. Losing to a human was unacceptable, and Renjiro warned Zack about the consequences they would face when the leader learned of this defeat. Zack struggled to speak but nodded silently, realizing the gravity of the situation. Renjiro cautioned him to grasp the seriousness of their predicament, loosening his grip. Zack fell to the ground, catching his breath and coughing. He questioned whether the boy he faced was truly just a human. Renjiro, with unwavering resolve, stated that it didn't matter what race the opponent belonged to, Zack's only concern should be to solve the problem at hand. With that, Renjiro walked away, leaving Zack in a whirlwind of anger and despair. As Zack pounded the ground in frustration, he realized he was facing a serious dilemma. His future and that of his uncle were at stake, and the pressure to resolve the issue was overwhelming. He cursed under his breath, knowing that even if he defeated that human, he would still face the leader's punishment. The sting of his uncle's blows still lingered, a painful reminder of his defeat. Zack had trained with his uncle since childhood, and losing to a human in front of him was an unbearable humiliation. In the Yagyu family, newborns were entrusted to a family member for guidance on the path of the swordsman. Zack's case was different. His uncle had chosen him because no one else wanted to take on the second son of the leader. Being the second-born, tradition dictated that he would lack the talent of his older brother, a prodigy in swordsmanship. While Zack could master a technique after months of hard work, his brother would achieve it in days. That was the stark difference between diligence and innate talent. Despite this, Zack had earned a respectable reputation within the family through years of effort. However, all that dedication would vanish if word reached his father, the leader. Even seeking help from his brother would change nothing. They both knew the consequences of their actions. What puzzled Zack was how he had lost. It seemed impossible to be defeated by a mere human unless that human was not truly human but of another race. He chuckled at his own thoughts, finding it absurd to consider such a possibility. During the fight, he had felt nothing unusual, yet that doubt lingered in his mind. He pondered the idea that if he could prove his rival was not human, he might avoid a harsher punishment. It was a terrible thought, knowing the leader would likely not accept a failure into the family. The weight of the situation grew heavier. Zack acknowledged the difficulty ahead as he walked away from the scene. He contemplated various ways to resolve the issue, but none seemed viable. In the past, he had dealt with similar problems by eliminating the source, but this time, he could not do that. His uncle had witnessed his defeat. With a resigned laugh, he accepted that he had no choice but to follow this path. Yet, he needed to calm his anger first. Zack was determined to do things his way, even if it meant taking the riskiest route. Failure could cost him his life, but he never worried about outcomes. If he failed, it was because he hadn't tried hard enough. If he succeeded, it was a testament to his efforts. That was Zack's ideal. He had never believed in luck or miracles. For him, they did not exist. If one failed, it was due to a lack of effort. If one succeeded, it was a reason to celebrate and take pride in oneself. Life was not easy without hard work toward one's goals. Zack could be arrogant, but he was not foolish. He understood the gravity of his situation. Since encountering his brother and receiving his uncle's blow, everything had been a harsh assessment of his circumstances. As he suspected, the situation was dire. He had never had a harmonious relationship with the leader or the other family members, and the impending punishment loomed over him. This was why his uncle had acted as he did. After years of training, Zack knew his uncle was trying to help him, even if it was bitter to admit. But in that moment, he felt he could trust no one, not even his uncle. Sometimes, fate had other plans, even when one's ideals differed. The decrees of destiny could not be challenged. Unbeknownst to Zack, this incident would alter his fate. For the first time, someone's destiny would change. An uncertain future awaited him, one in which he would decide whether to pursue happiness or succumb to hatred and suffering. Meanwhile, in the Yagyu household, a tense discussion filled the air, with anger reigning supreme. The leader of the house, Zack's father, shouted in disbelief at the situation. Takashi, Zack's brother, informed their father that his second favorite son had lost to a human in a one-on-one fight, bringing shame to the Yagyu name. The leader cautioned Takashi to watch his words, asserting that he had no favorites. He warned Takashi that if he was lying, it would not only be Zack who faced consequences. Dismissing Takashi, the leader watched as his brother left with a triumphant smile, having achieved his goal. Now, he just had to wait, as everything was going according to his plan. The leader seethed with anger, thinking about the trouble Zack continued to cause. His gaze fell upon a portrait on the wall, framed in gold with intricate designs. Depicted the leader's late wife, painted with such precision that it appeared lifelike. Her blue hair and golden eyes, along with her fair skin, exuded a unique beauty. What stood out most was the sword she held, slender and long, black with red details, a chain extending from its hilt to her hand. It was an unusual sight. The leader lamented that he had been close to that sword but had never been able to touch it. He mourned the loss of both his wife and the sword, blaming Zack for their disappearance. The leader's concern for the sword overshadowed even his grief for his wife's life. He was obsessed with that sword. He muttered to himself, filled with rage, that he would take revenge on that bastard. Takashi, standing at the exit of the treasure hall, wore a satisfied smile. He was aware of the events unfolding around him, and his father's behavior only filled him with disgust. He thought to himself that his father was doomed. Once his brother discovered the truth, the chains would break, and everything his father had built would crumble. Takashi walked away, his smile priceless. Just imagining his brother confronting their father filled him with excitement. Now that the moment had arrived, he planned to make the most of it. He had already set everything in motion for his plan and only had to wait to see how events would unfold. Although waiting was not his strong suit, he would endure it, eager to see what his brother's next move would be. A father obsessed with a sword, an elder son with unknown intentions, and a younger son with an uncertain future. The confrontation within the Yagyu family had begun. Chapter 14. The Inevitable Confrontation. Issei made his way home, feeling as though time was accelerating around him. A torrent of emotions surged within him, a mix of adrenaline and determination that flooded his senses. Sometimes, these emotional waves reminded him of his own humanity, a constant reminder of his earthly roots. His mind was occupied with thoughts of a special person who had unfortunately left his life. The idea of never seeing her again enveloped him in a gentle melancholy. He wished he could communicate his thoughts and feelings to her, even if just through a gesture. However, it felt as if something or someone was blocking his path. Issei vividly recalled his last conversation with Drake, his loyal dragon companion. After the competition, he had tried to reach out to him without success. It was a strange and bewildering situation. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when the world around him darkened, and the sky took on an unsettling reddish hue. The air filled with an oppressive silence, and Issei immediately understood that he was caught in an ambush. Despite being distracted by his thoughts, Issei smiled at the obvious hostility of his enemy. He recognized the name of his opponent, Zack, and acknowledged the challenge. With a slight tilt of his head, he elegantly dodged a surprise attack aimed at him. Even in the face of danger, his smile remained. Zack, taken aback, remarked that Issei was not human, which surprised him. Issei laughed lightly, responding that if he were not human, he would have already defeated Zack. He found the idea amusing, wondering if he had been hiring clowns for his circus. Zack's anger flared at Issei's mockery, and he began to attack with increased ferocity. Each swing of his sword was filled with destructive power, cutting through the air with a fearsome roar. Each strike resonated like the lament of a grieving creature. Issei, however, evaded with elegance and grace, taunting Zack with every move. As he dodged, he continued to provoke his opponent. Initially confident in his abilities, Zack soon realized that he was outmatched. He received a powerful blow to the chest that left him breathless. He staggered back, trying to regain his breath, his anger mingling with a growing fear. The impact caused a sharp pain that made him grit his teeth. Zack was astonished by the experience. He wondered if just one blow could affect him so deeply. Ignoring the pain, he focused on Issei, who remained calm with a smile. For a moment, Zack thought that the blow was a warning, revealing that he was not as weak as he had believed. It was comparable to the strikes of his uncle, perhaps even stronger. The mere thought of provoking someone more powerful than his uncle sent chills down his spine. Meanwhile, Issei felt a hint of boredom. His opponent was too weak, he hadn't even felt the real impact of the blow. If he had truly struck, Zack would have been defeated. His blow could have incapacitated a high-level demon or worse. Yet, Zack had endured. It was strange and somewhat admirable. Issei encouraged Zack to give him a real fight, questioning whether he had come to kill him. Zack, filled with determination, vowed to make Issei regret his words. Ignoring his earlier thoughts, he charged at Issei, seeking revenge and the restoration of his honor. Zack's skill with the sword was impressive, but to Issei, it seemed as if a child were wielding it. Issei expressed his disappointment, asking if that was truly all Zack had to offer. The provocation ignited Zack's fury, and he attacked with even greater speed and intensity. Each of his movements was charged with destructive power, and the air filled with the sound of his sword. Issei continued to evade the attacks effortlessly, mocking Zack's attempts. Zack, once confident, gradually realized the futility of his efforts against Issei. His pride began to crumble as he questioned whether all his training had been in vain. But surrender was not an option. Zack was determined to fight until the end, to die with his head held high. Despite being outmatched, he refused to let his pride be completely shattered. Finally, Issei broke through Zack's defense with a skilled maneuver, landing a precise blow to his stomach. Zack coughed up blood and staggered back, gasping in pain and frustration. Issei calmly remarked that he never thought Zack would be weaker than he appeared, believing he sought revenge because of his strength. But it seemed he had been mistaken. Despite his impending defeat, Zack continued to fight valiantly. His determination burned bright, and even though he was being overwhelmed, he would not allow his pride to be completely crushed. With great effort, Zack rose, gripping his sword firmly, and continued to attack fiercely. He employed every technique he had learned over the years, but Issei skillfully dodged all his strikes. Nevertheless, Zack pressed on with unwavering resolve. Couldn't help but be surprised by his opponent's tenacity. As he observed Zack's blank eyes, Issei realized that Zack had lost consciousness. His body was acting purely on instinct. Issei couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for his opponent's willpower, though he also considered it a foolish decision. Issei ultimately decided to end the fight with a simple gesture. Zack fell to the ground with a dull thud, yet his hand still gripped the sword tightly. Issei remarked to himself that for a demon with such an unpleasant aura, Zack had the body of a true swordsman. Suddenly, Issei felt an electric shock in his head, causing him to clutch it tightly. The pain was indescribable, and he realized that this aggression was not external but a direct attack on his mind. His vision blurred, and he struggled to remain conscious, but the pain was overwhelming. The exhaustion that swept over him from this sudden assault was immense, and he could no longer stand. Eventually, Issei collapsed to the ground, completely drained. Blood began to trickle from his nostrils, leaving him in a state of confusion. He fought to suppress a scream, but before he could express his agony, he lost consciousness. When Issei became aware again, he found himself in a desolate place, dark and devoid of life, surrounded by solitude. The ground was littered with bodies and pools of blood. Confusion engulfed him as this mental landscape was entirely unfamiliar. Without hesitation, he began to explore, but no matter how far he walked, he was always surrounded by corpses and blood stretching as far as the eye could see. He murmured to himself about the strangeness of the place. Suddenly, all the bodies lifted into the air and floated towards the sky, piling up over Issei, who had no time to escape. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a completely different location. This time, the environment was equally desolate but even more stripped of life. Issei felt a strange empathy with the surroundings but quickly regained his composure. As he prepared to explore, the sky distorted, revealing a place from his happiest memories, a landscape from his old world. The night sky was illuminated by countless stars, a village surrounded by majestic mountains and lush vegetation. It was truly beautiful. But suddenly, the landscape underwent a terrifying transformation. The sky turned red, half of the village lay in ruins, and the mountains crumbled. The beautiful memory morphed into a nightmare. Issei was at a loss for how to react. He could only watch as flames gradually consumed the village. He knew that reacting to a past that was merely visions was irrational, yet his emotions threatened to overflow, which he firmly controlled. It was then that a voice interrupted his thoughts, leaving him in shock. His body tensed as he recognized that voice. How could he not? It belonged to the person who had driven him to the brink of madness, someone special from his past. Meanwhile, Drake struggled with his wounded and exhausted body, trying to keep the seals from breaking. He cursed in frustration, wishing they would remain still. Until that moment, he had managed to keep the situation under control, but something had interfered with his work, causing a seal to break. At that point, he could do nothing but confront the threat, allowing the other seals to break or ignore it and focus on protecting the remaining seals. He chose the latter option, the safer route, but never imagined that she would attack him in such a way that it would leave him on the brink of death, forcing him to hide. The struggle inflicted tremendous mental damage on Issei. Now, he had no idea where that thing might be, but he was certain it brought nothing good. Its power was overwhelming, and he wasn't sure if it approached Issei's level, though he feared it might surpass it. But now, the greatest problem they faced was the mystery surrounding the other seals, which appeared significantly larger than the one that had just broken. A chill ran down Drake's spine as he imagined what they might contain. The previous seal had already proven to be challenging, but the uncertainty surrounding the remaining seals filled him with anxiety. If anything interfered with the containment process again, Drake wasn't sure if he would be able to stop it. His spirit was in a state of exhaustion, and it would take time for him to recover fully, which in turn weakened his power. Although he didn't want to admit it directly, Drake harbored intense curiosity about Issei's past, about who he had been in times long gone. A god? Or something even more astonishing? He longed to uncover the truth behind the enigma that was Issei. Chapter 15. The Encounter in the Nightmare. The desolate landscape burned with flames that devoured everything in their path, and what once seemed like a simple memory or vision revealed itself as a living nightmare. Before Issei stood the figure he had once considered his wife. The revelation left him speechless, his heart racing as his mind struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. His body yearned to approach and embrace her, seeking comfort amid the storm of emotions raging within him. However, the figure claiming to be his wife kept her face hidden in shadows, as if wanting to preserve the mystery surrounding her gaze. An oppressive silence filled the air, broken only by Issei's muffled breaths. In a desperate attempt to regain his composure, he struck his face, leaving a faint mark as evidence of his action. Despite the physical mark, his mind cleared. For a moment, Issei thought he was losing his sanity as his eyes remained fixed on his wife. At that moment, he realized how close he had come to falling into the trap of this illusion. He was fully aware of the trickery unfolding around him. He laughed at his own naivety, understanding that had he succumbed to this deception, he would have regretted his choice for all eternity. Nevertheless, the landscape continued to burn around him, the flames consuming everything in their path. It was a painful scene to witness, even for Issei, as it reminded him of a day long past, one that still lingered vividly in his memory. Issei knew that this nightmare was an illusion designed to push him to the brink of his sanity. His wife was nothing more than a product of his memories. Although he couldn't recall her face, her name remained etched in his mind, Anna. For him, Anna had been his salvation at one point, a beautiful woman who had accepted and completely dominated him. Time in his life that had been a full adventure. Issei felt a surge of fury as he confronted the illusion. He questioned how she could put him in this situation, challenging her with his anger. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, the terrifying flames extinguished, and the surroundings became still. Amidst the silence, heavy footsteps echoed ominously around him. Each step vibrated through the ground, filling Issei with a growing unease. The mysterious figure of Anna began to speak, recalling memories with a clarity that surpassed the clearest waters. Suddenly, she stopped in front of Issei, her face still hidden in shadows. The tension in the air was palpable, and her words carried a strange mix of mockery and seriousness that kept Issei on edge. She pointed out that he was no longer what he once was, now merely an ant compared to his former self, her disdain evident in her tone. Issei let out a bitter laugh, responding with irony. The figure of Anna seemed to tense, her form cracking like a fragile vase. Seeing this, Issei felt a sense of triumph. He had discovered the weakness of this illusion. He joked about her anger, but received no reply. Instead, Anna's figure crumbled completely, releasing a radiant darkness that engulfed everything in total blackness. There was no light, only darkness, which began to converge into a single shape. This shape resembled a dragon, but not an ordinary one. Issei observed cautiously as it manifested. Lifeless white eyes opened, indicating that this creature was far from common. It was a nightmare in itself. It emitted a chilling roar, a sound as horrific as a lament. The roar echoed throughout the area, and Issei stood firm, watching as the figure grew larger with each passing second. The creature unleashed a deafening roar, giving rise to a horde of shadows that emerged from the depths of the abyss. Each shadow advanced like a tormented soul, their wails filling the air and creating a cacophony of pain and suffering. It was as if hell itself had materialized before his eyes. All the shadows focused on Issei, charging at him with curses and accusations, as if blaming him for their demise. With a simple gesture, Issei dispelled them, making them vanish into nothingness. However, the figure wasted no time and launched an attack, though not in the way Issei had expected. Suddenly, memories from the past surged in Issei's mind, forcing him to take a step back. Each memory was a direct assault on his sanity, a reminder of times gone by that threatened to destabilize him completely. The figure laughed, mocking Issei's apparent incompetence, claiming he had become weak and was no longer the same person he once was. Issei sighed, shaking off the mental fatigue that had plagued him. He acknowledged the truth in her words. He was no longer who he had been. Now, he was better than that. In the blink of an eye, Issei appeared beside the figure, whose movements became frantic as it attempted to defend itself against his attacks. Each strike pushed the figure back, which struggled tenaciously to maintain its form. Enveloped in darkness and fury, the figure was unwilling to give up, managing to block some of Issei's blows, but most of them landed, forcing it to retreat with each impact. The distorted cries of the figure filled the air, a mix of rage and desperation. Finally, with a heart-wrenching cry, the figure managed to escape Issei's reach, its breath ragged, its form twisting as if made of shadows. It murmured in surprise, questioning what was happening. Issei approached the wounded figure with calm determination, drawing its attention as he moved gracefully around it. He pointed out that this version of himself surpassed his past self, stating that he didn't need to use all his power to defeat it. The figure gritted its teeth in frustration, expressing anger at Issei. It began to attack desperately, its sharp teeth snapping at him, but he dodged with supernatural agility. The figure's claws slashed through the air, missing him as he moved like a gust of wind. It unleashed dark powers in a futile attempt to strike him down, but each attack failed miserably. In a moment of respite, Issei decided to end the battle. With a swift motion, he disarmed the figure, wrenching the sword from its grasp. Now unarmed and weakened, the figure struggled to remain standing. Issei remarked on its weakness, noting that he had expected more power from it, thinking it had escaped the seal for a reason. But he realized he had been mistaken. Exhausted and wounded, yet still stubborn, the figure laughed weakly, hinting that it was not the only one who would act. Issei deduced that something more was at play. The seal could not have weakened on its own. Someone or something must have intervened. He leaned closer to the injured figure and asked who had broken the seal. He understood that these entities wouldn't have done it alone. There had to be external interference. The figure, with a cynical smile, responded with forced laughter, expressing surprise at Issei's naivety. It mocked him for being unchanged, claiming that love was a myth and that they had both suffered because of it. A scream of rage escaped the figure as it continued to laugh bitterly. Her words echoed in Issei's mind as he observed her every gesture with keen attention. Upon this revelation, he couldn't help but let out a sinister, twisted laugh. The figure, confused by his reaction, continued to struggle for freedom, though her strength was rapidly waning. Issei acknowledged that she had hit the nail on the head with one thing. He had indeed fallen in love again, just as he had in the past. She had said he hadn't changed, and perhaps she was right. His soul might not have altered, and his being might have remained the same, but he knew one thing had changed. Suddenly, he increased the gravity around them, causing the figure to groan in pain as she was pressed against the ground. He continued, his tone icy, explaining that to change, they must cease to exist, just like the others. She hadn't said it, but he was not the same as before. He was something worse. The figure's uncontrolled laughter bewildered him. She questioned whether he thought it would be easy to eliminate them, insisting they were no longer weak like in the past. Issei remained silent, processing her words. He was aware that these beings had been considerably strong before, and if her words held truth, it posed a significant problem for him. He watched as she continued to scream wildly, realizing that something was interfering with the seals. She taunted him, insisting he should kill her, for others would soon emerge and harm the one he loved most, just as they had in the past. That was the final straw. Issei's anger erupted, and with a surge of energy, he sent the figure flying. The blows did not stop there. They continued to rain down upon her. She attempted to reshape her form, but it was futile. Issei's strikes were too swift and precise, preventing any transformation. With his unleashed fury, he no longer held back as he had before. His blows resonated and shook the very ground. In the dark and silent atmosphere, only the figure's heart-wrenching screams could be heard. Each hit inflicted pain that resonated with her essence, causing her even more suffering. For a moment, she regretted provoking him, but it was too late for that. In a fit of rage and desperation, she shouted for him to reveal who was interfering with the seals. He knew he could not take these threats lightly. Ignoring the issues with the seals would be his greatest mistake. He could not allow history to repeat itself. The more he focused on the seals, the more memories he wished to forget resurfaced in his mind, memories of his past sins. The figure laughed wearily, revealing that he was the problem all along. Issei was taken aback, struggling to comprehend this revelation. The darkness loomed over Issei as his thoughts swirled in the storm of emotions unleashed by his confrontation with the figure. The silence that followed the battle felt deeper than ever, and the surrounding darkness was overwhelming. As he calmed down, he realized he was alone in the devastated landscape, with no trace of the figure he had faced moments before. The question of who had interfered with the seals remained unanswered, and the unsettling revelation that he himself might be the problem intrigued and disturbed him. How could he be responsible for the weakness of the seals that held those dark entities captive? This mystery tormented him. The laughter echoed around him, but Issei remained unmoved, showing no emotion. He stood there, analyzing his every action since arriving in this hellish place. Were his emotions the catalyst for all this chaos? Were his feelings the key to this enigma? He heard a deep, chilling voice, like an echo of the very darkness surrounding him, mocking him for his perceived lack of intelligence. The voice taunted him, questioning his belief that he, a mere mortal, could defeat it. It claimed immortality in this realm, declaring itself a god. Issei knew the voice emanated from the flames consuming the landscape, but he understood it was merely a puppet of its master. The voice continued to challenge him, asking what his next move would be and whether he would surrender. Issei did not respond immediately. Silence reigned in the desolate landscape. The destructive flames roared in the background, but the wind seemed to carry the promise of a new beginning, an opportunity to take control of his destiny. His internal struggle was evident in his expression. His mind was racing, trying to comprehend the nature of his situation. Accepting these feelings could unleash a cataclysm that would obliterate everything in its path. The creatures trapped within the seals were bloodthirsty monsters, dark reflections of himself. He was aware that he had been the unwitting creator of those abominations, and that knowledge tormented him. Although he deeply regretted his role in their creation, he could not ignore the threat they posed. Yet, Issei also understood that surrendering to these feelings would mean relinquishing his ability to love and feel. The decision was not easy, and his internal conflict was reflected in his gaze. The voice mocked him again, questioning his courage to face the truth. Issei closed his eyes for a moment, blocking out the external voices, and sought answers within himself. He knew that the key to resolving this dilemma lay within him. Finally, Issei opened his eyes, his gaze determined and his expression resolute. Though the internal struggle had not entirely faded, he had found an answer. He declared that the voice was mistaken, revealing that he had always believed he would never feel these emotions again, beautiful feelings he wished to experience forever. He paused, sighing heavily, his eyes filled with anger. He was fed up with it all. His heart faced a mix of emotions, anger and confusion. The anger he felt was not directed at his current situation but at his fate, a fate he had been unable to see in the past or present. Was his destiny interfering with his life? If so, it would all make sense. A destiny that only led to loneliness made falling in love seem pointless. That might be what any mortal would think, but Issei was not a mortal, he was something more. He had faced fate before, so why not do it again? Perhaps he could change this destiny. The voice that accompanied him remained silent, merely observing as Issei's aura grew stronger with each passing second. He expressed his frustration, questioning why they insisted that the seal was connected to his emotions. If they wanted to escape, why not simply join him without conflict? He paused to unleash more power, emphasizing that they were merely a small part of him. Why resist? Did they think they could take advantage of him simply because he appeared weak? With a determined step, the ground trembled beneath him. He challenged them, questioning their ability to destroy him when they themselves had changed. Another step shattered the darkness around him. He confronted the figure trembling in fear, crawling like a wounded serpent. He acknowledged their arrogance, comparing it to his own, but he found them truly pitiful. They blamed him for their plight, which only made him laugh. With another step, the gravity intensified, pinning the figure to the ground. The figure cried out in pain, struggling to move as the weight bore down on them. Suddenly, a massive sword descended from the sky, piercing the figure's back, eliciting another cry of anguish. But that was not the end. More swords rained down like meteors, striking the figure relentlessly. He mocked them, reminding them that he was the one in control, not them. With each blow, the figure shrank in size, their strength dwindling. The figure cursed him, claiming that others were stronger and would soon emerge to destroy everything he held dear. They doubted his ability to challenge fate, but before they could finish, Issei swiftly ended their existence, their form dissolving into a brilliant light that merged with him. He declared his certainty in overcoming the challenges ahead, and in an instant, everything around him began to glow. He expressed a desire to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Drake observed the seals flickering ominously, a dark aura surrounding them as blood flowed from the markings. He felt a mix of confusion and surprise at the strange situation unfolding before him. As time passed, the seals appeared to weaken, as if something were attempting to break free. With all his strength, Drake fought to maintain their integrity. He struggled to comprehend the situation, wondering what was happening as the possibility of the seals breaking grew. Just when it seemed they might give way, everything abruptly halted. The dark energy retreated into the seals, as if hiding from something. Issei's voice broke the silence, revealing he had arrived just in time to prevent disaster. Drake turned to see Issei, noticing a change in him that he couldn't quite identify, though he remained unmistakably Issei. The question lingered: what had changed? Drake acknowledged the annoyance of the seals, and Issei examined them closely, recognizing the dark shadows within that yearned for freedom. He inquired if Drake understood the true nature of the situation. Drake admitted he couldn't explain it but recalled a seal breaking unexpectedly. Seeing Issei's well-being led him to assume he had triumphed over the threat. Issei raised his hand and uttered incomprehensible words, causing chains to emerge from the ground, connecting to each of the 9 seals, as if he were reinforcing their strength. He murmured to himself that he couldn't allow things to end this way. He understood that if they managed to escape, he would face potential defeat and the chaos they could unleash. His power was still growing, and perhaps in the future he could rid himself of these burdens. He found humor in his situation, realizing that his internal battles seemed never-ending. Drake questioned Issei's intentions, but received no immediate response. Issei was lost in thought, pondering what actions to take. He felt as if he were repeating the steps of his past. He no longer feared reliving those moments, but he often wondered why it had to be this way. Did he not deserve the life he had always wanted? The answer remained uncertain, but it seemed his destiny would always follow the same path in every life. He sighed, gazing at the seals, expressing a feeling that his peaceful life could end at any moment. Drake understood what Issei was referring to, even though he hadn't spent much time with him. Thanks to a portion of Issei's memories, he could tell that Issei was simply seeking some peace, but it seemed that was not his destiny. One thing Drake was certain of was that Issei would overcome the barriers blocking him. If he didn't do it alone, Drake would be there to support him. From that moment on, they shared the same fate, a destiny that might lead to an end, but even if that happened, Issei could leave in peace. It was logical that he would do so. Until now, Drake had forced his hosts to fight against their rivals, but he never truly understood how his hosts felt until he saw Issei's memories. He realized that the life he had lived was pathetic compared to Issei's, even if it was hard for him to admit. He felt like a child in front of Issei. Perhaps his purpose for existing was to stand by Issei's side and support him until the end of time. Drake admitted to himself that peaceful days might soon come to an end, but he would be there to help Issei, as they were companions. Issei woke up feeling an overwhelming heaviness enveloping his body. He longed for relief from the pain and exhaustion consuming him. The sunlight filtering through his eyelids caused him immediate discomfort, as if he had been in complete darkness for an entire week. Despite his discomfort, he began to explore his surroundings and quickly realized he was in a surprisingly familiar room, his own. Confusion filled his mind. How had he gotten there? His memories were muddled, and the last clear image was of his body collapsing in the middle of the street. The only plausible assumption was that someone kind had found him in that deplorable state and brought him back home. The thought of having been lying in the street, vulnerable and in need of help, made him uncomfortable. He determined that once he discovered who had rescued him, he would express his deep gratitude. He didn't like the idea of owing anyone anything, especially if that person had helped him in a moment of crisis. Meanwhile, his mind drifted back to his attacker, Zek. As Issei pondered, the door to his room opened slowly, drawing his attention. A familiar voice entered the room, announcing his awakening. It was Yuma, who walked in calmly, holding a glass of water. She told him he needed to hydrate. Issei accepted the glass of water silently, but his eyes revealed his confusion. Had she been the one to bring him back home? Yuma explained that she had been very scared to find him lying in the street. At first, she thought he was hurt, but then realized he was simply unconscious. Issei nodded, still confused, and asked if she was the one who brought him there and how she knew where he lived. Yuma appeared nervous, stammering and fidgeting with her hands as she tried to find the right words. She had been watching Issei from a distance for a long time but couldn't reveal that without seeming like a stalker. She explained that she had encountered his mother on the way and offered to take him home, admitting it was her first time visiting. Her nervous laughter only added to Issei's confusion, but he decided not to press her further at that moment. He observed Yuma with curiosity. Despite being a fallen angel, she had a good heart. He wondered how she had lost her angel status. Before leaving the room to fetch him some food, Yuma instructed him not to get up, her cheeks still flushed. As she hurried out, Issei whispered to himself about how peculiar she was. In a dark corner of the city, Zach struggled to stay on his feet as he stumbled through a narrow alley. The pain in his stomach was unbearable, and his clothes were soaked in blood, making him look like a sinister specter in the night. He muttered to himself about the pain while clutching his wound, each step sending waves of agony through him. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in the alley, breaking the night's silence. A figure emerged from the shadows, asking if Zach was lost. Zach looked up, his haggard face hardening at the sight of a man concealed in darkness. The man's long hair obscured his eyes, but his teeth gleamed with malice. He wore a tattered black cloak stained with blood. The man sniffed the air like a predator and remarked on Zack's scent, revealing he was a shadow devourer, a natural enemy of demons. Zack knew the history of these ancient and terrifying creatures. The man seemed to envelop himself in black flames before vanishing, revealing a grotesque and eerie form. His twisted, dark body resembled a living shadow, with glowing red eyes that looked at Zack with hunger. The shadow devourer's mouth was filled with sharp fangs, eagerly licking the blood from his claws. He savored the blood, exclaiming it was the best he had ever tasted, but he wanted more. The creature entered a frenzy fueled by insatiable desire and lunged at Zack with a burst of speed. Zack instinctively drew his sword just in time to block the sharp claws aimed at his face. The sound of steel clashing against claws echoed in the alley as Zack agilely retreated, dodging the deadly strikes. The creature laughed with satisfaction, licking the blood from its claws, repeating its desire for more. The battle continued in a frenzy of agile movements and clever evasions, with Zack focused and determined despite his injury. He skillfully dodged another attack and countered with a swift strike of his sword, but the shadow devourer slipped back with surprising agility. The fight raged on, a chaotic dance of survival and instinct. Zack remained on guard, trying to find an opening in the creature's defense as it moved like a living shadow. The darkness of the alley seemed to favor the shadow devourer, which camouflaged itself and appeared suddenly. Zack wondered to himself why these creatures continued to survive while dodging another attack. Each movement required deadly precision, and he knew he could not afford to make a mistake. The creature taunted him, its laughter echoing in the alley. It declared that he could not escape, that he was its dinner, and it would consume him alive. The battle continued, and Zack realized he was facing a formidable enemy. The shadow devourers were a truly dangerous threat, and the wound inflicted by the girl caused him unbearable pain, complicating the fight even further. In a fit of rage, Zack vowed that he would not allow himself to be devoured. He would cut the creature's mouth and erase it from existence. The shadow devourer responded with sinister laughter, intensifying its attacks. It was a cunning and twisted adversary, known for toying with its prey until they were exhausted before beginning to consume them slowly, relishing each bite alongside the heart-wrenching cries of its victim. The struggle grew increasingly fierce. The creature seemed to be a master of evasion, disappearing into the shadows and reappearing elsewhere as if teleporting. Each wound Zack inflicted healed within seconds, and exhaustion appeared to have no effect on the creature, while Zack was on the verge of collapse. The resilience of the shadow devourers should not be underestimated. They could stand for years without showing signs of fatigue, contributing to their near immortality. The only thing that could end their lives was hunger. But everything changed in that fateful moment when they discovered the weakness that would end these creatures instantly. That weakness was... A barely audible whisper filled the alley, and a red sword pierced the chest of the shadow devourer. The creature roared in pain, and its body disintegrated, leaving a ghostly echo in the air. The sword fell to the ground, producing a beautiful metallic sound, like a nocturnal melody contrasting with the previous violence. Exhausted and wounded, Zack gazed at the sword in awe. He murmured the name of the sword, Ambracida. The sword mysteriously levitated and flew directly into the hands of its owner. Zack looked at the person who had helped him and recognized his uncle by his distinctive white hair, gently swaying in the night breeze. His uncle interrupted him with authority before he could finish speaking, pointing out that Zack looked pitiful. Not only had he lost to a human, but he had lost to one of the fallen. Zack accepted his uncle's words in silence, aware that any attempt at justification would only worsen his situation. At that moment, prudence advised him to keep quiet. His uncle then asked him to recount what had happened, giving him the opportunity to share the events that led to the confrontation with the shadow devourer. After listening to the story, Renjiro reflected on the situation. If the creatures had truly escaped, it would pose a serious problem for their lineage. He insisted they must inform the leader, as their family could find itself in a compromised position within the demon community. Zack remained silent and followed his uncle, still feeling the wound in his stomach, which would take time to heal completely. Renjiro tossed him a small vial, instructing him to use it, as the leader would be angry if he entered in such a state, leaving a negative impression. Zack examined the vial, which contained a phoenix tear. He hesitated, but stopped when he saw his uncle's serious expression. He expressed his gratitude, promising to repay the favor in the future. Renjiro did not respond, but a small smile formed on his face. Zack broke the vial and applied its contents to his wound, and in an instant, his body healed completely. It was remarkable how this substance could heal all wounds instantly, which was why it was famous in the demon world. Once healed, Zack prepared to follow his uncle. It had been a long time since he had met the leader, and he wondered how events would unfold when he finally encountered him. The expansive conference room of the Yagyu mansion was shrouded in darkness, the dim candlelight illuminating a majestic ebony table. At the end of the room, two figures stood while a third figure writhed in anger. Zack and his uncle, Renjiro, were informing the family leader about recent events. This leader, an imposing and mysterious figure, remained in the shadows, anxiously awaiting good news. However, what he heard filled him with fury. The problems with the demon gates were arising at a critical moment, with his own son present and the watchful eyes of the demon clan council upon them. He could not afford mistakes, especially not the disgrace of his prestigious family. Renjiro cautiously mentioned the issues with the gates, stating they awaited orders to resolve the matter immediately. The leader did not respond right away. His silence was tense and filled with repressed anger. His blue eyebrows furrowed with rage, and his deep blue eyes appeared bloodshot as he clenched his fists tightly. This leader of the Yagyu family, known for his perfection and precision in every move, now seemed threatened by an unexpected twist of fate. His meticulous plans had taken a 90-degree turn, and doubt began to cloud his mind. How had the creatures escaped? What consequences would they face? Could they lose the prestige of their name? Such questions tormented his pride and self-esteem, eroding his confidence. He had designed the gate himself, so any failure in its operation would mean complete humiliation. It was a problem of unimaginable proportions. In a fit of desperation, he demanded to know what they were waiting for and ordered them to discover what had happened. Renjiro accepted the order without question, but Zack felt a knot of anger in the back of his throat. Was this the leader his mother had loved? A man driven by impulse and devoid of logic? Zack wondered how his mother had fallen in love with someone like him. He followed his uncle, Renjiro, toward the exit of the room, but before crossing the threshold, he couldn't help but display a defiant expression. Renjiro's words echoed in his mind, pricking at his pride. Renjiro murmured with resignation, urging Zack to listen to his leader's orders. In that moment, Zack's face darkened, and the anger that resided within him surged. He despised his leader with every fiber of his being. To Zack, this man did not deserve the title of leader. He was a ruthless and selfish individual who had no place in Zack's heart or family. From the moment he was born, he had only received his father's cold gaze. He had nearly lost his life once trying to prove his worth in his father's eyes, only to be ignored and scorned. His father's look was always filled with contempt and disgust. Why did he hate him so much? That question had haunted Zack for as long as he could remember. It was an unanswered question that obsessed him more than anything else. Now, with his heart burning with rage and his eyes gleaming with hatred, he followed his uncle in silence. In that moment, he wished for only one thing: the downfall of that leader. It didn't matter if he begged for mercy. Zack would tear him apart and make him eat the dust he so despised. As they exited the Yagyu mansion, the sky displayed a reddish hue, and dark clouds seemed to anticipate an impending storm. The once lush vegetation surrounding the mansion was practically extinct, creating a sense of loneliness and desolation in the area. Upon reaching the main door, they encountered what had once been a beautiful garden full of life and color. Now, only gray weeds and flowers that had lost their beauty remained, mourning in dark tones. Renjiro gazed at the garden, nostalgia crossing his face. He had lived happy moments there in the past, but he had no time to reminisce now. He had an order to fulfill. However, his nephew's words made him stop in his tracks. Zack asked why she had to leave, not turning his face toward Renjiro, as if fearing to see the answer reflected in his expression. Renjiro looked at his nephew with a mix of sadness and sympathy. He knew exactly who Zack meant by she, and he had no answer for that painful question. He had never had the chance to mourn or care for anyone, but seeing his nephew engulfed in sadness touched him in some way. "I wish I could give you an answer, Zack," Renjiro replied quietly. "But we have an order to fulfill, remember?" Zack nodded silently, aware that there was no time for reflection. Despite his uncle's evident response, Renjiro's calmness in situations that would drive anyone else to madness remained a mystery to Zack. Although it was Renjiro who had raised him, he could never fully understand him. To Zack, Renjiro was like an enigma wrapped in a cloak of serenity, a figure who showed no emotions to the world. Only once, long ago, had he seen his uncle smile. The memory of that smile faded in his mind, as if it belonged to another life. "We must hurry," declared Renjiro, interrupting Zack's thoughts. "We don't want the situation to worsen." Zack nodded again and followed his uncle as he made a subtle gesture with his hands. From the darkness of his magic, Renjiro summoned a creature that was half eagle and half lion, which roared fiercely before taking flight. Zack and Renjiro settled on its back, and within seconds, they were soaring through the skies. Zack questioned why they didn't simply teleport, curious about his uncle's choice. Renjiro sighed and explained that there was much for Zack to learn about these matters. He elaborated that these creatures could detect magic from miles away and were particularly sensitive to demon magic. The mere presence of a demon could send them into a magical frenzy, unleashing their powers uncontrollably. Zack nodded, quickly grasping the reason behind his uncle's choice. However, Renjiro continued, explaining that the portal must be weakened at that moment, but if they teleported near it, it would break immediately. The door was sensitive to magic from the outside. Renjiro's information resonated in Zack's mind, leaving him silent as they continued flying toward an unknown destination. The cool evening breeze brushed against their faces, and the sky was painted in reddish hues. In that direction, a halo of mystery and danger awaited as they approached the demonic gates. It wasn't long before they reached their destination. The creatures soared as if escaping into space, but soon Zack realized that was not the case. Renjiro warned him to hold on tight. Zack obeyed in silence, gripping the creature's back firmly. The beast dove downward like a meteor in free fall. At that moment, a black portal formed just a few feet from the ground, resembling a whirlpool in water. The whirlpool spun violently, but the creature was undeterred. Without hesitation, it plunged directly into the dark vortex, disappearing inside to emerge in a completely different place. The sky in this new location was dark due to the black clouds that covered it, and instead of mud, the ground was covered in large red chains, giving it a hellish appearance. The beast continued to soar before slowly descending to the ground. They had arrived at their destination. Before them stood the much-discussed door, an imposing structure with generous dimensions and a deep dark blue hue that emitted a violet light from within. This glow illuminated the surrounding area, creating a palpable atmosphere of tension. Zack could feel the dark and dangerous energy emanating from the demonic door, an energy that felt unsettlingly familiar. It was the same aura he had sensed before, the same ominous darkness. The coincidence could not be ignored. "As I feared," Renjiro whispered to himself. "Those things have awakened suddenly. Now, it seems they want to come out. But what I don't understand is how they managed to do so if the door is still closed." While Renjiro pondered, Zack remained captivated by the monumental door before him. He was contemplating the creation of his father, and surprise quickly overtook him. "So this is the grand door that man built," Zack reflected. He surveyed the door with awe, marveling at its magnitude and the mysterious way his father had conceived a structure that housed another dimension within. Suddenly, a powerful thud echoed through the area, shaking Zack and Renjiro. Each impact resonated with greater force than the last, causing the door to tremble in its place. Renjiro wore a serious expression as he prepared for what was to come. Just as Zack was about to ask a question, Renjiro pulled a blue crystal from his pocket and handed it to Zack. Confused by the gift, Zack struggled to understand its purpose. He asked what it was, and Renjiro maintained his serious demeanor as he explained that once the entity opened the door, he would attempt to close it again. Zack's task would be to seal it once more. Although it would be a temporary seal, it would give them time to prepare. Before Zack could respond, the portal emitted a dull sound that reverberated throughout the area. They had broken the door. Renjiro watched as the door crumbled, and all hope of sealing it again to buy time vanished. He whispered in disappointment that it seemed too late. The door glowed red and formed a portal from which a multitude of shadows emerged, creating a chilling uproar that shook the ground. Zack observed these creatures and realized they were different from the ones before, more powerful and terrifying. Before he knew it, he found himself in his uncle's arms, ready to teleport away. The last thing he saw was a humanoid shadow emerging from the portal with a wide grin, triggering a long-buried memory. A voice celebrated behind the horde of creatures, proclaiming their freedom and commanding their minions to eliminate anyone who stood in their way. This time, they would conquer the world. The creatures roared in response and began to rise into the sky, seeking an exit to the outside world. Meanwhile, Issei lay peacefully asleep in a corner. His eyes slowly opened, and he became aware of the situation when the ground shook, jolting him from his slumber. He thought to himself that someone had chosen the worst possible moment for a grand entrance, lamenting his bad luck for being interrupted even in sleep. Chapter 19. Battle at the Threshold of Hell. In the midst of a bloody conflict, a furious voice echoed, urging the fighters to battle, declaring that this war was a reflection of their pride. They were in the thick of a fierce battle, where the chaos of war enveloped the combatants. It was a brutal war, a fierce struggle between the demons of the Yagyu clan and the terrifying creatures recently released from their cursed seal, known as the Shadow Devourers. These abominations emerged from their confinement with a thirst for vengeance and an insatiable hunger. They had remained hidden, harboring resentment for centuries, and now the opportunity to unleash their destructive appetite had arrived. The demons of the Yagyu clan did not hesitate upon learning that the door had been breached. Their duty was to guard that door, and that purpose had given meaning to their existence for generations. Failing in this task would leave an indelible stain on their honor and a wound that would never heal. The leader of the Yagyu family, an imposing demon with centuries of wisdom and power, stood at the forefront of his people, instilling courage and determination. Although fear lurked in every corner of his being, he could not afford to show weakness before his followers. The weight of responsibility bore down on him, and his face, marked by the ages, reflected the gravity of the moment. The battlefield was thick with a sense of impending disaster as the two sides clashed violently. The roars of the Shadow Devourers created a nightmarish symphony, their howls of hatred filling the air. The flames of war and magical power intertwined in a macabre dance, weaving a tapestry of chaos and destruction. The demons of the Yagyu clan were prepared to give their all in defense of their legacy and honor. They understood that this battle was not just for survival, but for the integrity of their family and lineage. In the shadows of this apocalyptic confrontation, the fate of both sides hung by a thread, and the demon world trembled under the weight of this epic clash. The leader, sensing the urgency of the situation, continued to rally his troops. He urged them to wield their swords, declaring that the sword was their only ally in this war. He commanded them not to hesitate and to eradicate the threat completely, insisting that these fallen beings were nothing but a plague on their world. His voice resonated through the chaos, revitalizing his forces. Hearing their leader's shouts, the demons of the Yagyu clan redoubled their efforts. Their eyes reflected unwavering determination as they wielded their sharp swords, cutting down the creatures with ferocity. Amidst this titanic struggle, Zack and his uncle Renjiro found themselves together. After hastily returning from witnessing the inevitable destruction of the door, they rushed to alert their leader. Without hesitation, the leader gathered all clan members to confront the looming threat. In that moment, Zack witnessed his father preparing for war for the first time. Unlike his previous indifferent and apathetic demeanor, his father approached this situation with seriousness and determination. It was clear he had grasped the gravity of the moment. This was no longer a personal concern but a problem affecting the entire clan. The leader was fulfilling his duty, protecting his family and guiding them into battle. Renjiro intercepted a sword aimed at Zack, who had momentarily been distracted by the chaotic battle, and swiftly dispatched the creature with precise movements. He warned Zack not to lose focus, reminding him that they were in the midst of a war, and a moment's distraction could be fatal. Zack acknowledged his uncle's warning but began to explain himself. Renjiro interrupted, insisting that there was no time for talk and that Zack needed to concentrate on defeating the creatures. Despite being young and inexperienced, with the sword in hand, he would have no trouble taking down these abominations. Zack wielded the sword with ease, admiring the weapon he had desired since childhood. It was specifically designed to slay the shadow devourers. The red blade that Zack held shone brightly as it began to gather power along its edge. With a fierce cry, Zack swung the sword, vanquishing the creatures in his path. The rest of the Yagyu clan demons joined his assault, but no matter how many shadow devourers they defeated, their numbers did not dwindle. Instead, they seemed to multiply. Zack, while fighting alongside his uncle, noticed the strange situation. Renjiro acknowledged the problem, expressing his concern that these creatures did not decrease in number but grew stronger over time. He fought his way through the swarm, heading toward their leader to report the unusual circumstances. The leader of the Yagyu family observed the battle and acknowledged the situation. He instructed Renjiro to return to his position, maintaining his focus on the fight. Renjiro felt a mix of frustration and sadness as he approached his brother, the leader, unable to communicate his worries. Renjiro called out to the clan, urging them to search for the subqueen, suspecting they had one of the mother creatures among them. He instructed them to follow the red color, identifying the subqueen. Renjiro smiled at his brother, hiding the pain in his heart as he pushed through the throng of creatures, now searching for his nephew amidst the chaos. Zack found himself in the midst of a fierce battle, fighting with determination. Despite years of training, he still had not achieved the strength he desired. Even with the special sword in his hands, his power paled in comparison to that of his brother, Takashi. Takashi's voice interrupted Zack, taunting him about his struggles despite wielding the sword. Zack responded with a firm tone, trying to maintain his composure despite the tension between them. Takashi, with a calm smile, irritated Zack further, suggesting he find another place to fight, as his anger was affecting his motivation. Renjiro, visibly frustrated, urged the brothers to set aside their disputes and focus on the battle. They both nodded, putting aside their rivalry to concentrate on the fight, though the tension lingered. Zack took a deep breath, focusing on his goal of finding the queen of the creatures. He yearned for recognition, knowing that to become the clan leader in the future, he needed to surpass his brother and achieve remarkable feats in the war to earn the clan's trust. With renewed determination, Zack pressed forward through the creatures, intent on proving his worth amidst the chaos of battle. Meanwhile, the Yagyu family leader had already slain a subqueen and was determined to eliminate any threats in his path. Although defeating these creatures posed little challenge for him, he felt an unusual concern. Suddenly, his instincts warned him of a life-threatening attack. In a swift motion, he tilted his head aside, narrowly avoiding a laser that grazed his face, leaving a burning mark on his cheek. The attack he evaded obliterated everything in its path, causing an explosion that took out several creatures. The leader remarked on the lack of remorse in killing his own kind, turning to face the source of the attack. He saw a horrific creature, worthy of the darkest corners of hell, with 9 horns protruding from its head and eyes filled with hatred. Its jagged teeth were ready to tear flesh, and blood dripped from its fangs. The creature's robust body was adorned with dragon-like red scales and sharp claws stained with blood. The creature, with a sinister smile, acknowledged the leader, reminding him of a past promise to kill him. The leader, unfazed by the monster's appearance, replied with unwavering determination, recalling their past oath and vowing to eliminate it from existence if it ever returned. The ancient foe laughed maniacally before revealing a hidden sword from its chest, a deep red blade connected to its heart by crimson chains. It taunted the leader, asking if he remembered the sword, causing surprise to flicker across the leader's face. The leader stared at the sword in astonishment. The creature confirmed it was the same sword that belonged to a significant figure from their past, now enhanced. It then inquired about the woman's name, but the leader responded with a calm bitterness, expressing his disdain for demons who hide their true natures and cause harm in silence. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, the leader drew his sword and charged at the creature. The clash of their blades echoed loudly, and the energy from their confrontation filled the air as they engaged in a deadly duel. The battlefield, littered with debris and remnants of the fallen, bore witness to their epic struggle. Both warriors wielded their swords with unyielding strength, their eyes shining with a mix of determination and mutual disdain. The creature attacked fiercely, launching lethal strikes with its enhanced sword. The leader blocked each blow with swift and precise movements. The sound of their swords clashing resonated like thunder, sending shockwaves through the ground. The creature pressed on, demanding to know the whereabouts of the woman, expressing a desire to fight her again, recalling how she was the only one who taught it what defeat felt like. It taunted the leader about her fate, reminding him that she had died. The leader growled, countering with a series of precise strikes, urging the creature to stop speaking nonsense. Even in death, that would not change your inevitable end. The intensity of the battle escalated, and magical energy filled the air as the conflict grew fiercer. The creature unleashed a magical spell, but the demon leader skillfully deflected it with a swift movement of his sword. The resulting explosion created a crater in the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. The creature taunted, questioning whether the leader remembered why things had come to this. It wondered what might have happened if she had still been alive, if she would have allowed the door to break, if she would have permitted this chaos. Surely not, it implied, with a sarcastic tone as it continued its assault. The demon leader responded with a bitter laugh, acknowledging that the creature remained the same as before, relying on words and mental tricks. That woman had defeated it for good reason. With a final effort, she had disarmed her enemy, leaving its sword on the ground. The demon leader raised his sword, pointing it at the defeated creature. Its time had come to an end. However, the creature wore a twisted smile. It acknowledged that while its time might be over, the leader would have to face the consequences of his actions. It hoped he would not flee as he had in the past, laughing ominously. With one last, decisive strike, the demon leader ended the battle, cutting down his foe. The creature's body crumbled to ashes, and the leader stood in silence, aware that this victory came with implications he had to confront. As the red sky began to tremble, as if reality itself were fracturing, it finally shattered like glass. From the fissures in the sky emerged terrifying creatures. But this time, they were not mere shadow devourers, they were the red shadow devourers. These abominations, with their twisted forms and hungry mouths filled with sharp teeth, radiated an unfathomable aura of evil. Behind this horde of nightmares advanced the very creature that had slain the demon leader of House Yagyu. The leader recognized it, whispering to himself that it was as despicable and bothersome as it had been in the past. Clad in a mantle that radiated dignity and with an indomitable spirit, the demon leader stood firm before the multitude of abominations looming over him. His gaze was fierce and determined, challenging the infernal creatures that threatened his existence. With a thunderous voice, he proclaimed, cutting through the tension like a blade. He addressed the gathering, his words resonating in the charged air. On this day, at this moment, they would face the weight of their actions. He urged his brothers and sisters of House Yagyu to look around. These creatures might be terrifying, but they were the last bastion of hope, the flame that burned in the darkest night. On this day, they would make known the existence and fate of the Yagyu clan, and together, they would fight to honor their ancestors and protect the legacy entrusted to them. They were the embodiment of bravery and loyalty, and they would not allow any nightmare from hell to subjugate them. The leader's rallying cry resonated in the hearts of every demon of the Yagyu clan surrounding him. His words served as a reminder of their legacy, igniting the fire of courage within their souls. They rose, ready to defend their honor, lineage, and legacy, no matter how horrific the adversities they faced. Now, they would go forth and fight until their last breath, in pursuit of the victory that was destined to be theirs. The atmosphere crackled with electricity, and the demon leader plunged into the forefront of the battle, wielding his sword with skill and bravery. Behind him, the warriors of the Yagyu clan united in an unwavering display of determination, prepared to confront the nightmarish creatures before them. Together, they would challenge the shadows with courage, determined to write another chapter in the legendary history of the Yagyu clan. Chapter 20: The Fate of the Yagyu House. The war between the demons of the Yagyu house and the Shadow Devourers had entered its second, fierce wave. The battlefield was a chaotic scene of clashing swords, furious shouts, and dark magic. Victory felt like a distant dream as the fighters plunged into the nightmare of battle. Death no longer frightened them. They had prepared for this moment, sharpening their swords and hardening their hearts, ready to face their fate without hesitation. In a brief moment of doubt, they considered seeking help from other demonic clans. If they lost this battle, the demon world could descend into a conflict that threatened the balance with the human world and the celestial realm. However, the leader of the Yagyu house, holding his pride with determination, quickly dismissed that idea. Asking for help was not an option. Their pride and the honor of their clan had to be upheld at all costs. Requesting assistance at such a critical moment would only make their house appear weak. The leader shouted with a voice full of fury and determination, rallying his army. He urged them not to fear their foolish opponents. The battlefield echoed with the cries of the Yagyu demons as they wielded their swords and faced the Shadow Devourers with bravery. Despite the overwhelming numbers and power of their enemies, they did not retreat. It was a confrontation where pride and loyalty surpassed the fear of death. The Yagyu house was determined to defend its legacy and protect its place in the demon world, no matter the adversities they faced. However, the leader observed the situation around him with concern. His followers no longer had the stamina they once did, and with each passing minute, they lost another member of their clan. The blood of the Yagyu house stained the ground. The price of the battle was becoming exorbitant. He thought to himself that if this continued, they would not last much longer. He looked to the sky and saw his subordinates falling one by one, but he also noticed the fallen bodies of the Shadow Devourers. It was a bloody war that could not drag on any longer. The leader gripped his sword tightly, spread his demonic wings, and soared into the sky, heading directly toward the enemy's leader. Meanwhile, Zack, fighting with the last of his strength, watched as his father ascended into the air. He understood the meaning of his father's actions. He was a man willing to sacrifice everything to honor the name of their clan. Zack had tried to understand him since childhood, but he had never fully succeeded. He had never seen his mother, nor did he know her name or what she looked like. All he knew was that she had passed away from an incurable illness, but Zack had his suspicions. Had his father been the one to cause her death? Or were there more secrets behind that tragedy? Perhaps in time he would find answers to those troubling questions. Takashi, observing Zack's concern for their father, made a sarcastic remark, but Zack firmly responded that they were in the midst of a war for their clan, and feelings were useless in this blood-soaked field. He urged his brother to focus on the fight. Takashi chuckled softly as he moved away from Zack, but his eyes betrayed what his face did not show. Zack knew his brother well. He was a flattering and manipulative demon by nature. Zack looked at his trembling arms, aching from the effort. The sword still retained its initial shine, but his body was at its limit, exhausted from the strain. He wondered why he had less endurance than the others. But his question found an immediate answer. Renjiro, Zack's uncle, interrupted him, advising that he should learn to use the sword more efficiently. Zack nodded, though he did not fully understand his uncle's words. He had an idea of what he meant. The sword, designed to face these creatures, was effective but had a crucial disadvantage. It absorbed his magical energy as the battle progressed. Zack swung the sword and released a wave of energy through it. As he suspected, the sword absorbed more magic than it released in that attack. Efficiency in battle would be essential to preserve his energy in a fight that clearly would not end soon. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, the leader of the Yagyu house was engaged in a fierce confrontation with his lifelong nemesis. He growled in frustration, struggling to dodge a series of rapid, lethal strikes from his enemy. The king of all shadow devourers, King, responded calmly amidst the chaos of combat, stating that his annoyance was just as persistent as ever. The two demon warriors continued their struggle, clashing swords in a duel that seemed endless. The leader's movements were powerful and precise, but King, driven by inhuman strength, appeared to evade and counter every attack with astonishing skill. As the fight progressed, their words intertwined with the sounds of steel clashing against steel. King declared that the Yagyu had underestimated the shadow devourers, asserting that they had evolved and were now stronger than ever. The leader growled in frustration and countered with a series of swift, lethal moves. Each strike carried the determination to protect his clan and uphold his pride. But King was not easily defeated. With remarkable agility, he dodged the attacks and retaliated with a blow that sent the leader of the Yagyu house staggering backward. King taunted that the clan was doomed and that they could no longer defeat him. He proclaimed that the demon world would bow before the shadow devourers. The leader, wounded but not defeated, rose with determination. He knew this battle was more challenging than he had ever imagined. But he would not give up. In that moment, an explosion of demonic energy surrounded him, and his eyes shone with fierce intensity. He declared that the story did not end there and that his clan would prevail, protecting their place in the demon world at any cost. The epic confrontation continued as the leader of the Yagyu house fought to protect his own, while King sought to assert his dominance over the demon world. The battle was far from over. The struggle between the leader of the Yagyu house and King reached its climax as both demon warriors unleashed their full power and skill. Every strike and movement was a testament to his determination and ferocity. King, with a confident smile on his face, launched an unstoppable attack. His sword clashed against that of the leader of the Yagyu house, and a glow of dark magic filled the air. The force of the impact caused the leader to stagger back a few steps. It was time for the leader to accept his fate, King declared, his voice resonating with an unfathomable darkness. The leader of the Yagyu house regained his composure, his gaze filled with determination. He knew he could not afford to lose this battle, not just for his pride, but for the survival of his clan. With a fierce battle cry, the leader charged at King, attacking with a series of swift and deadly movements. He landed a couple of blows that pushed King back, but the Shadow Devourer King remained unfazed. In a moment of clarity, King spotted an opening in the leader's defense. With astonishing speed, he seized the opportunity and launched a decisive attack. His sword pierced the heart of the leader of the Yagyu house, and a heavy silence fell over the battlefield. The leader looked at King in disbelief. The clan had fallen, King whispered as he withdrew his sword. With a push, the leader collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. With a weak voice, the leader murmured a curse, his eyes slowly closing. King remarked on the leader's stubbornness, noting that this was the end for him and his proclaimed family, or rather his clan now. He reminded the leader that he was not the same as in the past. Once more, King swung his sword, severing the leader's head from his body. In his final moments, the leader recalled the faces of his wife and children, whispering an apology as life faded from his eyes. Thus ended the story and fate of the Yagyu clan leader. News of the leader's death spread like wildfire across the battlefield, plunging his followers into despair. Defeat seemed imminent, and the demon world trembled on the brink of chaos. Renjiro cried out in desperation as he fought his way toward the lifeless body of his leader. Consumed by uncontrollable fury, he charged through everything in his path until he reached where his brother lay. With a heavy heart and tears in his eyes, Renjiro lifted the lifeless body of his leader, removing it from the battlefield as if to protect its honor and dignity in death. He gazed at the headless body, accepting this fate with a resigned sigh. His leader, his brother, was gone. Now, all that remained was to avenge him and protect the honor of his family and clan. Renjiro's eyes burned with rage as he looked at King, the Shadow Devourer King responsible for his brother's death. He felt the weight of guilt for not being able to prevent the tragedy, for not being by his side when he needed him most. Fury and a thirst for vengeance filled Renjiro as he prepared to confront King. Though his agility and strength were inferior to his brother's, his skill and technique exceeded expectations. King remarked with a mocking smile that he had a brother, expressing surprise at discovering that the leader had a sibling. However, he dismissed the idea that it would matter if he sent Renjiro to join him. In a swift and skillful move, Renjiro managed to cut King's arm. The Shadow Devourer King growled in pain and anger as he stepped back, clutching the bleeding wound. King's advantage was dwindling, and determination burned in Renjiro's eyes. But King did not relent. He continued to attack fiercely, forcing Renjiro to retreat. Although Renjiro was at a disadvantage in terms of brute strength, he did not stand idly by. With agile and precise movements, he countered each of King's attacks. Their swords clashed with such force that the ground trembled, leaving even King astonished. King noted that Renjiro was truly interesting, even more so than his brother. He acknowledged Renjiro's strength and speed, expressing a twisted admiration. He declared that he would grant Renjiro the honor of dying at the hands of the Shadow Devourer King. King's arm regenerated as if nothing had happened, and his power continued to rise. His agility and strength had increased dramatically, fighting with a strange technique that eliminated any possibility of weakness. It was as if he learned every movement in an instant, only to dismantle that technique, which was simply terrifying. Exhausted but unyielding, Renjiro paused in the fight to ask how King had freed himself. King smiled maliciously and replied that the question was not how, but who had liberated him. Unfortunately, he did not know. However, that someone had left him with a task to fulfill. It was intriguing, he mused, to be freed and, in return, have to take someone's life. Quite simple. Renjiro surveyed the ruined battlefield and the destroyed gate, the once beautiful red sky now a deep blue, with a crack from which shadow devourers continuously emerged. He wondered aloud if this was the fate of the Yagyu clan. In a decisive gesture, he grasped the sword of his fallen leader. He questioned whether this destiny could be changed. If fate sought to destroy his clan, no, his family, then he would create a new destiny himself. In a swift motion, he fused his leader's sword with his own, creating a new weapon, a sword with a chain connecting it to his arm, a perfect replica of the sword once wielded by the leader's wife. King, taken aback, exclaimed at the sight of the sword. Renjiro murmured that it was his destiny to fight with honor for the future of his family. He declared himself Renjiro Yagyu, ready to battle even against the same fate. A brilliant light erupted from the fused sword as a whirlwind of chains surrounded Renjiro. When the chains dissipated, they revealed a rejuvenated Renjiro, looking younger and clad in a black robe that covered his entire body. His eyes glowed an intense red, and his long white hair flowed as if caressed by an invisible breeze. King looked at Renjiro with disbelief and a hint of fear. Renjiro had unleashed a power that far exceeded expectations, a power that no Yagyu had wielded in generations, a power that had only been used in the past, but using it came with a significant cost. King stepped back, astonished, recognizing the power of the shadow. He had never thought he would witness such power again after so much time had passed. With determination, Renjiro smiled and declared that King would never see this power again, for his life had reached its end, and the fate of the Yagyu clan would change forever, regardless of whether it was for better or worse. With his newfound appearance and strength, Renjiro charged into a final battle against King. The two demonic warriors clashed in a fierce confrontation, their supernatural powers and abilities shaking the battlefield. The sound of their swords colliding echoed like thunder as they moved with superhuman speed. It was an epic struggle, a fight for honor, pride, and the destiny of the Yagyu house. Meanwhile, Zack watched the battle with a mix of awe and concern. His uncle Renjiro had changed dramatically and unleashed an impressive power. Yet, he knew the intensity and danger of the fight, and he feared for his uncle's life. He wished he could join the fray, but he understood that he was not yet ready to face an opponent as formidable as King. Takashi, observing his uncle and King in combat, felt a pang of envy and a desire for power. He recognized that he was far from matching his uncle's skill and strength, which frustrated him. However, he also understood that, at this moment, the best he could do was to survive this devastating war. The fate of the Yagyu clan was at stake, and the struggle for the future of the demon world was reaching its climax. The question remained whether Renjiro's will and power would be enough to change the destiny of his family and clan, or if they would succumb to the darkness of the shadow devourers. To be continued. Chapter 21. When Worlds Collide. Chaos had erupted in both worlds, and the consequences of the battle had transcended the boundaries between the demon realm and the human realm. In the human world, the repercussions were significant, though not as devastating as in the demon realm. Amid the emergency, a desperate demon bowed before the imposing figure of Surzex, their leader. The tension in the air was palpable as the demon urged him about the situation. Surzex, with his serene and determined gaze, assessed the chaos unfolding in the human world. He knew that the Yagyu house had not managed to completely halt the threat. A man of few gestures, his determination was evident as he ordered the others to prepare for defense. It became clear to him that the Yagyu clan had failed to stop the shadow devourers. He instructed his allies to defend the house. As they prepared for battle in the human realm, Surzex watched intently as the sky shattered like a mirror, allowing the same creatures that had ravaged the demon realm, the shadow devourers, to emerge. They poured forth from the dimensional rift like a dark and menacing tide. Surzex noted their emergence, likening it to ants swarming from their nests, but he reminded himself not to underestimate them. With a swift motion, he teleported near the invasion portal and unleashed powerful magical attacks that disintegrated the shadow devourers with a mere touch. His power was undeniable, but he did not stop there. Surzex released an aura of pure destruction, a wave of energy that swept away everything in its path, calmly remarking that they were merely a horde of weak creatures arriving. However, amidst his relentless counterattack, something unusual happened with the portal. It began to expand far beyond expectations, and from within it emerged creatures of various sizes and forms, like a swarm of hungry flies. In a sudden and surprising movement, they lunged directly at Surzex. Remaining calm, the demon leader enveloped himself in his aura of destruction, creating a protective barrier to repel the imminent attack. He acknowledged that over time, these creatures grew stronger. As he surveyed the rapid spread of chaos, he realized the battle had wreaked havoc in the demon realm. The devastation was immense, and suffering spread everywhere as demons fought desperately to contain the invasion of the shadow devourers. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the intensity of the power emanating from the portal above them. It was a level of energy that immediately alerted him. Then, he saw something that left him astonished and somewhat uneasy. A shadow devourer of an unusual deep red color, adorned with 9 twisted horns, eyes filled with hatred, and a sinister expression unlike any creature he had encountered before. The creature, identifying itself as King, the king of the shadow devourers, emerged from the portal with a malicious grin. It declared that it had not set foot in this place for a long time and mentioned feeling a bit hungry. Surzex regarded King with caution, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing and dangerous. He questioned whether this creature was responsible for the chaos, maintaining his gaze fixed on it. However, he was deeply unsettled by how closely it resembled the king of the shadow devourers. King responded with a growl and a sinister laugh, indicating that there was no need to answer that question, as Surzex would soon become his meal. Surzex understood that he could not underestimate this peculiar version of King. The upcoming confrontation promised to be more terrifying and challenging than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, in the human world, a parallel situation was unfolding, with natural disasters striking every corner of the planet. The portal made its presence known once again, this time appearing in the solid ground like a colossal black hole that seemed to sink into the very core of the world. This phenomenon left the inhabitants of the human realm astonished and terrified. Initially, some considered it a natural oddity, but soon the unsettling sounds emanating from the abyss made them realize that what they were witnessing was anything but normal. Concern and fear gripped the population as they understood they faced an unprecedented threat. Following the grim omen they had predicted, countless creatures began to emerge from the dark abyss, unleashing a full-scale massacre. war arrived at the doorstep of the human world. News of this invasion spread across the globe at a staggering pace, like wildfire. World leaders and governments were forced to take immediate action to confront the threat. They united to combat the chaos that had erupted, facing the shadow devourers with every means at their disposal. The shadow devourers, with their terrifying claws and dark powers, encountered a determined humanity unwilling to surrender without a fight. The confrontation between these nightmare creatures and the human race unleashed a catastrophic war. Both sides were resolute in their desire to prevail, and the fate of the human world hung by a thread in this relentless battle. In a turn of events that seemed almost miraculous, angels descended from the sky, surprising all of humanity. The arrival of these radiant beings made many humans feel as though their creator was assisting them in this dark moment, battling the demons threatening their existence. The angels, imbued with divine powers, joined the fight in defense of humanity. Another war erupted, this time involving 3 realms, the human world, the underworld, and the heavens, all under siege by the same enemy. Yet, no one had a clear understanding of the true intentions of this enemy. Was it merely to annihilate every living being in its path, or was there a deeper purpose behind this struggle? Sona's astonished and angry voice resonated throughout the area as she confronted Issei. He firmly stated that he had no intention of getting involved in this war, insisting it was not his battle. Sona could hardly believe what she was hearing. Issei, a being of immense power, was refusing to intervene in a war that threatened even his own world. She might have understood his stance if it were only about the demon realm, but this war encompassed all 3 realms. She questioned him, desperate to know why he was unwilling to help. "This war also affects your world, putting your parents in danger," Sona exclaimed desperately. She was willing to do anything to persuade Issei, even if it meant altering humanity's memories after the war ended to protect his identity. Desperate to find a way to motivate Issei to act, she was interrupted by a familiar voice from the entrance of the student council office. Sona instantly recognized her older sister's voice. Her sister asked if she was all right and if she was hurt, concern evident in her tone. Sona responded that she was fine but needed answers about what was happening and why her sister was there. Her sister, who had remained silent until now, spoke seriously as she noticed Issei approaching the exit, questioning where he thought he was going and who he was. Issei turned to her, noticing a beautiful woman with long black hair tied in 2 pigtails secured with fuchsia ribbons. Her deep purple eyes contrasted sharply with Sona's youthful appearance. The difference was so striking that it was hard to believe they were sisters. To answer her question, Issei calmly suggested that it would be appropriate to introduce herself first. Searfall, slightly annoyed by Issei's relaxed demeanor but also curious about him, decided to introduce herself formally. She announced her name and asked Issei to share his, pointing out that it was impolite not to do so. Issei, however, was deeply focused on the information Searfall was sharing with Drake about this young demon. The idea of encountering a demon who appeared as a child but possessed the power to destroy an entire nation with a single move seemed strange to him. It appeared that in this world, there was an unusual rule: the smaller one's appearance, the greater their power. Issei couldn't help but feel intrigued by the implications of this rule in the world unfolding before him. He introduced himself as Issei, a regular human just heading home to spend some final moments with his parents, his tone calm but laced with sarcasm. Meanwhile, Sona clenched her fists tightly, overwhelmed by the anger rising within her. Yet she knew she could not force Issei to join the war. Sona then proposed to Issei, capturing his attention. She offered that if he decided to join the war, she would help him leave the academy as quickly as possible. She was aware that her offer might seem absurd, but in her mind, it was an opportunity she hoped Issei would consider. Searfall, confused, interrupted with disbelief at Sona's suggestion to fight, but Issei's interest in her proposal cut her off. He asked if she could truly do that, to which Sona nodded in silence, relieved by Issei's interest. With seriousness, Issei moved toward the exit of the office, and Drake recognized the cleverness and boldness of this young man. From the beginning, Issei intended to stop the war but knew he needed something in return. This was the only idea he had come up with. Drake sighed, acknowledging Issei's cunning with a small smile. Issei replied calmly, explaining how things worked and that now they just needed to find out who was causing the chaos, though he felt a strange familiarity with the situation. He vanished in an instant, leaving those present in intrigue. In a dark corner of the main portal, King awaited patiently, seated on a makeshift throne formed by twisted shadows. His figure exuded a menacing aura, and his sinister smile revealed palpable anticipation. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and at that moment, a completely different aura began to radiate from him, enveloping him in an even deeper and more dangerous mystery. A small shadow, clearly nervous in King's presence, reported that everything seemed to be going according to plan and that his other self had eliminated the leader of that clan. King nodded with satisfaction, sarcastically noting that while it was good news, he had hoped it would last a bit longer, as it seemed to have weakened. The shadow had more news to share and, despite its fear, continued cautiously. It mentioned that one of the clan members had awakened the power of the twin swords. The mere mention of those twin swords stirred dark and painful memories within King. In the past, those swords had been wielded by a woman whose actions had led to the downfall of the Shadow Devourers, leaving an indelible scar on King's chest. The possibility that someone else had awakened the power of the twin swords filled him with a disturbing mix of fear and determination, feelings swirling within him like the shadows surrounding him. With curiosity in his eyes and his sinister smile never leaving his face, King asked who it was. The informant revealed the information cautiously, stating that it was the brother of the leader of the Yagyu clan, Renjiro Yagyu, known as the White Demon. The name of the younger brother elicited a laugh from King that echoed like a curse in the abyss. He found it interesting that the younger brother was awakening the power of the twin swords solely for revenge, mocking the demons for being so predictable, allowing their emotions to forge their own doom, just as in the past. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by a premonitory vision that shook the place. King, filled with anticipation, looked up. Before his eyes, a humanoid figure with imposing dragon wings majestically unfolded. In that moment, his body trembled with excitement, feeling the urgency to fulfill his mission and eager to receive the promised reward. King rose with a grace that defied his shadowy figure, ascending majestically through the abyss, preparing for the imminent and historic encounter. As he advanced toward the source of the approaching energy, his figure distorted with a dark power that enveloped him. His eyes, once like the night, became even darker and deeper, glimmering with a malevolent crimson intensity. In the blink of an eye, his monstrous form transformed into a more compact version, an imposing 2-meter-tall demon. His skin, now a crimson fortress, served as a supernatural armor that shielded him from the enemy's attacks. In his hand, he wielded a sword that radiated dazzling magical light, its blade shimmering with a power that exuded both majesty and threat. As the dimensional portal neared its climax and confrontation became inevitable, King let out an enigmatic laugh that echoed throughout the realm of shadows. He had awaited the arrival of Hayudu Issei, or perhaps he should refer to him as Dinger Usumgal. His voice boomed like thunder, blending a somber respect with relentless challenge, marking the beginning of an epic confrontation that would determine the fate of the realms. Chapter 22: Sacrifice and Victory. The sky trembled, the earth cracked, and the winds seemed to herald the arrival of terrible omens. A thunderclap descended from the heavens, striking the ground with fury. The powerful blows exchanged between Issei and King made the earth weep, both from the physical destruction and the immense energy unleashed with each impact. The colossal forces of both combatants created a dance of destruction that shook the very foundations of reality. Each clash of fists and each magical explosion resonated like the echo of a storm that rattled the soul of the world. King, filled with excitement, declared that Issei was indeed interesting, but lamented that this place would be his tomb, along with the corrupted world. He proclaimed that Issei would only remain as a fleeting memory. With a defiant smile, Issei challenged King's confidence, questioning how he knew his name and the strange language he spoke. As King swung at him, Issei dodged and launched a series of attacks that sent King crashing to the ground, creating a noticeable crater. Yet King stood up in the center of the crater, a smile of exhilaration on his face. He teased Issei, refusing to reveal his secrets easily, and invited him to come and entertain him. With a shout of excitement, he drew his sword and, in the blink of an eye, was before Issei, brandishing his weapon charged with energy. Issei was taken aback by King's speed, but he managed to react in time. With grace, he evaded the sword and countered, striking King in the face with one of his wings, causing him to spit out saliva. King, astonished by Issei's bold attack, looked at him in disbelief, never having anticipated the power of those wings. He noticed blood flowing from the wound on his face, tasting his own life force. A wicked delight spread across his features as he savored the metallic taste. Issei, instead of growing angry, mocked King for underestimating his power and assured him that he would face the consequences of provoking him. In response, King unleashed a power that shook the entire area, trembling the very foundations of reality. The release of energy was felt across all realms, the heavens, the underworld, and the human world. The inhabitants of these realms were left in awe, sensing the powerful aura emanating from the battle, as if the apocalypse had begun. What was even more unsettling was that the surge of power was not limited to Issei and King. Everywhere, the shadow devourers began to grow incredibly strong, their powers mysteriously increasing to rival and even surpass those of high-ranking demons. Amidst the confusion and chaos, Surzex fought valiantly to protect his family. As he wondered what was happening, he was not alone in this struggle. He was joined by a multitude of demons fighting tenaciously to survive in the midst of the growing storm. Meanwhile, in the human world, the situation was rapidly deteriorating as the creatures gained even more power. The struggle had transformed into a true war for survival. Angels fought tirelessly, determined to eliminate these aberrations and protect the human world. However, the humans were not left behind. Though it took time, the humans confronted the shadow devourers that ventured into their safe zones, demonstrating their resolve in the face of adversity. It was a desperate struggle to keep their world safe from the encroaching darkness, a clash of divine, demonic, and human forces in a battle that seemed impossible to win, yet they held on to the hope of a miracle that would allow them to prevail. With the Yagyu clan fighting desperately to prevent the situation from worsening, their hearts were filled with wounded pride. They were not supposed to let these creatures escape, but unfortunately, that barrier had been breached. The creatures proved cunning in finding a new way to break free, although they could only release the ordinary shadow devourers, not the elite ones. Nevertheless, this was an advantage, or at least they hoped so. Regardless, they had to protect the exit with their lives. If they fell, they would do so knowing they had fulfilled their duty, just as their ancestors had. Renjiro, furious about the situation, demanded to know what had been done. The being posing as king laughed mockingly while attacking Renjiro with wild abandon, claiming that they were winning and that Renjiro's despair was proof of it. Renjiro didn't fully understand the creature's words, but he refused to let them deter his fury and determination. He was resolved to eliminate this being and end the illusion of this war, so his nephew would not suffer the same hardships he had endured. He declared that as long as he was alive, victory could not be claimed, vowing to do anything in his power to wipe that smug smile off the creature's face. As he unleashed a power that resonated with the sword he wielded, the black blade began to emit a red aura, accompanied by the haunting cries of its ancient bearers. Hearing those cries, Renjiro realized something crucial. Using this power would come with terrible consequences. A voice whispered in his mind, acknowledging the arrival of a new bearer, a voice that spoke of death, a power that, when wielded, would seal his own fate. But Renjiro was willing to take that risk if it meant ending the war. King charged at Renjiro without hesitation, but he was caught off guard by the explosion of energy that halted him in his tracks. Renjiro began to recite a chant dictated by the voice of the sword. In the endless darkness, where whispers are screams, where the void devours and shadows return life, Amaranthin and Eclipse rise from the primordial depths. From the eternal night, from the endless abyss, Renjiro called upon his power, unleashing devastation. As he finished the chant, a surge of energy drew the attention of everyone, including his nephew Zack, who was fighting amidst the brutal war. Renjiro's power tripled, and his sword, once black, transformed into a radiant white with a black hilt, signifying a successful fusion. However, that was not the only change. Renjiro's eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. One eye was white with a black pupil, while the other was white with an inverted black pupil, symbolizing his union with the swords. Strangely, the chains that had once bound his wrists were gone, replaced by tear-shaped scars beneath his eyes, a sign that this power would only bring sorrow and desolation. King watched in astonishment, wondering how long it had been since he had witnessed something like this. The power radiating from Renjiro far surpassed even that of a super demon, reaching a level that could be said to exceed King himself. King remarked on Renjiro's new transformation, questioning whether he understood the consequences of wielding such power. Renjiro chose not to respond, instead looking at King with a seriousness that indicated he had no intention of speaking further. King laughed heartily, reminiscing about the past. He pointed out that Renjiro's expression reminded him of someone who had used that power before, someone who had met a tragic end. Renjiro remained silent, but King continued, suggesting that this person had died fulfilling their purpose. He then challenged Renjiro, asking if he would be able to achieve his goal before time ran out. In response, Renjiro's power surged, and King became his sole target. Fully aware of the consequences of using this sword, Renjiro had no choice but to harness its power and eliminate King within the time limit granted by the weapon. It was a race against time that would determine their fates. With astonishing speed, Renjiro reached King in the blink of an eye, as if he had teleported. This incredible velocity momentarily stunned King, allowing him to dodge Renjiro's first attack with relative ease. However, this only seemed to fuel Renjiro's frustration. He pressed on, launching a relentless series of attacks, refusing to give King a moment's respite. In one of those rapid strikes, Renjiro managed to wound King's arm, eliciting a pained cry from him. King felt the sting of his injury but did not let it deter him. Renjiro continued to unleash magical attacks, which King struggled to evade due to his injury, which was taking time to heal. The battle reached its peak, with both fighters locked in a fierce struggle, Renjiro determined to exploit every advantage he had. King, now fueled by rage, questioned whether Renjiro thought he could defeat him. He vowed to destroy him, to turn him to dust. It seemed King had regained some of his strength after that surge of power, while Renjiro was nearing his limits. His body was not accustomed to sustaining such power for extended periods. Nevertheless, he could not afford to lose, even if it meant risking his life. Renjiro challenged King to try, reminding him of his reputation as the White Demon. King, with a sarcastic smile, probed further, suggesting that Renjiro was known for having killed his own family. Renjiro shook his head, though the sadness in his eyes was evident. He solemnly stated that he never let his prey escape, even if it meant dying in the process. With a furious shout that echoed through the dark abyss, Renjiro charged at King, who readily accepted the challenge. The ensuing battle was a spectacle of devastation and epic confrontation, shaking the very foundations of reality. The two opponents moved with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of distorted energy in their wake. Each clash of fists and kicks resonated like the echo of a storm in the soul of the world, while explosive magical bursts illuminated the dark battlefield. Renjiro, wielding his fused sword as a single radiant weapon, attacked with unbounded ferocity. Each strike unleashed waves of dark, destructive energy, creating cracks in the ground and sending fragments of rock flying. King, utilizing his supernatural abilities, countered with devastating magical bolts. His strength and speed matched Renjiro's, making each clash even more spectacular. Despite his injury, King fought tenaciously, determined to overcome the challenge posed by the White Demon. Onlookers, including members of the Yagyu clan, watched the battle in awe. The power unleashed by both combatants eclipsed anything they had witnessed before. The ground trembled, the air buzzed with electricity, and shadows seemed to come alive amidst the confrontation. With each new attack from Renjiro, King strained to evade and counterattack. The resulting explosions were like magical fireworks, lighting up the dark sky. Slowly, King began to recover, his resilience returning despite his wound. King roared in fury, questioning whether he could truly defeat Renjiro. He vowed to kill him, to reduce him to dust. Renjiro remained silent, his focus solely on his singular goal, to end King and this infernal war. The battle raged on, both fighters pouring their unwavering fervor into every movement and spell. With each passing second, the battlefield descended into chaos, torn apart by magic and conflict. The earth seemed to weep, the skies trembled, and shadows whispered dark prophecies about the outcome of this clash. Every fight has a winner and a loser. Despite the injuries covering his body, King was slowly recovering thanks to his incredible regenerative abilities. Meanwhile, Renjiro struggled to remain standing, his body trembling from the strain of the unleashed power. In a final, desperate attempt to secure victory, Renjiro sacrificed his own well-being, pushing his body to its limits to maintain his power. With unwavering determination, he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, pouring all his will and desire for victory into it. King understood that if he failed, regret would haunt him even in death. Realizing the magnitude of the attack, he desperately tried to block it with his sword. However, his efforts were in vain. The sword shattered into countless pieces, and the last thing King saw was a dazzling white flash. When he regained consciousness, he realized that his own body had ceased to exist. His regeneration ability was of no use in this instance, and in that final moment, King glimpsed the figure of the man who had defeated him. Despite his defeat, he laughed at the sight of Zack, the young nephew of Renjiro. He found humor in the futile attempts of this man to free the world from war. Without hesitation, Zack struck down King, ending the reign of the powerful enemy. The last words of King echoed in the air before he vanished completely in a glow of light particles, returning to the dark portal from which he had come. Zack watched with tears in his eyes and deep respect in his gaze for his uncle. He saw the two beautiful swords that separated from the entity that had been King, the twin swords Amaranthine and Eclipse. With a touch of melancholy in his voice, Zack murmured about the swords as he contemplated the relics of his family. They were two swords wielded by the two brothers, his uncle and his father, and now they were his legacy. They served as a reminder of his family's relentless struggle to change fate and avenge their own, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. And the cycle would repeat, as long as someone intervened in this cruel destiny. Chapter 23: Cycles of Ambition and Betrayal. It all began on a day that would be etched in the history of the Yagyu family, a day that bound them to a cruel fate, a cycle that would repeat itself over and over. In a time long past, the Yagyu family was not known for their swordsmanship. They were ordinary demons who belonged to the Baal family branch. Although they did not hold the title of the most powerful demons, they were respected for their ability to create unique sword techniques and spells. The king of Baal regarded them with respect due to their contributions, but this was not enough for the original leader of the Yagyu family. He yearned for more, craving a status that would elevate them to the highest echelons, on par with the most prominent houses in the demon world. However, the leader's wife held very different views. She believed that their family was pursuing a dangerous ambition and that their current status was more than sufficient. But their disagreements soon escalated into a larger conflict. The leader expressed his frustration, questioning his wife's lack of desire for the status she had dreamed of since childhood. He thought she was being unreasonable, while she believed his ambitions would lead their family to ruin. She warned him that they were not children and urged him to understand the consequences of his actions. If he continued down this path, their family would face destruction. Yet the leader was determined, eager to fulfill his dreams of greatness. He attempted to persuade his wife, seeking her support. He pleaded with her to stand by his side, promising that together they would make their family renowned throughout the demon world. Despite his pleas, the wife remained firm in her refusal. She could not risk their two children for her husband's ambition. With sadness in her eyes, she expressed her concerns for their children's future. The leader clicked his tongue, realizing the weight of her words and the responsibility he bore as a father. He cared deeply for his wife, his children, and the legacy of their family, which motivated him to press on despite her lack of support. Exhausted, he sighed and looked at his wife, who was visibly distressed by the situation. Even though she did not support his risky plan, he had no intention of backing down. He presented her with a white sword, a family relic, acknowledging her decision and the safety of their children, but he could not turn back. He had to proceed with his plans. The wife, sensing his resolve, attempted to stop him by grabbing the sword, but he was quicker and blocked her attack. He declared that there was no other way. If he wanted their family to thrive and endure for eternity, he had to act. He wielded a black sword to repel her assault, acknowledging her strength but asserting that she could not stop him. The clash between the leader and his wife was impressive. Their mastery in combat was astounding, and each sword strike was skillfully blocked. In a swift motion, the leader disarmed his wife, leaving her unconscious. He acknowledged her strength and expressed his wish that she had supported him. He regretted not considering their children and urged her to take care of them, as well as the sword. He reminded her that only a member of the Yagyu family could wield it. With that he departed, leaving her behind. Time passed, and the wife awoke in her room. The household servants had found her unconscious and brought her back, along with the sword. However, she was unprepared for the sight of their home in ruins due to an attack. Alicia immediately rose and grasped her sword, rushing to the most important thing in her life, her children. She found them sleeping, protected by the family servants. One of the servants called out to her, expressing confusion about the situation. He explained that the demon world had suddenly plunged into chaos due to strange creatures appearing everywhere. Alicia clenched her fists, realizing this was the result of her husband's actions. She whispered in anger, cursing his foolishness. Her husband's plan was surprisingly simple: to descend into the darkest depths of the underworld and replicate the seal that contained the most dangerous and destructive creatures. He intended to release them and then reseal them, positioning the Yagyu family as the saviors of the underworld. Alicia considered this plan extremely reckless and absurd. That was why she had refused to execute it. The danger was too imminent, and her maternal instincts warned her of the terrible consequences that could unfold. Now, unfortunately, everyone was paying the price for that refusal. Alicia turned to one of her servants, her eyes filled with anguish, and asked how the others were faring. The servant informed her that the others had been summoned by King Baal. Her thoughts shifted to her two beautiful babies, whose future now hung by a thread. She urged her trusted servants to take her children to a safe place and protect them, pleading with them as a friend. The two most reliable servants nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Alicia knew that their home would soon become a battlefield, unsuitable for two defenseless babies. One of the servants reassured her that their mother would build a future where they would not be affected. Alicia gripped her sword firmly, feeling the power emanating from it. With a surge of energy, she swept away everything around her. Rage and determination burned in her eyes as she muttered a curse against her husband, hoping his plan would succeed and not fail. With no other option, she resolved to join the fight and support her husband in his risky endeavor. Despite her anger and worry, deep down, she remained his wife. If they managed to survive this, he would face a punishment he would remember for the rest of his life. Alicia teleported to her husband's side, finding him valiantly battling against hordes of creatures. The other demon families, including the Baal and Gremory clans, joined in the fierce conflict. There was no time for idle chatter, but Alicia understood the gravity of the situation. With her sword and impressive sword spells, Alicia carved her way through the creatures, dispatching enemies with precision and speed. The abyss around them had transformed into a scene of absolute chaos, filled with shouts, explosions, and the overwhelming presence of battle. Finally, Alicia reached her husband, who looked at her with surprise in his eyes. He questioned her presence, but Alicia wasted no time on unnecessary explanations. She declared that she had no choice, but she was there for the future of their children. If this did not work, he would face the consequences. The King Baal interrupted their exchange, reminding Shiro Yagyu that it was time to prepare for what he had mentioned. They could not afford to waste any more time. The leader of the Yagyu family, Shiro, nodded and unleashed a powerful wave of energy that disintegrated all the creatures around him. He then carefully pulled a blue crystal from his pocket, observing it with a smile that deeply unsettled Alicia. Alicia expressed her concern, questioning what he was thinking and why he always took such risks. Shiro reassured her confidently that he would not fall easily and asked for her help this time. Tears welled in Alicia's eyes, but as she looked at the determination on her husband's face, she reflected on why she had fallen in love with him in the first place, his bravery and willingness to do anything to protect their family. With determination, Alicia wiped her tears and nodded silently. Though worry was evident on her face, she understood it was too late to turn back. Shiro declared he was ready, preparing to set their plan in motion. The King Bale, who was battling nearby creatures, turned to Shiro and smiled before forming a dangerous ball of destructive energy. He launched it downward, clearing a path through the sea of monsters blocking the entrance. Without wasting a moment, Shiro charged forward, holding the blue crystal in his hands. He recited a spell and directed it at the crystal, causing it to emit a brilliant glow that caught the attention of all the creatures. This light reminded them of the fear of being sealed away again, driving the creatures into a frenzy as they surged toward Shiro. At that moment, Alicia sprang into action. Wielding her sword with impressive skill, she cut down all the creatures that attempted to attack her husband. The air filled with the haunting cries of the creatures, creating an atmosphere thick with terror. Alicia positioned herself fiercely at the door, ensuring no one could pass. Her heart raced, and her blue eyes shone with determination. Shiro watched his wife, a woman of indescribable beauty with snow-white hair and sky-blue eyes, wielding her sword with incredible prowess. The sight of her fighting valiantly brought a smile to his face as he cloaked himself in a mantle of magic and stepped through the door with resolve. Alicia continued to defend the door tenaciously, her thoughts focused on her family's safety. She desperately hoped her husband would emerge from this perilous place unharmed. Meanwhile, inside the door, Shiro wasted no time and began casting a second spell on the blue crystal. The light it emitted intensified, filling the space like a radiant sun. However, in the midst of his task, he was struck by a sudden attack that sent him crashing to the ground, causing him to drop the blue crystal. In pain, Shiro rose and searched for the source of the attack, only to narrowly dodge another incoming blow. The assailant cursed him for his betrayal, lamenting how foolish he had been to trust a demon. Shiro retorted, questioning why someone so desperate would trust so easily after being trapped for millions of years. The creature, now revealed as king, expressed disbelief that Shiro would attempt to seal him again with the same magic. Shiro laughed, declaring that this would be King's only place of confinement. No matter what King did in the future, only his minions would be able to escape, but he would remain trapped. King realized the nature of Shiro's magic and vowed that he would not be sealed if he destroyed the crystal. Shiro smirked, warning him that this would be a grave mistake. The blue crystal exploded in a brilliant flash of light, blinding King. As King roared in anger, he found that Shiro had vanished. Quickly, Shiro cast a series of spells around a new blue crystal and placed it in the center of the door. He smiled as he declared that King should say goodbye to his freedom before disappearing in a teleportation spell. King's final roar echoed as the door sealed once more, absorbing the remaining creatures in the process. Thus ended the war against the Shadow Devourers, a conflict ignited by the leader of the Yagyu family. In doing so, they set in motion a destiny that would shape the history of the Yagyu. They gained fame and honor, but it would serve little purpose when years later, the door broke open again, forcing their sons, Renjiro and Kaito, now adults, to confront the same threat. At that moment, Kaito was engaged to a woman he had deeply fallen in love with. Just as in the first war against the Shadow Devourers, Kaito's wife gave birth to 2 small babies. The cycle was repeating for the Yagyu family, but this time, it came at a much higher cost. Many demons perished, including Kaito's parents, fulfilling King's revenge. However, King had not anticipated one thing. Kaito's wife, wielding the twin swords, confronted the Shadow Devourers and sealed them once more, but at a great cost. Kaito mourned deeply for the loss of his beloved Amelia. Renjiro, witnessing the scene, concealed the second sword to protect the family legacy, knowing his brother well. He would not hesitate to merge the swords and confront the death that resided within them. From that moment on, anger and guilt consumed the Yagyu family. Aware of the weight of their responsibility, They offered themselves as guardians of the gate to prevent the cycle from repeating. Unfortunately, their efforts proved insufficient, and the cycle began anew. Determined to end this nightmare in the third cycle, Renjiro sought to stop it before it continued. He did not want his nephew to endure the same fate he had faced, recognizing the same circumstances and consequences reflected in his nephew. Tragically, Renjiro fell after confronting and defeating a clone of King. Although he believed he had finally ended the cycle he so feared, that was not the case. All hopes now rested on a single individual, someone who longed for this nightmare to conclude in order to finally receive the freedom that had been promised. This person was Hayuru Issei, the immortal dragon. Chapter 24, Rising in the Darkness, Fight Against Fate, Part 1. The sky rumbled with a deafening roar, and the very earth seemed to bend under the weight of a titanic force, causing reality itself to tremble. This unsettling phenomenon encompassed every corner of the world, a clear sign of the colossal confrontation between two immensely powerful individuals, Issei and King, the monarch of the Shadow Devourers. The shockwaves from their epic battles spread across the planet, creating a disturbance that alerted all sentient beings nearby. Sona observed the cosmic turmoil with a shadow of concern in her eyes, realizing that the battle had begun. Her sister, Seraphal, frowned in confusion, seeking clarification. But before Sona could respond, the sky split like a mirror, and two figures surrounded by powerful energies began to emerge from the rift. Issei and King had shattered the fabric of reality from the dimension where King was imprisoned and appeared in the midst of Quar Academy, surprising both Seraphal and Sona, along with all those present seeking refuge there. The two figures crashed to the ground, creating a shockwave that nearly obliterated the entire academy. Fortunately, those present were protected by shields created by Rias Gremoris and Sona Citri's entourage. As the shockwave dissipated, another wave of force erupted, this time from the blows exchanged between the two combatants. The entire area trembled, and the chaos was terrifying. With each blocked strike, they unleashed shockwaves that swept everything away. King, exhilarated by the battle, taunted Issei, questioning his strength. Issei, in turn, remarked on King's apparent weakness. King laughed and landed a powerful blow that sent Issei flying through the academy's roof, crashing down in front of Sona and Seraphal. Sona rushed to Issei's side, worried for his well-being, but he stood up unscathed, cracking his neck and smiling at her. Issei acknowledged that King was no ordinary opponent as he took to the sky, revealing his dragon wings, astonishing both women. Seraphal and Sona watched in awe as the majestic wings unfolded, their dark glow contrasting with the luminescence of the ruined academy. The battle between Issei and King was far from ordinary, marking the beginning of a confrontation with far-reaching consequences for their world and possibly for dimensions beyond their understanding. With a speed that defied visual perception, Issei appeared before King and struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact created a massive crater, a testament to the force of their clash. But Issei did not stop there. He immediately unleashed a barrage of condensed magical force. Upon contact with King, they exploded, shaking the entire area and even destroying barriers. If not for Seraphal, Quar Academy and the refugees would have been lost. From the sky, Issei watched as King emerged from the smoke, his eyes filled with fury. King cursed Issei, clearly wounded but regenerating at an astonishing rate. Issei dodged King's attack and retaliated with another blow, sending him back to the ground. However, this time, King quickly recovered, spinning in midair and appearing behind Issei. Issei was ready. He countered with a powerful flap of his wing, sending King reeling in the air. King halted abruptly, wiping blood from his mouth, and smiled at Issei. He acknowledged that Issei was an interesting opponent but declared that it was time to end the fight, releasing an energy that shook the ground and caused tremors everywhere. Issei looked at King in confusion, wondering what his objective was. King unleashed a brilliant energy resembling light magic, condensing it and launching it at Issei. Alarmed, Issei reacted instinctively, releasing a wave of energy that repelled the attack. King sarcastically remarked on Issei's frustration with his attacks, and Issei, serious now, lifted both hands, using one of his abilities, telekinesis. Two massive concrete blocks rose into the air, hurtling toward King, forcing him to dodge. But the onslaught did not cease. It continued relentlessly. Issei took the initiative, summoning roots from the ground that ensnared King's hand and leg, immobilizing him. King broke free with his aura, but before he could regain his footing, he found himself trapped once more. Using a magic unknown to the onlookers, Issei conjured a multitude of dark spears behind him, poised to strike at any moment. King laughed at the sight, finding amusement in Issei's abilities. He questioned Issei's fondness for using those skills and whether he had learned from his past mistakes. Issei, frustrated, dissolved the attack and flew closer to King, eager for answers about his past. He demanded to know who had ordered King to act against him. King laughed, revealing that Issei had provoked him and had become a target of resentment. He warned Issei that someone was determined to see him fall, labeling him a mistake. Issei pressed further, seeking to understand the situation. King, still laughing, hinted that the one behind everything wanted to speak with Issei and was displeased with his recent actions. Suddenly, King's demeanor shifted, radiating an aura that felt familiar to Issei. King remarked on the passage of time, questioning whether Issei remembered him. Realization dawned on Issei. King was no longer just King but someone else who had taken over his body. King taunted Issei, suggesting that perhaps a display of his aura would jog Issei's memory. As reality began to distort, Issei witnessed Sona and Seraphal writhing in pain, along with others present, caught in the chaos. Quickly, he moved with incredible speed and created a barrier, alleviating the suffering of those around him. Issei called out to Sona and Seraphal, urging them to retreat, stating that the place was no longer safe. Sona asked what was happening, but her sister interrupted, insisting that there was no time and that Sona needed to help her with a teleportation spell. The two launched themselves into the fray, their strikes causing the very fabric of existence to tremble. With each blow, reality distorted, creating expansive waves that altered the structure of space and time itself. The magnitude of their confrontation was so colossal that dimensions twisted and merged, resulting in chaos that defied the fundamental laws of the universe. Issei and King exchanged rapid blows, moving at incomprehensible speeds. Each impact generated bursts of energy that shattered the atmosphere and created cracks in reality. The resulting explosions illuminated the sky with an overwhelming intensity, as if the essence of creation itself was being challenged. At one moment, Issei unleashed his dragon power, engulfing himself in divine flames that burned with an overwhelming intensity. King responded by releasing his full energy, unleashing a dazzling glow that rivaled the light of 1,000 suns. The sky filled with indescribable colors as their forces collided in a titanic dance. The battle propelled both combatants to unimaginable heights. In an instant, they were at the heart of Core Academy, and the next, the force of their blows catapulted them into space. The moon, a silent witness to the clash, was struck by the titanic impacts of their collisions. Enormous craters formed on its surface with each blow, leaving eternal scars as a testament to their divine battle. Issei, using his telekinetic ability, created energy fields that distorted time around him. King, on the other hand, unleashed beams of light that pierced through space itself. The convergence of their abilities created unknown phenomena, where reality twisted and rewrote itself with every movement. Devastation spread wherever they went. Entire galaxies trembled under the influence of their power. Bright nebulae were eclipsed by the energy released in their confrontation. In their quest to annihilate each other, the boundary between gods and mortals faded, and the universe itself teetered on the brink of collapse. On Earth, observers witnessed the impending apocalypse. Sona and Seraphal, protected by magical barriers, watched in horror as reality itself began to unravel. Core Academy lay in ruins, and the refugees clung to the hope that either Issei or King could put an end to this divine cataclysm. Seraphal urged Sona not to stand idly by, calling for her to act as the battle between Issei and King ravaged everything in its path. Issei and King continued their epic confrontation, pushing cosmic limits. Oceans surged into massive tsunamis, mountains crumbled, and entire continents were displaced by the force of their clash. With every strike, flashes of divine energy illuminated the darkness of space, painting a grand tableau of destruction and rebirth. The battle between these two was unprecedented. It was a conflict that challenged the very understanding of cosmic order. In their pursuit of supremacy, Issei and King left a trail of chaos that would resonate through eternity. King taunted Issei, challenging him to fight harder, questioning whether he had grown weak. Issei, however, remained silent, his thoughts consumed by the identity of his opponent. Although King claimed he was guilty of something, Issei struggled to remember what it was, even as a part of him resonated with those accusations. He whispered in disbelief, trying to piece together fragments of his memory. How could this be possible? He would never do something like that. King mocked him, reveling in his confusion, declaring that it was too late for Issei now, that his end was near, and even the girl he loved would perish. Issei murmured Ophus's name, his expression a mix of concern and determination. King cruelly laughed, relishing the thought of Ophus's demise, further igniting Issei's fury. Enraged, Issei declared that if King dared to touch her, he would kill him. His power surged, shattering the surrounding reality like a broken mirror. Now fully focused and furious, Issei realized that this was not the first time he had faced such circumstances. He was trapped in a cycle, reliving his life over and over again. Frustrated, he questioned why he could not remember, blaming King for his plight. He vowed to erase him, just as he had done in the past. King, excited by the challenge, urged Issei to try and kill him. The battle reached a critical point, with the distortion of reality palpable as both combatants unleashed their power with each exchange, threatening to unleash a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Amidst the chaos, a thunderous noise erupted from a dimensional rift, revealing the entrance of two unexpected figures. From the tear in the fabric of space-time emerged the Great Red, a majestic red dragon. Beside him, the essence of infinity took form with the arrival of Ophus, appearing as a girl dressed in Gothic Lolita fashion. Issei, surprised by Ophus and the Great Red's intervention, recalled their recent encounter and the shared kiss that resonated in his mind, stirring conflicting emotions in the midst of battle. Seeing Ophus, he whispered her name, but as memories flooded back, his anger intensified, pushing aside any romantic feelings toward her and focusing solely on defeating his rival. He was consumed by rage. The newly recovered memories, triggered by King's strange attacks, were fragments of his past. Yet why had he forgotten them? Who was he really? Was he still the same Issei? How many times had he repeated his life? These unanswered questions fueled his anger further, turning the battle into a whirlwind of emotional chaos. Issei fought not only against his opponent but also against the ghosts of his own history, desperately seeking answers that slipped away amidst the ruins of the torn reality. In the midst of the battle, Issei's face reflected intense fury, his eyes shining with a light that only dragons possess when pushed to their limits. Each blow he landed on King sent shockwaves that made reality itself tremble. The intervention of Ophus and the Great Red added a unique complexity to the struggle. Ophus maintained an enigmatic stance, observing Issei's unleashed fury. The shared kiss from their previous encounter lingered in Issei's memory, and his heart raced with a mix of emotions, questioning the nature of his connection with Ophus. Meanwhile, the Great Red, respectful yet poised, remained on standby. However, Issei, consumed by fury, lifted his gaze and addressed the imposing red dragon with intensity. He declared that this was his fight, his dark aura intensifying and distorting the space around him. The immortal dragon, overflowing with power and rage, launched a relentless assault against King. Each of Issei's movements resonated like thunder across the cosmos, and his attacks unleashed destructive energies that threatened to tear apart reality itself. Ophus, intrigued by Issei's fury, approached cautiously. She didn't fully understand the feelings surging within her, but her heart raced fiercely at the sight of Issei in such a state. She whispered his name, concerned, and contemplated whether it was right to intervene in this whirlwind of emotions and unleashed power. With her eyes filled with confusion and tenderness, Ophis weighed the decision to draw closer to the storm surrounding Issei. Issei was engulfed in an internal struggle, battling with himself. In an attempt to comprehend his feelings, he let out a fierce cry, unleashing a surge of energy that illuminated the battlefield. King, despite his resilience, began to falter under the unstoppable fury of the immortal dragon. The intensity of the battle reached its peak, unearthing buried secrets from Issei's past. Each clash between the two revealed fragments of a truth intertwined with destiny itself, causing reality to tremble before the magnitude of their cosmic struggle. King taunted Issei, claiming he was still fighting solely for the sake of his beloved, asserting that he would ultimately lose everything. Issei, unleashing all the fury and anger within him, released an explosive aura that exponentially increased his power. The boost gear responded to its wielder's call, awakening with a surge of energy. With each repetition of the mantra, Issei's power grew uncontrollably. His mind clouded as unexpected memories shattered his sanity. Images of a forgotten past surged forth, breaking down the mental barriers he had constructed. The power soared to new heights, and Issei's body underwent a foreboding transformation. A roar echoed through existence, alerting Ophis and the Great Red. Issei's dragon form manifested, unleashing an overwhelming presence. King, reveling in his hidden agenda, urged Issei to destroy everything, warning that if he did not, history would repeat itself. In his dragon form, Issei unleashed a flame so powerful that it disintegrated King, who left behind a threatening promise of their inevitable reunion. Ophis watched in silence, confused by the mention of her name. King's words shattered Issei's composure, driving him into a state of chaos. His power surged alarmingly, yet within that tumult, the suffering in his eyes was evident: anger, desperation, and sadness. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, Issei unleashed an attack that obliterated everything in its path. The Great Red, witnessing the devastation, attempted to intervene, hoping to calm Issei and put him to rest. However, despite his imposing figure, Issei's tail sent him flying, causing him to roar in pain. Issei fought against his inner turmoil. When his gaze fell upon Ophis, his heart trembled. He longed to embrace her, to feel her touch, but something within him held him back: his memories. In a roar that expressed his inner pain, Issei retreated into his own dimension, where he began to unleash his pent-up rage on the invaders trapped within that realm. Determined to follow him, Ophis attempted to enter, but the entrance was denied. It was as if the very dimension rejected her, separating them across a painful dimensional rift. Uncertainty filled the air as Ophis, powerless, watched Issei succumb to his own torment. Yet, she was not ready to give up. She had too many questions that needed answers and struggled to calm the emotions swelling in her chest. She turned to the Great Red, asking for his help. The Great Red turned his imposing figure toward her, sensing the depth of her emotions. It was unusual to see an infinite dragon display such concern and sadness. He remarked on her apparent feelings for Issei, and although Ophis did not fully grasp the complexity of love, she nodded with determination, guided by her instincts. Without hesitation, the Great Red released a resonating roar as Ophis focused her power into a single point, recalling the place where she first met Issei. In moments, a portal manifested, its presence exuding an ominous aura, dark and tinged with a subtle hint of death. Ophis leaped into the portal without hesitation. As she crossed through, reality around her twisted into chaotic spirals. When her vision cleared, she was shocked to see a bewildering scene: a black dragon, Issei, facing an endless horde of creatures. They were countless. Observing the devastation and Issei's state, she realized that thousands of years had passed since their last encounter. Chapter 25. Rising from the Darkness. Fight Against Fate, Part 2. A guttural roar erupted in the chaotic dimension, echoing through the shadows that enveloped the endless war between dark creatures. Issei, caught in a whirlwind of suffering and anger, fought an internal battle to purge the emotions that tormented him. Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, he questioned why he faced this situation once more. Despite having vowed to fight against fate, now, with his memories restored, he felt disoriented. The weight of his past decisions made him hesitate. Why repeat this endless cycle? Issei pondered. Each failure sent him back in time, but in doing so, he abandoned those he loved. Was it a selfish choice? He doubted his own motives and sanity. In the midst of his thoughts, Issei confronted the reality of his actions. Did returning to the past truly mean finding happiness? Or was he merely repeating a pattern with no way out? The burden of his choices haunted him, questioning his intelligence and worth. He knew, with painful clarity, that going back in time was not the magical solution he sought. Who said that traveling back would lead him to a linear, uncomplicated past? Each attempt to change his destiny seemed to plunge him deeper into chaos and suffering. Surrounded by darkness, Issei struggled against his own contradictions, battling the shadows of his past decisions. The war in that dimension mirrored his internal struggle, a desperate fight for answers in a labyrinth of time cycles. In every cycle, Issei began with renewed hope of having gone back in time, but reality always struck him hard. He discovered that the people by his side were no longer the same. They were different versions of those he loved. The weight of abandoning his loved ones to return to the past tormented him, and questions about the fate of his son, his wives, and their lives gnawed at him. In a moment of frustration, Issei's voice thundered through the dark dimension, each memory piercing him with pain, and the remorse for the consequences of his actions consumed him. He questioned himself, wondering who was truly responsible for this chain of events. With rage, he declared that he would never forgive the one who had wronged him. He felt a burning desire for vengeance, proclaiming that he would not be defeated. The fury he felt surpassed any emotion he had experienced before arriving in this chaotic dimension. Issei's roar of anger shook the creatures he faced, his pent-up fury unleashed upon them like an unstoppable storm. Before Issei's power, those creatures became insignificant, mere ants before a giant. The world he had created was now engulfed in chaos, the creatures terrified by the whirlwind of his rage. Aware of his role as the creator of this dimension, Issei watched the chaos unleashed by his own hands. In a fit of anger, he disintegrated everything in his path, threatening even the planet's existence. However, in that critical moment, Ophis intervened. She unleashed a great barrier that deflected Issei's attack, protecting what remained of the created world. But the confrontation did not end there. In the blink of an eye, Ophis transformed into a massive black dragon and charged directly at Issei. In seconds, two titanic dragons engaged in a fierce battle. As he observed Ophis's form, Issei felt a deep nostalgia, and tears streamed down his face. He was crying. Issei felt broken inside. He had been given the chance to be reborn, only to be betrayed by the very entity that called itself God. Living his life as a bubbling dream in search of the happiness promised by that divine entity had led him to witness the deaths of his wives, his children, and the disappearance of everything he loved. Amidst the titanic battle, Issei bitterly questioned what he had done to deserve this fate. Did he not have the right to the life he had always longed for? Tears of helplessness mingled with the rain of destruction he unleashed. The tragedy of his existence resonated in every clash of titans and in every echo of his silent scream in the darkness. A voice echoed in Issei's mind, asking if he could start over. He murmured to himself, contemplating the futility of beginning anew. He recalled how many times he had tried to start from scratch, forgetting the past, only to receive more suffering in return. What was the point of starting over? Drake laughed, reminding Issei of his own words about becoming the most powerful being to protect what he loved most. Issei had indeed become powerful, capable of destroying dimensions and universes with a mere breath. But then, everything had been taken from him, and he lamented the fate that had stripped him of everything. He cried out in despair, recalling the day he decided to restart everything, but each repetition led to the same outcome. This time, he had intended to put an end to it all, but he no longer had the courage. All he wanted was to be happy, he thought, returning to his human form and weeping, releasing all the emotions he had bottled up. Ophis, also returning to her human form, approached Issei and embraced him, sharing an inexplicable feeling that enveloped her in that moment. Issei did not reject the embrace. Instead, Ophus's arm made him feel more vulnerable, and he cried uncontrollably. In that embrace, they shared the burden of their suffering, united by the overwhelming weight of their intertwined destinies. Though Ophus did not fully understand why she felt this way, it pained her to see Issei in such despair. She whispered that she was there for him, but as Issei had said, the happiness he felt often came at the cost of double the suffering. The seals within Issei broke one by one, causing him to leap from Ophus's arms, clutching his head in pain. Meanwhile, a multitude of voices whispered to him. In agony, he shouted for it to stop, surrounded by a dark aura. In an instant, the struggle for control began. Issei fought fiercely within himself, accompanied by Drake. His frustration boiled over as he struggled against the dark entities that had been unleashed, who reveled in his apparent incompetence, finding amusement in his suffering. One of them whispered disdainfully, calling him weak, and lunged to attack. Yet, with a simple gesture, Issei repelled the assault, sending the entity flying. The mocking laughter of the creatures echoed in his mind, pushing him closer to the brink of madness. In that critical moment, Drake emerged with a thunderous roar, interrupting the dark creature's amusement. His imposing presence and resonant roar drowned out their malevolent laughter. He declared that he would not allow Issei to be dragged into darkness. Drake unleashed his own power to counteract the influence of the entities, momentarily stunning them. However, one particularly cunning entity attempted to regain control, unleashing a twisted ability aimed at tearing apart Issei's psyche. Just as the darkness threatened to engulf him completely, Ophus extended her divine power from the outside. Her intervention created a protective barrier, blocking the insidious influence of the cunning entity and granting Issei a precious moment of respite. With Drake by his side and Ophus's barrier as a shield, Issei gathered his internal strength to resist. Drake urged Issei to end this, warning that his mind could not withstand much more. Yet, Issei was still plagued by doubts. Destroying the entities would mean repeating the same mistakes of the past, but failing to act would allow the entire universe to crumble under their destructive influence. He cursed his fate, feeling trapped in a cycle of despair. Drawing on the anger and determination that surged within him, he channeled his mental power to confront the dark entities. He declared that it was time for them to become part of him. He could no longer endure their presence. One of the creatures mocked him, questioning if he truly believed he could defeat them. Issei was taken aback by the entity's words, which hinted at a deeper truth. The entity continued, revealing that Issei was a mere copy of a divine being, capable of creating and destroying life with a thought. It taunted him, suggesting that he was doomed to bring destruction wherever he went. Confused, Issei looked at the remaining entities, trying to comprehend their claims. The entity spoke with a mix of mockery and contempt, igniting Issei's fury. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity as he weighed his options amidst the chaos in his mind. The truth eluded him, yet he felt compelled to seek answers. The entity continued to taunt him, revealing that they were the result of a failed divine experiment, an attempt to recreate the essence of a supreme being. They had once been content as part of him, swearing to surpass the original. But betrayal had come from within, and they accused Issei of abandoning them for a woman he loved. They had hoped for acceptance after his death, only to be sealed away and treated as enemies. As the three remaining entities began to merge, they formed a new being resembling Issei, but made of light, a strange phenomenon that bewildered him. Ophus watched in shock as the light emanated from Issei, illuminating the dimension. Concerned, she noticed him waking up, bewildered as if he had witnessed something forbidden. The entity addressed Issei as father, expressing that they had always seen him as a parent, but now viewed him as an enemy to be eliminated. This revelation struck Issei deeply, exposing a truth he wished to ignore. His mind battled between acceptance and denial, struggling with the harsh reality that had been hidden in the shadows. He murmured in disbelief, grappling with the weight of the truth. The entity intensified its psychological assault, questioning if Issei wanted to know his fate and how he would end this life as well. It warned him that the cycle would repeat, revealing that he was merely a plaything for a higher power. Ophus, sensing Issei's distress, shouted to stop, unable to bear the sight of him breaking down with each word from the entity. The entity remarked on Ophus's resemblance to the woman Issei had once loved, further shocking her. It recounted the countless times Issei had witnessed death, recalling the many lives he had lived. As Issei reflected on his past, he realized the entity spoke some truth. He had often prioritized himself, struggling to trust others after experiencing loss and betrayal. Caught in an emotional dilemma, Issei recognized that while his past actions had contributed to the current situation, he questioned whether the entities had the right to judge him. After all he had endured, could anyone truly understand his struggles? The weight of their accusations pressed heavily on him, leaving him to confront the painful truth of his existence. However, Issei could not ignore the pain and betrayal he had experienced. The entity, with its condescension, unleashed a whirlwind of conflicting emotions within him. The weight of guilt and distrust pressed heavily on Issei, yet he clung to the reality that his suffering was not merely a personal whim. He questioned whether he truly had the capacity to trust again, considering the price he had paid in the past. Ophus spoke seriously, expressing her confusion about Issei's actions and questioning the entity's right to speak about him in such a manner. The creature stared at Ophus, uncomfortable with her attitude. Something felt different. Ophus declared that she did not care if Issei had sinned in the past. If he was destined to be alone, she would fight against that fate. She vowed to stand by Issei for all eternity. The entity found her attitude irritating and remarked that it was no wonder Issei had fallen for her, as she resembled a woman from its past one it did not like. In an instant, the entity moved with incredible speed, appearing before Ophus and threatening her life. Ophus challenged it, releasing her power and delivering a blow that disintegrated part of the entity. The dimension vibrated with the intensity of their confrontation. Issei, still trapped in his own doubts, slowly rose, feeling the surge of energy emanating from Ophus. Her intervention had not only shattered the psychological assault but also shifted the dynamics of the conflict. Drake's voice resonated within Issei, reminding him that sometimes destiny makes mistakes, and life is not predetermined. He was Issei, the immortal dragon, and he had the power to write his own fate. As Issei watched Ophus battle her counterpart with determination, something reignited within him. It was the courage he had initially lost. He pondered whether he could truly start anew. If he began from scratch, would his life remain the same? But this time, he would not fight alone. Drake reassured Issei that he would no longer fight alone, and Ophus would be his pillar in the toughest moments. With those words, Issei felt a renewed determination. Doubts began to fade, replaced by the certainty that even in darkness, he could forge a new path. With Ophus by his side and Drake as his guide, Issei was ready to face whatever destiny had in store for him. Sometimes in life, it is necessary to let it flow like the branches of a tree, where each branch represents a different life. Issei found himself on one of those branches, striving to discover the happiness he had always longed for. Through each experience, he suffered, retreated, and traversed from one reality to another, like a fearless traveler jumping from branch to branch. However, these journeys left him immersed in a multitude of unanswered questions. He wondered why he lost his memories with each leap, why God granted him the chance to alter his destiny, and above all, why God allowed him to turn back time. Was God weaving an intricate plan that would determine the course of Issei's life? If so, the lingering question remained. Why him? Had he consciously chosen to be the chosen one? Ophus began to speak, expressing her lack of understanding regarding the life Issei had led. She questioned whether he would allow himself to be treated in such a way. Sometimes, a copy can surpass the original, so why not surpass the original source and put an end to it? In a burst of power, Ophus hurled the entity away. She recognized Issei's potential and urged him to accept and enhance that power. The entity was merely resentful because he had changed them, but he could re-accept them and turn them into a powerful weapon against his main enemy. Ophus's words resonated with Issei, creating a moment of reflection as he evaluated the possibilities before him. Drake's voice echoed in Issei's mind, urging him to decide quickly, as the entity was growing furious. Observing the entity, Issei noticed its rising anger and power. He realized he had to make a swift decision: allow the entity to destroy his life, repeating the cycle, or put an end to it once and for all in search of the truth. In the midst of his thoughts, a laugh escaped Issei. He felt foolish, having never given up in all his past lives, yet now he was tired. Tired of repeating his life. It was time to accept reality and find a definitive solution. With determination shining in his eyes, Issei broke free from the chains of doubt that had tormented him. He accepted his situation, recognizing that his constant quest to change his destiny had only led to more suffering. Now, with a new perspective, he decided to confront the entity that had placed him in this predicament. It was time to take action, to do what he should have done long ago. Issei declared with resolve, unleashing his own power with an intensity equal to that of the entity. He rose with courage, ready to end this endless cycle and uncover the truth he had long sought. The confrontation between Issei and the entity reached its peak, a chaotic dance of energy and power. Issei, releasing his full potential, faced the entity with renewed determination. The dimension trembled under the intensity of the battle as Issei fought to break the chains of his destiny. The entity, surprised by Issei's sudden resistance, attempted to counterattack with renewed strength. However, Issei's newfound determination acted as an impenetrable shield. Each strike from the entity was met with equal or greater force, and the battle began to turn in Issei's favor. With each passing moment, Issei delved deeper into his inner strength, embracing his being and channeling that newly discovered power. The entity, in contrast, weakened in the face of Issei's unwavering resolve. In a surge of power, Issei concentrated all his energy and launched a final attack at the entity. He whispered, acknowledging his father and expressing that he had done everything possible to help him accept his life once more. The entity, unbeknownst to Issei, felt joy at this renewed confidence, fulfilling its purpose. It exploded into a multitude of light particles, merging with Issei and plunging him into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, silence reigned in the dimension, marking the end of a battle and the beginning of a new chapter in Issei's life. Lamenting the delay in sharing the story, the author finally presented the chapter. Chapter 26, Echoes of Eternal Promises. The war that ravaged the land had finally come to an end, but not in the way anyone had anticipated. The creatures that once spread chaos vanished suddenly and mysteriously, disappearing without a trace as if they had never existed. This strange situation left those who witnessed the epic battle of the gods bewildered, the echoes of that confrontation still resonating in their minds. Reality itself seemed to have fractured. How powerful were those entities? Were they gods? The people who experienced the battle questioned the nature of these extraordinary events, facing a new revelation that altered humanity's perception. The existence of these entities and the figure of God were unveiled before them. However, this knowledge posed a dilemma for the supernatural beings. How could they allow humanity to retain those memories? The most prudent option seemed to be erasing that information. It was not out of fear of humans, but rather the necessity of preventing them from knowing the existence of the supernatural. Avoiding the possibility of someone obsessed with uncontrollable power unleashing chaos became a priority. Searfall reflected on the terrifying battle and the power they had witnessed, expressing to Sona that she had much to explain. Sona, lost in thought, remained silent. Since the end of the war, her concern had centered on Issei. Had she truly managed to defeat him? The uncertainty gnawed at her, especially since she had involved Issei in this conflict. Now, her priority was to ensure his safety. Searfall, with her instinct as an older sister, sensed Sona's worries. It was unusual to see Sona so affected, and Searfall wondered if it was due to the recent events. She asked Sona if she was okay, to which Sona replied with a lack of enthusiasm. Searfall pressed on, wanting to know what was troubling Sona. She asked if Sona was worried about that boy, prompting a reaction from her sister. Sona could not deny it. Searfall had always been attentive to her, but was it wise to reveal Issei's secret? Encouraged by Searfall's understanding gaze, Sona took a deep breath and opened her heart. She confessed her worries about Issei, explaining how crucial he had been in the battle and her uncertainty about his whereabouts. The responsibility of ensuring his safety weighed heavily on her. Searfall nodded in understanding, assuring Sona that she was not alone in this. They could search for information together and ensure Issei was all right, as it was part of their duty as leaders. However, Searfall still harbored doubts about Issei. She questioned why Sona trusted him so deeply, even to the point of urging him to fight in the war. Though curious, she knew it was not the right moment to ask. She needed to find the boy and get answers herself. Now, they faced a task that would likely take time, erasing the memories of humans and restoring the world. Just as Searfall was about to give the order, a strange event in the sky caught her attention, prompting her to shield herself with a high-level barrier. Searfall called for Sona's help in creating a barrier, and Sona acted without hesitation. Suddenly, a mass of energy fell from the sky, spreading across the world. Searfall's shield barely held against the energy, and when the event concluded, the barrier shattered. Searfall whispered in confusion, questioning what was happening. A voice like thunder resonated from the sky, stating that sometimes it was necessary to erase memories to prevent knowledge of past events. Sona recognized the voice as Issei's, and Searfall was taken aback. If it truly was Issei, why was he attacking? As she emerged from her refuge and saw the unconscious people, she began to understand. Though not as perceptive as her sister, she could confidently assert that Issei was attempting to restore the world. The voice of Issei echoed again, speaking about the fleeting nature of memories and life. Sona pondered what he was trying to accomplish, and Searfall answered that he aimed to restart everything. Suddenly, the world began to tremble and the sky tore open, creating a swirling black portal reminiscent of a black hole. From it emerged Issei, but he was different. His presence alone made the world tremble. His spiral-shaped black eyes reflected a coldness never seen before, yet a deep sadness lingered in the air. Sona whispered Issei's name, questioning what had happened to him. With a slight movement of his hand, Issei restored the world in an instant, repairing all the destruction. With another subtle gesture, he began to teleport people back to their homes. He spoke softly about tomorrow being another day, his voice tinged with sadness. As Searfall and Sona began to fade, they shared the same thought. What had just transpired? Issei observed the restoration of the world and sighed, looking at his hands. He reflected on the immense power he had once possessed. A familiar voice echoed behind him, acknowledging the surprising magnitude of his abilities and calling him a god. Issei denied the title, stating that he was not a god. He explained that even with great power he could never be a god, as that being was omnipotent and omniscient. He was merely a character created for entertainment, a realization he had come to with his newfound powers. Ophis, too, felt like a simple character created for that purpose. Issei remained silent, gazing at the sky. He explained to Ophis that gods could see and hear everything, existing beyond the comprehension of mortals. They had created him as a mere copy of a god, a foolish notion. Ophis embraced Issei tightly, trying to convey strength and support. She comforted him, acknowledging that no one could fully understand the gods or their manipulation of their lives. Issei reflected on the words he had just heard. He had been told this before, and he knew the first person to say it had likely been that woman. He acknowledged this with a simple nod. What troubled him the most during that time was the realization that his family was nothing more than a fabricated memory implanted in him. Even now, he had believed them to be his true parents, only to discover he was merely a subject of an experiment, devoid of real parents or family. Ophis considered Issei's confession before responding. She had never pondered such matters, having been born from nothing and lacking the experience of having parents or family. With a mix of curiosity and concern, she asked Issei what he intended to do with his life moving forward. Issei gazed at the sky, a bitter expression crossing his face as he admitted uncertainty about his future. However, he was resolute in his determination not to lose again. He questioned the purpose behind sending that creature after him, wondering if it was a test or simply a means to create chaos. The motives of higher beings often seemed as incomprehensible as they were themselves. He chuckled softly, a sound devoid of true amusement, and then looked at Ophis with a newfound determination. He reassured her that this time, he would not allow anyone to dictate his fate. As he gently stroked her hair, Ophis could sense the strength of his resolve, as if he was prepared to confront any challenge ahead. The memories of her lingered in Issei's mind, haunting him. In every life, he had perished due to a mistake he could not afford to repeat. He questioned the divine plan, wondering if it was merely a game to God, a being who existed beyond time and space, capable of destruction with a mere thought. Was he just another pawn in a larger scheme? This uncertainty gnawed at the frustration of possessing overwhelming power yet being unable to protect those he cared for was immense. However, he resolved that this life would be his last attempt to reclaim the happiness he had always yearned for. With his eyes closed, Issei delved into deep contemplation, pondering the vastness of the world and the universe beyond. Despite his efforts, he found no answers to his longing. He murmured to himself about his struggles to find clarity, and Ophis, intrigued by his expression, inquired about his goals. A sense of relief washed over Issei as he turned his gaze to her. The complexity of emotions stirred within him at the sight of someone he cherished, someone he had witnessed suffer in the past, now alive before him. Though doubts lingered, Issei refused to succumb to despair. He shared that he was merely reflecting on his plans for the future and, with a small smile, asked if she would marry him. His expression turned serious as he sought a response from Ophis, hoping for a glimpse of stability amid the chaos of his thoughts. Ophis took a moment to consider his words, her gaze steady and calm. She spoke of their intertwined lives, acknowledging the mysteries of their existence. Despite not fully understanding their connection, she expressed her willingness to walk alongside him, promising to be there even in the darkest moments. Issei nodded, grateful for her answer. Though uncertainties lay ahead, this commitment offered him a sense of grounding in the midst of his turbulent reality. Ophis's small, warm hands caressed his face, her expression reflecting a deep sadness. She revealed how meeting him had transformed her life, changing her perspective and the way she lived. Initially, she had dismissed her feelings as mere annoyances, but witnessing his struggles had awakened a profound desire to protect him. As she followed that instinct, she discovered a new emotion that was both strange and beautiful. Tears streamed down Ophis's cheeks uncontrollably, and she tried to wipe them away, but they kept flowing. She expressed her wish for Issei's happiness, vowing never to let him suffer again. Issei, touched by her vulnerability, reassured her that her tears were like rain that cleansed the soul. He promised that they were united by something greater than themselves, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead together. He released her hands and retrieved a small box he had crafted, revealing a stunning silver ring. This ring symbolized the deep love he felt for Ophis. With tenderness, he took her delicate hands and knelt before her, the ring's brilliance illuminating the moment. He reiterated his proposal, asking if she would marry him and share her life with him for as long as time allowed. In his heart, he vowed to keep that smile on his face to prevent her from shedding any more tears. Ophis laughed lightly, wiping her tears as she looked at him with eyes filled with love. She playfully reminded him that it was improper to propose twice but joyfully accepted his offer, her genuine smile shining brighter than it had in ages. Relief and happiness filled the air, creating a melody that resonated between them. The ring sparkled with a special intensity, celebrating the union of two souls destined to share eternity. As Issei rose, his gaze remained locked on Ophis, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and affection. Ophis moved gracefully, her eyes sparkling with joy and excitement. The world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them in this magical moment. With care, Issei slid the ring onto Ophis's finger, sealing their commitment with a gesture rich in meaning. Their hands intertwined in a warm embrace, merging into an instant that felt timeless. And then, at the peak of their connection, Issei leaned in, slowly approaching Ophis. A gentle whisper of air and the soft brush of their lips sealed the moment, marking not only their eternal commitment but also the beginning of a new chapter in their intertwined lives. The kiss, filled with promises and love, resonated throughout the universe, serving as a reminder that, despite the uncertainties of the past, their love was now unbreakable. When they parted, their gazes met, communicating more than words ever could. United in a bond that defied dimensions, Issei and Ophis embraced, knowing this was just the beginning of their story together. The universe, a silent witness to their love, seemed to shine with a special light as they immersed themselves in the promise of a shared future. Chapter 27. Between Memories and Rebirth. The dawn unfolded with golden rays of sunlight caressing the world, while in other regions, the darkness of night still held its embrace. Under this celestial symphony, the daily lives of people continued, unaware of the events that had shaken reality. In that dimension, the memories of all living beings were meticulously erased, as if a cosmic eraser had swept across to eliminate any trace of the creatures known as shadow devourers. However, amidst this imposed amnesia, two mortal figures, two demons, remained as exceptions, retaining select fragments of their memories. Though the veil of forgetfulness enveloped them, it was only a matter of time before those pieces of memory resurfaced, like flower petals unfolding in spring. Yet, the challenge of predicting when and how they would recover their memories loomed over them, like an uncertain shadow. This particular event, this act of cosmic amnesia, had been triggered by the will of a true God, whose designs extended beyond mortal comprehension. The reasons for erasing the existence of the shadow devourers remained shrouded in mystery, and uncertainty wove itself into the very fabric of reality. The nature of this rebirth of shadows posed unanswered questions. What motivated the God to intervene in such a way in the tapestry of the universe? Were the shadow devourers a threat to cosmic balance, or merely pawns in a more intricate divine game? As humanity and other creatures continued with their daily tasks, the God stood before the entrance of his home. Before him, his parents looked on with expressions of confusion and wonder, as if Issei's mere presence challenged cosmic expectations. Issei's father, bewildered, asked if he was truly getting married, glancing at the petite woman accompanying him, seeking answers in her expression. Issei, with determination, revealed his choice, stating he had found the person who illuminated his existence and with whom he wished to share his joys and concerns. He sought their blessings for this union, his eyes shining with a special light. Upon hearing this news, Issei's parents' faces lit up as if their son had won the most precious prize in the universe. They were aware of Issei's dark past, his mischief, and his troubled history. The future had always worried them, but now, witnessing his readiness to take the step toward marriage, they felt they were witnessing a true miracle. However, the expression of happiness on his mother's face shifted to seriousness as she looked at Issei with a mix of maternal love and concern. She questioned whether he was truly sure about marrying and expressed her doubts regarding Ophis's age. Ophis, responding with a tender smile, stepped forward. Dressed in an elegant black dress that reached her knees, adorned with a heart-shaped white necklace, and with her hair flowing freely, she appeared almost celestial, like an angel fallen from the sky. With grace and delicacy, Ophis presented herself before Issei's parents, emanating an almost divine presence. She assured them of her commitment to Issei, explaining that while age might be a factor in human lives, the love they shared transcended any temporal barriers. She expressed that her age could be comparable to Issei's, and in the love she felt for him, the age difference was merely an insignificant shadow that could not overshadow the magnitude of their love. Ophis's words resonated with a sincerity that touched the hearts of Issei's parents. The doubts they may have harbored began to fade in the light of pure and committed love. Issei smiled as he watched his beloved adapt effortlessly to this celestial environment, though he felt a twinge of guilt over the complexities of his identity. His parents, unaware that the Issei they knew was not the same being he had originally been, seemed to accept Ophis with grace and curiosity. Ophis introduced herself with a gentle smile that reflected her warmth, and Issei's father sighed, turning to Issei to inquire about the wedding date. Issei confidently stated that the wedding would take place that afternoon, expressing his desire for it to be a celebration everyone would remember. His mother quickly retreated inside the house to prepare, while his father declared they should get ready for the event. Issei reassured his father that everything was already prepared, eagerly anticipating the moment when his union with Ophis would be solidified in a ceremony that would resonate across dimensions. His father, surprised by the meticulous planning Issei had undertaken, admired his son's dedication. Issei simply nodded with a smile and turned his gaze toward Ophis, who also beamed with joy. He then announced that they would walk through the city until the wedding time arrived, taking Ophis's hand as they departed together. His father nodded, admiring the confidence and happiness radiating from his son, and returned inside, allowing Issei and Ophis to enjoy those moments leading up to their celestial union. Ophis reflected on how she never imagined she would fall in love and get married one day. Issei shared the same sentiment, feeling a profound connection as they walked together, ready to embrace their future. As Issei began to speak about the past, Ophis gently pinched him, signaling that she did not want to discuss it. Understanding her discomfort, Issei simply smiled and hugged her from behind. He expressed his fears, admitting that he was afraid of losing her again. Ophis firmly grasped his arm and reassured him, promising that no matter what happened, she would always be by his side. Her unwavering commitment brought Issei a comfort that words could not convey. Surprised by the serious and determined look in Ophis's eyes, Issei smiled softly and kissed her cheek. He whispered that this was why he had fallen in love with her, causing her to blush and feel an overwhelming happiness. As they continued their stroll through the city, they explored various places, enjoyed themselves, met new people, and bought fascinating items. By the afternoon, they returned to Issei's mansion. His parents were astonished to discover that Issei owned such a large mansion, questioning where he had obtained the money for it. They also noticed a field next to the mansion, not very extensive but large enough to accommodate 2 tennis courts. Issei's father, still amazed, remarked on how Issei had never mentioned owning such a place. Issei, with a mysterious smile, replied that he had encountered some unique opportunities. Ophis, standing beside him, smiled as well, adding an air of intrigue to Issei's secret. Issei then guided his parents inside the mansion to prepare for the wedding. It wasn't long before guests began to arrive, and like Issei's parents, they were surprised by the mansion's grandeur. The wedding invitations extended beyond just friends and acquaintances. They also included contacts from the supernatural world. The Gremory and Citri factions were present, but one person in particular was there, confused and trying to understand the situation: Sona. Unlike the others, Sona had not completely lost her memory. She retained fragments of her recollections and woke up in her room with aches all over her body and a strong headache. When she asked her parents about recent events, they assured her that nothing extraordinary had occurred. Her memories began to piece together when she met with her sister. Together, they confirmed what had truly happened the day before. Before they could delve deeper into the discussion, they received a mysterious invitation to the wedding, which did not reveal the names of the couple but cordially invited them both. Though initially hesitant, they decided to attend the wedding to avoid any awkwardness. At the event, they encountered Rias, leading to an unexpected meeting that sparked a mix of surprise and questions in Sona's mind. Her sister whispered that it seemed everyone had forgotten recent events, to which Sirfal responded in astonishment that Issei had taken care of it. Sona was still pondering Issei's changed appearance, filled with unanswered questions. She noticed the priest and sensed a religious energy in the air, but strangely she felt no pain or discomfort, only a warm sensation. The atmosphere fell silent when a figure entered the ceremony and approached the altar. It was Issei, dressed in an elegant black suit, white shirt, and black bow tie. He looked handsome and sophisticated for his wedding. Beside him was his mother, leading him to the altar with a joyful smile on her face, delighted that her son was getting married, a memory she would cherish forever. Sona and all of Issei's acquaintances were shocked to learn that he was the groom. Sirfal and Sona were left speechless, especially Sona, as the one who had ended the war and restored the world was getting married the next day. The news was monumental, and everyone wondered who the bride would be, though Sona felt a strange ache in her chest. It wasn't long before it was time for the bride to enter. Accompanied by Issei's father, all eyes turned to Ophis. Although they did not know her, they could not deny her beauty in white. Ophis walked in with a radiant smile, exuding happiness. This was her wedding, and her joy was palpable to everyone present. The ceremony unfolded beautifully, promising eternal love between Issei and Ophis. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes as they exchanged vows that would resonate through the ages. In a symbolic gesture of their commitment, they slid white gold rings onto each other's fingers, a union that transcended time and the earthly realm. At first glance, the rings might have seemed ordinary to human eyes, but to the supernatural, they emanated an extraordinarily powerful energy, reflecting the strength of their bond and their commitment to one another. A mystical glow enveloped the rings, symbolizing the unique connection between two souls destined to walk together for eternity. After this symbolic exchange of rings, the atmosphere filled with anticipation as the newlyweds prepared for the climax of the ceremony. The tension in the air dissipated when Issei and Ophis closed the distance between them to seal their union with a passionate kiss. It was a kiss that transcended dimensions, uniting not only their lips but also their intertwined destinies. Following the heartfelt kiss that solidified their union, the ceremony continued with a wave of applause resonating throughout the venue. Friends, family, and mystical beings who witnessed the emotional moment expressed their congratulations and joy exuberantly. With the ceremony concluded, the newlyweds immersed themselves in a reception filled with celebration. Guests shared laughter, hugs, and well wishes, creating a festive atmosphere that reflected the joy of the occasion. Toasts filled the air, each word laden with affection and optimism for the couple's future. Surrounded by their loved ones, Issei and Ophis reveled in the happiness of the moment. Music filled the space, and the dance floor became a place where the couple shared their first dance as husband and wife. The harmony of the music and the bond between the newlyweds created a moving spectacle for all those present. The reception was also marked by the presence of supernatural beings who had come to celebrate this unique union. Members of the Gremory and Citri factions joined the festivities, sharing anecdotes and laughter that recalled their shared experiences from the past. Meanwhile, some guests, like Sona and Searfall, observed with awe and admiration the transformation in Issei's life. Although puzzled by recent events, they could not deny the happiness and peace radiating from the newly married couple. As the night progressed, the celebration continued, leaving indelible memories for everyone present. Issei and Ophis, the newlyweds, immersed themselves in the joy of this new chapter in their lives, surrounded not only by love but also by the warm friendship they shared with those around them. Amidst the laughter and toasts, Issei felt a tinge of sadness as he watched Ophis dance awkwardly on the floor. He reflected on his wish for this happiness to last forever. The voice of Drake resonated in Issei's mind, offering wise perspective, urging him to enjoy the moment without worry. Though he nodded in agreement, doubts lingered in his heart. He knew he had to remain vigilant, aware that God, with hidden motives, might be watching and waiting for the right moment to intervene. Additionally, Issei sensed his own power continuing to grow, a reminder of the importance of staying on guard. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Ophis took his hand, leading him to the dance floor with a grace that contrasted with her earlier clumsiness. She smiled at him, her beautiful expression lighting up Issei's face, and asked him to dance. Issei, momentarily forgetting all his worries, responded with a sincere smile, expressing his deep affection for her. The couple surrendered to the rhythm of the music, enjoying each step together and allowing the joy of the moment to dispel any shadows of unease in their hearts. Chapter 28: Lights and Shadows of the Heart. 2 days had passed since Issei's unforgettable wedding to Ophis, a PRD during which Issei underwent a radical change in his life. He decided to distance himself from the academy, using his powers to alter his records, indicating that he had completed his studies and graduated. This decision not only granted him a sense of liberation but also prevented any future conflicts with his human family. Ophis, for her part, settled into Issei's new mansion. As his wife, she took on the task of learning the intricate details of their home, immersing herself in a world that was completely new and fascinating to her. Waking up after such an NTMT night was a different experience for Ophis. When she searched for Issei, she noticed his absence, but her keen senses soon detected his presence approaching the room. Issei entered the room with a smile, greeting her warmly. Ophis responded with a smile of her own, her eyes sparkling with affection. She expressed her happiness, feeling better than ever before, and rose to give her husband a brief kiss. Issei felt a wave of joy as he shared this new chapter of their lives with her. Their bond deepened with each moment, and the future promised to be as exciting as the present they were building together. However, their moment was interrupted by the sound of a doorbell, signaling that someone was at the door. With a quick glance, Issei identified Sona, who was accompanied by her sister Sirfal. Issei smiled slightly, aware that Sona still held memories of that day. The question lingered in the air as to why those memories had not faded completely. "It seems they came to visit you," Ophis remarked with a smile. "Indeed. Let me greet our guests," Issei replied as he left the room. As Issei stepped out, Ophis decided to change her outfit, choosing a casual black dress and tying her hair back in an elegant ponytail with a red ribbon. She transformed into a figure of pure elegance, highlighting her natural beauty. Once ready, she descended to meet her visitors and found them seated in the living room, enjoying cups of tea that Issei had hurriedly served. Ophis exchanged glances with Sona and Sirfal, both of whom greeted her warmly. Sona thanked her for the hospitality, though she still struggled to remember Ophis's name, which had slipped her mind amidst the distractions of the wedding. "Ophis, hi." Ophis introduced herself with a smile, filling the gap in Sona's memory. Understanding dawned on Sona and Sirfal's faces as they nodded gratefully, continuing their conversation, aware that this meeting could reveal more about the bonds they shared. Sona observed Ophis walking gracefully. Despite having the body of a teenager, her beauty was extraordinary. The name Ophis sounded familiar to her, though she couldn't quite place why. The same was true for Sirfal. The name resonated in her memory, but the connection faded amidst the fog of uncertainty. Ophis cleared her throat lightly and sat across from them on a sofa, a small table in between holding the freshly served tea. Although the atmosphere grew somewhat uncomfortable, especially for Sona and Sirfal, Ophis was curious about the reason for their visit. A moment of silence stretched out, creating an air of anticipation. Sona and Sirfal exchanged fleeting glances, as if trying to decipher a puzzle laid out before them. The tension broke when Sona finally spoke, attempting to clear the haze surrounding Ophis's name. "Could you tell me how you and Issei met?" Sona asked, hoping to dispel the awkwardness in the air. Ophis smiled at Sona's question, diving into memories of the day they met and when Issei proposed to her. Thousands of years had passed in Issei's dimension since that encounter. Ophis was aware that her husband's troubles had not been fully resolved. According to what Issei had told her, he had other wives, but in this life, he chose not to cause anyone pain as he had in his past lives. Despite this, she offered to stand by him, determined to bear the weight of the destiny Issei carried. Her commitment and love for him transcended the challenges fate had in store for them. Sona noticed a hint of nostalgia in Ophis's expression. "You see, Miss Citri," Ophis began, but both Sona and Sirfal were surprised to realize that Ophis knew that name, especially since they had not introduced themselves yet. "Wait a moment. Do you know about the supernatural?" Sona asked, astonished. Sirfal had her suspicions but never imagined that Ophis would match her thoughts. The person before them turned out to be one of the most powerful entities in this world. "Ophis Ouroboros. You thought I didn't know, didn't you? But yes, my full name is Ophis Ouroboros," Ophis revealed, disclosing her true identity. Sirfal and Sona were nearly speechless as they grasped that Issei's wife was not an ordinary person, but a powerful entity. "We apologize if we were rude, Ms. Ophis," Sirfal said nervously. She understood how feared Ophis was, a figure who commanded respect among all beings in the supernatural world. The revelation of her identity added a new layer to their visit, marking a turning point in Sona and Sirfal's understanding of the extraordinary world surrounding Issei and his wife. "It's all right. As I was saying, Issei and I met a long time ago. In this world, it may have only been weeks, but in reality, we have known each other for thousands of years," Ophis shared with a smile. "Thousands of years?" Sona echoed, astonished. "Yes, thousands of years. I don't know the exact number, but we have been together for a long time," Ophis replied. And it seems you get along well with my husband. By the way, I am curious about the reason for your visit. Sona and Searfall exchanged surprised glances. However, both had a purpose for coming here. Sona wanted to visit Issei, and Searfall wanted to ensure that nothing happened to her little sister. Sona blushed slightly with embarrassment, realizing she couldn't openly tell Ophis the reason for her visit to her husband. Searfall stifled a laugh, watching her sister turn as red as a tomato. Well, Ms. Ophis, we came to see how you were doing, and my sister is a friend of your husband. We also brought this, Searfall said, pulling out a box of sweets and handing it to Ophis. Ophis recognized the sweets well. They were her favorites, and she felt a surge of excitement. No obstante, he remembered the need to stay calm based on what he had read. He coughed lightly and expressed gratitude for their kindness, noting that they shouldn't have gone to such trouble. Issei, sitting beside Ophis and eyeing the sweets on the nightstand, remarked that they seemed to be getting along well. He added that it appeared they had come prepared for something. Sona, feeling a bit nervous, could only sip her tea, trying to maintain her composure. Issei suggested they go out for a meal, inviting them to join. Searfall agreed and turned to Sona, who simply nodded with a smile. They decided to head out shortly. After leaving Issei's mansion, they made their way to a nearby restaurant. Ophis, though unfamiliar with such situations, managed to stay calm, albeit a little nervous. Upon arriving, they reserved a table for 4. Sona observed Ophis leaning against Issei, which stirred a hint of jealousy within her, though she couldn't quite understand why. After perusing the menu filled with luxurious yet pricey dishes, Sona noted the time on the wall clock, which read noon, and ordered a second helping along with her juice. The others followed suit, eagerly awaiting their meals. To break the silence that had settled among them, Searfall inquired about how Issei and Ophis were faring in their relationship. Issei responded calmly, mentioning that things were going better than expected while affectionately stroking Ophis's head. Sona, feeling slightly uncomfortable, offered her congratulations, sensing an odd feeling in her chest. Searfall noticed her sister's discomfort, well aware of her emotions. Ophis also picked up on it, while Issei remained blissfully unaware. Time flew by as the 4 of them strolled through the city after their meal, shopping for clothes and engaging in conversation to ease the awkward moments. Ophis gradually became accustomed to this new environment. As evening approached, they returned to Issei's mansion, where it was time for the visitors to leave. Searfall expressed her gratitude for the delightful meal before she and Sona teleported away. Sona appeared a bit downcast, a change that Issei and Ophis noticed, though they couldn't pinpoint the reason. Back at home, Searfall pondered why Sona had not acted on her feelings earlier. In their world, polygamy was common, and courting a married man was not unusual, something her sister was well aware of. So, why had she stayed silent? Searfall asked Sona what was troubling her, but Sona requested some time alone, prompting Searfall to respect her wishes and say nothing more. Sona retreated to her room, lying down to reflect on the day's events. She murmured to herself in despair, struggling to understand her feelings for Issei. She couldn't recall when they had begun, but they intensified when she witnessed his marriage. Today, she had resolved to confess her love, prepared to accept rejection if it came. Yet, fear gripped her, compounded by jealousy towards Ophis. Despite seeing Issei's happiness beside her, something felt amiss. An aura of sadness seemed to surround her. Ophis exuded a protective presence, always looking after Issei, and that sadness dissipated when they were together. Sona found herself questioning the mystery of the bond between Issei and Ophis. Meanwhile, Issei and Ophis sat together watching television in silence, the only sound coming from the screen. Ophis broke the quiet, asking Issei if he was sure he wouldn't return to his other wives. Issei sighed, recalling Sona and admitting he didn't want to cause anyone pain again, including Ophis. Yet, he felt it was too late to distance himself from her. Ophis took Issei's hand, intertwining their fingers, reassuring him that she would always be there for him. She pointed out that one of his wives seemed to have awakened feelings for him. Issei looked deep in thought, contemplating the future. He didn't want to reunite with the others, knowing that God would soon send another threat to his life. He was determined not to lose in this life, but to protect those he loved. He felt he had to keep them at a distance to prevent them from being hurt in his battles against God. After witnessing so many deaths, he could see the fate of each of his wives, always dying to protect him. This realization broke his heart more with every life. Thus, in this life, he decided not to unite with his beloved ones, though Ophis stubbornly insisted on staying by his side. As a result, he found himself falling for Ophis again, but he vowed not to let God have his way in this life. He felt different this time, sensing his power growing stronger with each passing hour. He wondered how far it would expand. The future lay before him, filled with uncertainty and challenges, but he was resolved to face it, especially with Ophis by his side. Meanwhile, in a distant dimension, a being with a human appearance stumbled through a portal, battered and carrying a golden sword. He muttered in exhaustion about the guardian of dimensions, seemingly resenting his travels. Yet, he found solace in having reached his destination, the world he had longed to visit, the world of high school DxD. He chuckled to himself as he teleported, eager for the possibilities and challenges that awaited him in this new realm. As the tranquility of Issei's mansion enveloped them, Issei and Ophis appeared to be in a peaceful slumber. However, the calm was abruptly shattered when Issei began to experience visions that dragged him into a deep nightmare. His restless movements stirred Ophis, who, visibly concerned, tried to wake him gently. She called out to him, urging him to awaken, sensing his distress. Issei, however, was trapped in a nightmare that clung to him fiercely. In his visions, he found himself running alongside a mysterious girl of short stature, her pigtails obscuring her face. She urged him to hold on, assuring him that they were almost there. "We can get out of this," echoed the voice of the unknown girl. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted, and Issei found himself in a house with a girl who had dark hair. She spoke of a future where they would have children together, but her words faded as Issei's tears began to flow. The environment changed again, plunging him into a confrontation with his divine nemesis, God. Before him stood a radiant and imposing figure. Issei, defeated and on the ground, felt the urge to surrender when a furious voice urged him to fight. It was Ophis, wounded yet determined. The vision grew even more distressing. Issei, desperate, urged Ophis to run, but his pleas were drowned out as the divine figure dismissed her with contempt. Issei jolted awake from his nightmare, drenched in sweat and tears streaming down his face. Ophis embraced him, trying to soothe his anguish. He returned the embrace silently, vividly recalling the loss of Ophis in that cruel vision. He whispered that he thought he had lost her, and Ophis tenderly reassured him that she would never leave his side. Yet, unease lingered within Issei. Something felt wrong, something he was forgetting. He murmured that something was amiss and projected his consciousness in search of answers. He explored the universe and dimensions, finally discovering the missing link. Anger surged within him as he vowed not to let that villain cause such devastation. Ophis, still confused by the chaos in her memories, felt an overwhelming flood of information fill her mind. She expressed her surprise at seemingly regaining her memories. As Issei reviewed Ophis's recollections, his fears were confirmed. The memories of their wives were returning. Determined to prevent the revival of those traumatic moments, he embraced Ophis and transported her to a dimension of their own. He created a floating island, a blend of lush vegetation and beauty, shielding it with an impenetrable barrier. He pleaded with Ophis to stay there and not to leave, his desperation evident. Ophis, still dazed by the chaos of memories, nodded in agreement. Issei departed with resolve, ready to confront the traveler who had set these events in motion and break the cycle threatening to repeat. He thought about how tired he was of God's games, vowing that this time, things would end differently. He would not allow the supposed reincarnation to have his way. Drake's voice echoed in his mind, expressing concern about his decision, but Issei reassured him that he had never been more certain. It was time to end this cycle once and for all. He understood God's tactic of attacking his weaknesses, but this time he would not yield. Meanwhile, at Kuo Academy, an anomaly was unfolding, affecting Rias and Sona's followers. A man with golden hair, dressed in black, arrogantly remarked on the beauty of the women in this world. Sona, serious and composed, demanded to know who he was and why he was causing chaos. The man, recognizing Sona, boldly asked if she would be his girlfriend for the night. Suddenly, Sona was overwhelmed by a torrent of memories, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Rias, concerned, questioned Sona's well-being as the others showed signs of distress. Just as they were about to blame the man, a shadow appeared and swiftly removed the intruder. It was Issei, driven by anger as he sensed the familiar energy that filled him with fury. With a swift motion, Issei confronted the man, who, despite his powers, was no match for Issei's strength. The man, initially defiant, changed his tone upon recognizing Issei. He referred to him as the perverted dragon. Issei dismissed the man's words, but just as he was about to retaliate, the same strange energy that had replaced King emerged from the intruder. The man greeted Issei with a different demeanor, his eyes glowing as if filled with inner light. Issei's anger intensified as he vowed to eradicate this threat from existence. The man smirked and appeared behind Issei in an instant, taunting him about his repeated failures to defeat him. Issei's fury boiled over as he threatened that this time would be different. He would not allow the same events to unfold as before. God laughed, hovering in the sky with an air of arrogance, mocking the mortals who believed they could control life and death. He questioned why Issei had not prevented his wives from regaining their memories, but Issei remained unfazed, his anger only growing. God continued to taunt Issei, suggesting that he would always lose as long as he remained ignorant of God's true intentions. Issei, though reflective, did not let his guard down. He demanded to know why God intervened in his life, but the answer eluded him. God's disappointment was palpable as he pointed out Issei's inability to grasp the truth behind his interventions. Issei's determination surged as he declared that he had grown stronger and would not retreat as he had in the past. He vowed to eradicate God and any other deities that threatened his existence. God merely smiled arrogantly and appeared behind Issei once more, mocking his mortal intellect. Issei's patience snapped, and he exploded with rage. The ensuing battle felt like an eternity, with neither side gaining the upper hand. In that moment, everything unfolded in a flash, a prolonged confrontation between Issei's fury and God's cunning. Meanwhile, Sona wept in frustration as her memories began to stabilize. Tears flowed freely as she recalled the pain she had endured, fighting with all her might to protect those she cared about. Sona observed other girls, some unfamiliar, but two she recognized well, her sister and Ophis. Both were injured from the recent battle. In that heartbreaking memory, she witnessed the demise of each of them. Only suffering existed, and she saw her own end, though it mattered less than the pain Issei felt at losing each girl. Confusion engulfed Sona. Why was she having these memories now? Why had they just surfaced? With her sharp intellect, she realized the cycle was repeating. It couldn't be happening again, she thought helplessly. Rias, concerned, asked if Sona was okay as her friend suddenly began to cry and suffer from headaches. Sona hesitated, saying she was fine, but Rias pressed for more. Sona responded seriously, insisting there was nothing wrong. Without another word, she quickly moved toward her sister. They had one task, to gather all the girls she had seen in her memory. Meanwhile, Issei and God faced off in a clash that transcended dimensions, tearing at the fabric of reality. Though the conflict unfolded in mere seconds, the collision of their fists shattered the flow of time, defying the laws of existence itself. God remarked on Issei's newfound power, but Issei skillfully dodged the attack and countered with a devastating blow. With Drake's assistance, his strength multiplied, allowing him to manipulate time and amplify his power to unimaginable levels. God, though surprised, began to grasp the magnitude of Issei's strength. Each punch resonated like thunder across the cosmos, and the energy released illuminated the dimension, creating a cosmic spectacle of opposing forces. The dimensions trembled, and time itself twisted in response to the cosmic battle. Flashes of light and darkness danced, narrating the epic confrontation of Issei against God. Issei, shrouded in determination, defied all expectations. He vowed not to lose this time, declaring that he would not allow God to continue existing. God accepted the challenge, urging Issei to show his true capabilities. In a burst of divine fury, God's power reached unimaginable heights, though it was limited by the fragile mortal body he inhabited. Frustrated, he murmured about his body's inability to contain such power. Suddenly, he was struck by a flurry of blows that tore at his limbs. Despite the momentary distraction, God smiled, eager to see how far Issei would go for the sake of the girls. From God's disintegrating form emerged a brilliant light that took on a humanoid shape. He acknowledged Issei's efforts, stating that although he had lost this battle, he had won the war. He laughed, confident that all of Issei's wives had regained their memories of past lives. After a deep breath, he formed a small ball of energy and launched it toward Issei. When Issei dodged, he was surprised to see the energy follow a specific path, penetrating his body unexpectedly. Now, he was ready for the final battle. God declared that the third time would be the charm, and this time they would determine the victor. Issei fell silent after receiving the strange attack. His power surged, and he felt a divine presence growing within him. He wondered what God was plotting. Without wasting any time, he teleported to Ophis, who awaited him with tears in her eyes. Issei embraced her tenderly, promising not to let history repeat itself. Ophis cried, recalling their son, and Issei's heart tightened at the mention. He knew of the child they had lost, a boy taken from them by God. Though the pain lingered, Issei was determined to change their fate. He reassured Ophis that he would not allow such a tragedy to happen again. This time, he had to win, to end the cycle of suffering and achieve victory. Issei stood before Sona, whose gaze sought an explanation for the sudden memories that had resurfaced. After recalling unknown memories, Sona rushed to contact her sister, still doubting the reality of those recollections. Why was she so certain that her sister had also regained these memories? The answer became clear when Sona realized her sister shared the same recently recovered memory, fighting alongside Issei. This certainty was reinforced when her sister confirmed that she too had regained those memories. However, new questions arose. Was her sister truly one of Issei's wives? And why had Issei not spoken to her in this life? Confusion deepened as she recalled a life she had no memory of. These memories were not just joyful, they were a testament to multiple lives and situations that needed understanding. The shadow of a son, whose name, age, and fate eluded her memory, added another layer of mystery and unease. Sona longed for answers, wanting to understand what had happened to her son, why she couldn't remember his name, and what was unfolding at that moment. She was certain that the other wives of Issei shared her concerns. Issei, noticing Sona's sorrowful sigh, felt guilty for not preventing their memories from returning. He had promised to protect them from God's schemes, but he hadn't anticipated such a surprising turn of events. Amidst the tension and uncertainty, Issei prepared to address Sona's questions and worries, aware that this crucial moment could determine the course of their intertwined lives. He broke the heavy silence, apologizing to Sona. Ophis quietly sat beside Sona, trying to comfort her. It was clear that Sona was confused and frightened by the sudden influx of memories. Sona confronted Issei, expressing her anger at his distance in this life, recalling his promises of love. She demanded to know why he had chosen to separate from them, refusing to accept the excuse of protection. Issei admitted his fear, the fear of losing them again. He explained that in this life, he had distanced himself because he knew they would sacrifice everything for him, just as they had in the past. Issei confessed sincerely that it broke his heart, facing Sona's accusing gaze. The room fell into a tense silence, only interrupted by Issei's resigned sigh. Ophis, with her calming presence, placed a hand on Sona's shoulder in a silent gesture of support. It was clear that emotions were running high, and the words spoken carried the weight of a decision that would affect everyone. Sona, with tears welling in her eyes, asked about the name. Issei understood she was referring to their child, and it shattered his heart even more. He was certain all his wives would ask the same question about their children. Samuel. His name was Samuel, Issei replied. How old? How old was he? Sona asked, memories of her son flooding her mind. Issei hesitated to answer, knowing Sona would press him if he remained silent. None of their children had lived past 5 years, a painful truth he carried. 3 years. Issei said, recalling his son. He wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. Instead, Sona broke down in sobs. The room filled with heart-wrenching cries of grief, tears flowing uncontrollably, while Ophis, close by, tried to comfort her. Ophis also held those memories. She remembered each child Issei had. She recalled their births, their growth, and their untimely deaths. She had even witnessed the loss of her own child, a trauma that would never fade from her memory. The room echoed with shared sorrow, revealing the scars of the past that still lingered in their immortal hearts. It wasn't long before the door burst open, and 3 girls entered with a palpable aura of anger. Searfall and 2 unfamiliar girls stood there, but Issei recognized them well. They were his wives, and he knew they were furious. He couldn't deny it, he was the reason for their anger. In this life, Issei, in his desire to protect them, had kept them away from the fate that awaited him. However, there was a crucial detail that fueled their anger. In a previous life, he had done the same to shield them, but the outcome had been the same. The cycle repeated itself, no matter how hard he tried to avoid it. Thus, Issei's wives decided to face this destiny together as a family. Yet, Issei, with a broken conscience, had locked them away in a different dimension. When they finally emerged, they discovered that it was the same fate he, their husband, had not trusted them and had confined them. Ophis shared this memory and felt anger too, but she wondered why they should be upset with the past. The other wives felt similarly, but if they didn't make Issei react, he would repeat this pattern in this life, and they couldn't allow that. This battle in life had to be fought together, as a family bound by ties that transcended time. The room was charged with palpable tension as Issei's wives confronted the man who, despite loving them deeply, had stumbled into the same mistake once more. Searfall stepped toward Issei without a word, but her slap echoed like thunder in the silent room. She questioned why he didn't understand, tears glistening in her eyes. Issei remained silent, his gaze fixed on Searfall, but as he noticed the shared feelings of the others, tears finally fell from his eyes. I can't risk losing you again, I can't. Issei exclaimed. I fear that monster will kill you before me, just as he always does. When I was told we should face this as a family, I tried once, and what happened? We lost. I watched you die before my eyes. I saw my children perish, I saw you perish. That's why, in this life, I can't make the same mistake. The others lowered their heads, understanding Issei's desperation to protect them. But why couldn't he trust them? It was clear, they all knew Issei was desperate to safeguard them. But Issei, we can succeed this time. We just need to be strong before that day arrives, the day where it all began, one of the newcomers interrupted. She was a beautiful young woman, slender with shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes. She wore a sorceress outfit, complete with an imposing blue hat adorned with a black bow and yellow stars. I can't do that, Lefei, Issei denied, continuing. I understand. You want to protect me, you want to help me. But I don't want you to. His voice broke slowly. I want you to be happy, to have a world where you aren't bound to this fate. But I know you won't listen to me. Issei added. Of course we will, Issei. We will stand by you through the toughest paths, that's what we promised. Searfall exclaimed. They all agreed. They had vowed it in their marriage, they had promised it in the last breaths of their past lives, and they would reaffirm it in this existence. But no more buts. This is our decision. If we die protecting you. You cannot carry this destiny alone, Issei. We share this destiny from the moment we met, Sona shouted. I understand you're scared, Issei. I get it, but you should trust us, Ophis said as she approached him. We want you to share that burden you carry, just as you did with me. I am your wife just as they are. No, we all want to face this war together. Besides, I'm sure that when the others regain their memories, they will come here seeking answers, Ophis added. Issei still had doubts, but his wives were right. He had to trust them as he had in the past. But was it right to take this path once more? Just then, the window shattered violently, and a figure with black wings burst in, colliding with Issei. It was Rainier, crying as she embraced him desperately before slapping him and then hugging him again. I missed you so much, Rainier whispered through her tears. Issei hugged her to comfort her and then looked at Ophis, who smiled at him. All right, I will trust you, Issei decided. He knew he had to trust them, aware of the power of God. Therefore, he needed to strengthen them first. His wives were strong, but not strong enough to face the armies of God. Issei fixed his gaze on Rainier before placing his hands on her head, channeling a fragment of his own power into her, enveloping her in a brilliant glow. Issei had not only enhanced Rainier's powers, he had elevated her to a stronger lineage, granting her a power comparable to that of a goddess. Rainier, astonished, looked at her hands, feeling an unknown power pulsing within her, a force capable of unleashing destruction. Issei, what just? Now you just need to learn to control that power. In the past, Issei had enhanced their abilities, but now they were even more powerful, which left Rainier astonished. He repeated the same process with the others, infusing each one with a special lineage, similar to what they had in their previous lives but amplified with even greater strength. Throughout various lifetimes, Issei had strengthened his own powers, but in this life, he had brought each of his wives to the peak of their potential. They were truly formidable now. This was all made possible by the incredible reality that Issei's power continued to grow. It was as if, over time, his strength increased exponentially. Although he tried to accelerate this process by manipulating time, he found that it yielded no results. Ophis asked if they could borrow his dimension to try to control their powers again. Issei nodded, and in the blink of an eye, he transported them to his dimension, specifically to the floating island that had now transformed into a vast expanse surrounded by towering mountains. In front of the island, the blue planet rose majestically. Ravel expressed her desire to reduce their perennial enemies to ashes while conjuring a red flame in her hands. Issei, showing concern, questioned their readiness, reminding them that they did not possess the same powers as before. He knew they were powerful, but as he created enemies with his ever-growing power, he was uncertain of the magnitude of the creatures that would emerge, knowing they would only possess 10% of his own strength. Searfall supported Ravel's idea, stating that facing powerful adversities was essential for their growth. With no other option, Issei created 1,000 enemies in an instant, shadows armed with swords and arrows, ready to strike. Ravel declared it was time to train and prepare to face their divine adversary, motivating everyone to confront the challenge with courage. In a flash, she materialized in the sky with a sphere of fire in her hands, ready to launch it at the shadows. However, the shadows were not naive. They quickly formed a defensive barrier, countering Ravel's attack with precision and following up with magical arrows and missiles. The other women wasted no time, strategically using their abilities to counter the attacks and protect Ravel. Sona admonished Ravel not to act recklessly while summoning water whips from the ground to break the shadow's defense. Searfall, with a swift movement, covered the area with a layer of ice, setting the stage for the final assault. Then, a massive rock wrapped in blue fire descended from the sky, incinerating the shadows that had shown surprising resilience until that moment. The impeccable coordination among Issei's wives elevated the battle, showcasing the diversity of their abilities and the effectiveness of their teamwork. The scene unfolded like a magical dance, each movement synchronized to counter the shadow threats. The unleashed energy revealed the extent of their potential, making it clear they were more than ready to challenge the enemies in their quest for vengeance against the god who had defied them. Watching the battle, Issei couldn't help but smile, though a shadow of sadness lingered in his eyes, knowing he was involving his beloved wives in this fight. Ophis sensed that mix of emotions and reassured him that everything would be fine if he trusted them. Lu Fei mentioned that she was almost certain they would soon regain their memories. Issei, looking sorrowfully at the others, expressed his reluctance for them to be involved. He had tried to seal those memories upon discovering they would return, but he had only been able to intervene with some of them, particularly Lu Fei. Now, it seemed pointless, as they were bound to recover their memories regardless. Lu Fei acknowledged that she understood why he had accepted this situation so quickly, expressing her trust in him to make decisions that would lead to their happiness. Issei smiled faintly, gazing nostalgically at the blue planet, envisioning a day when they could live together as a family without troubles. Lu Fei hugged Issei and offered to bring the others. Issei agreed, stating there was no time to waste and that he had something else to take care of that had been bothering him. Lu Fei reminded him to avoid hurting her brother and suggested he might encounter someone along the way. Issei handed her a silver crescent moon necklace, instructing her to use it to enter his dimension. Lu Fei laughed, putting on the necklace before giving Issei a kiss. As she left to gather the others, Issei whispered a hope that this decision would be the right one. Meanwhile, in another corner of the multiverse, an imposing being wandered between dimensions, whispering words that resonated throughout space and time, foretelling an approaching end to their destinies. The mention of this name heightened the tension in the air, as everyone knew that facing this group was a dangerous game. Amid the chaos and pursuit, the environment began to crumble. The ground shook with each step of Issei, and the howling wind left a path of destruction in its wake. Desperation and fear enveloped those who fled, aware that they were dealing with a power they could not fully comprehend. This entire event was part of Issei's master plan. Stressed and overwhelmed, he needed an outlet for his pent-up anger, and this chaotic group of demons crossed his path at the perfect moment. Issei understood that this confrontation would lead them to their destiny, and he seized the opportunity to unleash all his frustration upon them. Each charge and blow acted as a release for the accumulated tension. As they approached their destination, the storm intensified, not only in the surroundings but also in Issei's heart. This furious pursuit provided him with a momentary relief from the heavy burdens he carried. It wasn't long before they arrived at their destination, the place where the Cow's Brigade hid to avoid detection by the rest of the world. The location was cleverly protected by an illusionary barrier that made it invisible to the outside world. However, Issei needed only to see it once to penetrate the camouflage, clenching his fist in anger. The group of demons, focused on their objective, stealthily slipped inside the barrier. But before they could react, Issei disintegrated them with a simple gesture of his hand. He muttered to himself, expressing his frustration at the unchanged state of the place. As he stepped into the barrier, the atmosphere underwent a drastic transformation. The landscape was shrouded in a dark sky, creating the sensation of a desolate place where no living being could endure the presence. Yet for a demon, it was a sweet home. Shadows danced across the terrain, and the air was thick with dark energy. Issei, fully in control of his fury, ascended calmly into the sky and conjured a small sphere of energy. With a precise movement, he launched the sphere, which detonated in a catastrophic explosion, shaking and nearly destroying everything around him. The power of this seemingly small ball of energy was terrifying and overwhelming. In less than a minute, a diverse group of beings emerged from the rubble, surprised and serious due to the sudden attack. Dragons, demons, fallen angels, and various races quickly gathered around Issei. Without wasting any time, he annihilated them with a mere wave of his hand and continued toward his true target. In the blink of an eye, the place was reduced to ruins, and in his hand, he held a mass of black energy tinged with purple. He declared that they should not dare to touch things that did not belong to them, his anger palpable. This magic belonged to his wife, and these intruders had dared to steal it. For Issei, that was simply unforgivable. All that remained was for Issei to raise his hand, and before him appeared the culprit behind it all, Rizavim Livon Lucifer. The demon whispered in pain, vowing that Issei would pay for this. Issei retorted that the only mistake Rizavim made was stealing his beloved wife's power, attributing this misfortune to his weakness as he continued to destroy the place along with its inhabitants. He quietly noted that she was not there and speculated that she was likely with him. Drake excitedly informed Issei that the two missing groups were returning, one of which was his rival. As Drake had indicated, two groups of people emerged from two portals, alarmed by the destruction of the area. Among those figures was the person Issei sought, and with a quick glance, he noticed that she had regained her memory. A man with silver hair, showing interest and excitement, asked who Issei was. Issei looked at the man, smiled arrogantly, and displayed a red gauntlet with a green gem in the center, radiating a bright red aura from his left hand. He playfully remarked that he had been searching for the white dragon. Drake mentally urged Issei to use this power in the battle against his rival to settle their rivalry. Issei agreed, eager to conclude this as quickly as possible. The silver-haired man smiled arrogantly and, ignoring his companion's warnings about Issei's danger, unfurled white wings and donned white armor. He expressed that Issei was an interesting rival and that he had also been searching for him. Valle, the silver-haired man, disregarded his companion's warnings and launched an attack on Issei. Issei invoked his power, releasing an energy so intense that it shook the area, enveloping it in a red magic that soon covered the surroundings with its intensity. When the red glow faded, Issei was clad in armor similar to Valle's but red, with dark green gems instead of blue. Valle expressed excitement at his rival's strength, finding it exhilarating. Without hesitation, Issei appeared behind Valle in a flash, delivering a blow that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a large crater from the impact. Issei then created a dark green energy sphere at his fingertips and launched it at Valle, who barely managed to dodge. The resulting explosion was immense, shaking the area and destroying the barrier that protected it. Valle's companions had no choice but to evade as well. When the dust settled, a massive crater was revealed. Valle whispered that the destructive power was overwhelming. A voice from Valle's wings warned him to be cautious, noting that Issei was not an ordinary opponent and that he seemed to be holding back. Valle acknowledged this, his body trembling with excitement, but he found it fun. One of Valle's companions questioned whether Issei was truly his rival. Valle confidently affirmed that Issei was powerful, as they had seen, and that he believed Issei was indeed formidable. As Issei charged toward Valle, he unleashed a barrage of dragon novas like rain, except for a girl who stood still, not moving to protect herself. This strange situation puzzled Valle's companions, who noticed that the dragon novas were veering away from her. "Move," Arthur shouted, trying to deflect the attacks. However, they did not anticipate that the redirected strikes would cause such destruction, and the other group of people was not as fortunate, being caught in one of Issei's attacks. "Dimminute, how dare you? Valle, this guy is not normal. I don't care if he's your rival or whatever, but I'm not dying here because of your foolishness," Arthur exclaimed nervously as he drew a sword, preparing to strike. "We feel the same, Valle. This guy is not normal," Biko added. Valle gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. It felt like he was showing weakness in front of a rival he had sought for so long, only to be met with humiliation and a clear display of power. He glanced at Kuroka, who stood still, seemingly doing nothing. Valle sensed that something was wrong with her, so he approached without hesitation. "Hey, what's happening to you?" Valle asked. Without a response, an attack was launched toward him. "Watch out, Valle. Dimminute, how dare you?" Valle barely dodged the attack, but he noticed that the strike aimed at Kuroka veered off course without harming her. That was odd. Something was definitely going on. "Tell me what your connection is with him," Valle demanded, unable to contain himself any longer. This time, Kuroka met his gaze but looked away, indicating she wouldn't answer. She began walking toward Issei, who was descending to the ground. He sighed and removed the armor covering him, waiting for Kuroka to arrive. In Kuroka's mind, a flurry of thoughts swirled about how to speak to her husband. She had received memories that confused her greatly. This had happened not long ago, but it was a surprise to have a husband in those memories. Kuroka also felt emotionally unstable due to the events she recalled. She longed to see her husband, to embrace and comfort him. But she hadn't expected to see him so soon, and the first thought that crossed her mind upon seeing him was a blank stare. Her body froze at the sight of him, while her heart raced. Was that normal? Kuroka reached Issei's side, and the first thing she did was slap him, the sound echoing throughout the area. This action surprised everyone, but what followed left them in shock. Kuroka cupped Issei's face and kissed him on the lips. Issei welcomed the kiss, and without hesitation he embraced her, wanting her to feel at ease. Issei was aware that Kuroka shared the same thoughts as the others, but she suffered more. It was a memory he wished she didn't have to recall, and he regretted not erasing it. Kuroka pulled away from the kiss and looked into Issei's eyes. "Seriously, don't do that again," she whispered tenderly, tears brimming in her eyes. "Don't worry, I won't do it again," Issei replied. Kuroka smiled and hugged him tightly, bringing a sense of calm to Issei. However, this moment was interrupted by Valle, who, frustrated at being ignored, unleashed his power-dividing ability. Unfortunately for him, the energy he absorbed was so immense that it caused an overload, leaving him with no choice but to concentrate all that energy into a single attack. He hurled it at Issei, who effortlessly dispersed the attack with a flick of his hand, countering with a skill that rendered Valle unconscious. "It seems your friend is quite the reckless fighter," Issei commented. "Looks that way," Kuroka replied. "Valle, are you okay?" his companions shouted. Without wasting a moment, Issei teleported to his dimension, where he was greeted by two girls who immediately embraced him. Kuroka stepped back, having an inkling of what was about to happen next. Just as she predicted, the two girls released Issei from their embrace and playfully struck him, sending him a few meters away. Issei accepted the hit with a smile as he got back up and looked at them. Before him stood Irina and Rosweiss, also wives of Issei. Each radiated beauty in her own way. Rosweiss had long silver-white hair and blue eyes, standing out among the others with her height, resembling a mature woman next to Kuroka. Irina had long light brown hair and violet eyes, styled in two pigtails secured with blue hair ties. She wore a battle outfit indicating her affiliation with the church faction. Both women enhanced Issei's smile even further. "I'm glad to see you again, Irina, Rosweiss," Issei said softly. "Diminu, how could you?" Rosweiss replied, tears in her eyes as she approached Issei and kissed him passionately. Like the others, she wished for this peaceful time to last forever, but she knew that desire could only be fulfilled once the threat was dealt with. Issei pulled away from the kiss and comforted Rosweiss, urging her to calm down. "Irina, Lu Fei already told us what happened and your decision," she mentioned. "I see. Then you'll need to train hard to be ready," Issei said, a hint of sadness in his voice that he managed to conceal well. He raised his hand, channeling a fraction of his power to the girls, who experienced noticeable changes, such as Rosweiss' hair becoming even more vibrant in color, similar to Kuroka's. "Wow. This power is different. It's stronger." "Yes, I agree with you, Kuroka," Rosweiss said. Irina underwent a transformation as well, becoming an angel with magnificent wings. Her wings resembled those of Rainier but were white and more majestic, and her eyes turned a deep red. "It's time to train, girls," Irina announced as she joined Ophis and the others in their training. Issei simply looked at his hand and smiled sadly as he reinforced the barrier and security of the dimension. "Only they are left to seal this place," he whispered with sorrow. Issei was aware that time was running short before the war began, and the end of this fate was approaching. Continuar. This is an additional chapter that was meant to be published yesterday, but it was forgotten. Here it is for everyone to enjoy. Readers are encouraged to show their support for the story and share their thoughts on the plot's development. Wishing everyone a wonderful day, afternoon, or evening. The next chapter is scheduled for release on Monday, but if it cannot be published then, it will be available on Thursday. Thank you for the continued support. The author hopes everyone is doing well and brings another chapter filled with affection. They hope readers are enjoying the story as much as they enjoy writing it. Feedback and comments on the plot's progression are welcomed, and if readers like it, they are encouraged to give the chapter a star rating. The author is excited for the next chapter, which will likely be ready tomorrow or Thursday. They look forward to connecting with everyone soon and appreciate the companionship on this adventure. Chapter 32, Path to Chaos, Part 2. In the kingdom of Issei, a year passed marked by the tireless dedication of his wives. With a clear goal in mind, to defeat their enemy and put an end to this. Each of them pushed themselves to the limit, and their sacrifices were rewarded with a remarkable increase in their powers and abilities. Although this progress was notable, it was not enough to satisfy their ambitions. They sought more strength, the strength necessary to triumph over their adversary. Issei, on the other hand, did not have to do much, thanks to the space he created where time flowed differently than in the girl's dimension and the outside world. From his perspective, thousands of years had passed. During that time, Issei immersed himself in deep meditation, striving to control a power that, as it grew, became increasingly unstable. He asked Drake if he had found anything. Drake replied that there was nothing harmful to his body, but it was strange that he could not find the energy given to him by that individual. It seemed to have hidden itself from both of them, yet its effects were clear. It had significantly improved Issei's powers. Issei opened his eyes calmly, checking every part of his body, and it was as Drake said this energy was absent. Issei speculated that the individual was planning something with that energy. Drake suggested that when the energy entered Issei's body, it felt very similar to his own, as if it were a missing part of his being. Issei reflected on Drake's words, feeling that it all seemed like a trap. He was anxious that, at the last moment, the individual would use that energy to control his body and cause further harm. He nervously questioned whether that energy could control him. Drake reassured him that his body was gradually becoming that of a true god, moving further away from that of a mortal. It was also strange how his ability of immortality was evolving alongside his body. Issei acknowledged this realization. Drake advised him to think carefully before making his decision. Once again, Issei sank into his thoughts. He was determined to execute his decision, but he questioned whether it was the right thing to do. The dimension that held Issei shattered, and he nervously observed his surroundings with a smile. Before him, the girls were engaged in a frantic battle, destroying everything in their path. Their powers had clearly grown, but he did not expect them to devastate nearly half of the island. Ravel challenged Searfall, demanding more from her. Ravel unleashed flames from her hands, which surged forward like a tsunami, melting everything in their path. However, Searfall countered with her ice magic, resulting in a clash of fire and ice. The outcome was an explosion so immense that it shook the entire island, creating a shockwave that swept away everything. Lu Fei's voice rang out, warning the two combatants to be careful, and Issei smiled at the sight of the usually calm which now flustered by the destruction. Searfall apologized, acknowledging the unintended chaos. Issei felt a nostalgic smile creep onto his face as he reminisced about the past. Ophis remarked that Issei seemed to have completed his training. He acknowledged her, surprised at how much stronger they had all become in such a short time. He also noted that Sona had brought Rias and her entourage along. Ophis mentioned that Kuroka's younger sister had doubts and did not trust her. Issei understood, reflecting on Rias's tendency to overlook her family members, though he felt it did not matter. Issei approached Kuroka, who appeared somewhat downcast, contemplating her relationship with her sister. He found himself reunited with his sister, but he had forgotten that she was terrified of him and completely distrustful, a situation he felt was partly his fault. He expressed concern for her well-being, and she shared her feelings about how her sister treated her, acknowledging that it was something she had brought upon herself. Issei reassured her that there would come a time when her sister would approach her and apologize, reminding her that she was still a child who did not understand everything. He tried to comfort her, and despite the difficulty of the situation, his words impressed her, just as they always had. Kuroka decided to wait for that moment, though she felt it might never come. Issei advised her not to expect it too eagerly, as there would be a time and place for their conversation. He smiled sincerely, though they all knew that his smile was meant to ease their worries. He was suffering in silence, making decisions on his own. Kuroka wondered why he had to endure such pain, questioning if he had done something unforgivable. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. It felt as if the very dimension was shaking, and a massive crack formed in the dark expanse, releasing a horde of creatures that surged toward them. If not for the barrier Issei had erected, destruction would have been inevitable. He whispered that the moment had arrived, and she understood what he meant, even without his words. Chapter End. Chapter 33. Path to Chaos, Final Part. A voice echoed asking, "Who are you?" Issei found himself perplexed. Before him stood an exact copy of himself, cloaked in a dark aura. The shadowy figure proclaimed itself as God, threatening to reduce Issei to dust to prevent any further interruptions to its plans. Issei roared in anger. He did not care who stood before him, but he knew this individual was not God. Had he made a mistake? He demanded to know who this being was, insisting that it could not be God. The figure dismissed his concerns, expressing disdain for Issei's existence and revealing that he was merely a puppet in God's grand design, meddling in its plans repeatedly. Confusion enveloped Issei. Was God his ally or his enemy? Who was this being? His heart burned with fury and confusion, desperate for answers, but it was too late to turn back. He needed to win this battle to uncover the truth. With no other choice, Issei launched an attack, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed in the void. The figure mocked him for avoiding his doubts, calling him a fool. Ignoring the taunts, Issei fired a bolt of energy from his mouth, forcing the figure to dodge. Seizing the moment, he created a clone that attacked unexpectedly, demanding an end to the confrontation. The figure retaliated with anger, evading the attack and swiftly destroying the clone. But Issei pressed on, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left the figure momentarily stunned. In a fit of rage, Issei expressed his frustration at the figure's persistence, questioning why it continued to return despite being defeated time and again. The figure scoffed, claiming that Issei's life had become a hell since he severed his mortal ties, reveling in the idea that he would never be with his loved ones again. Issei acknowledged the consequences of his choice but felt no regret. He declared that the true torment had come from the figure and the God who orchestrated everything, revealing that even he was a pawn in this grand theater. As Issei confronted the figure, he noticed its form beginning to glow brighter. The figure explained that this was the consequence of Issei's decision, stating that he no longer belonged to this realm. With irony, Issei declared that he would never rest until he had eliminated every god that existed, blaming them for the suffering of those he loved. The figure laughed, belittling Issei's ambition to defeat a primordial god, insisting that he would never succeed, no matter how long he trained. In a swift motion, Issei slashed through the air, sending a crescent-shaped wave of energy toward the figure, cutting through its form. Issei demanded to know the reason behind his suffering, advancing toward the figure with fury. The figure revealed that Issei was merely an experiment created by humanity in an attempt to match the power of a god, labeling him a mistake. Issei's anger surged as he questioned why he had to endure such pain simply for being in error. As Issei's body began to shine brighter, he saw the faces of his loved ones approaching through a crack in reality. Quickly, he formed a barrier to protect them, knowing that exposure to his light would erase them from existence forever. Lu Fei, with tears in her eyes, understood the gravity of the situation, while the others remained unaware. She urged the girls to say their goodbyes. Ophis was the first to grasp the truth, questioning why Issei had to make such a sacrifice. Searfall, feeling the absence of Issei's presence, expressed her confusion and concern. Issei smiled sincerely, filled with gratitude for the support he had received throughout his lives. He acknowledged that he had never fully trusted them, yet they had believed in him, forgiving him for his deceptions. As Issei's form began to fade like ashes of light, his eyes reflected love and appreciation for the girls who had shared his journey. He expressed his deep affection for them, leaving behind a legacy of gratitude as he vanished into the light. To win this war, he had broken his mortal line, and his body was no longer allowed to be here. Now, he must be in a distant place where they could not follow. The echo of emptiness filled the space as the reality of Issei's departure settled in the hearts of the girls. Each of them processed the loss of their beloved husband in a unique way, but all shared a profound sadness that united them in that moment of pain. As he faded into the light, he saw the faces of his wives crying one last time. He felt like a fool. But he could do nothing. If he stayed longer, the light would hurt them, and he did not want to cause them pain. He vowed that the gods would pay for this. He would reduce them to ashes, taking their lives as they had taken his. To his surprise, he found himself in a place filled with light. He could not see anything, but he could see them, the gods, and at the highest point he could see one looking down with a mocking expression. He felt a surge of anger, and his light transformed into a dark glow as he shifted into his dragon form. He roared with fury, declaring that the gods would pay for their actions as he began to unleash destruction upon the realm. Thus began his battle against the gods, where for the first time he felt his body being torn apart. But thanks to his immortality, he regenerated. He was grateful for this ability now, even though he had once despised it, he needed it more than ever. 300 years passed, and he continued to fight against the gods. To his surprise, these beings were difficult to defeat. His body began to fatigue, losing control with each clash. Every strike and roar was a testament to the fury he felt. In his dragon form, he unleashed the ancestral power flowing through his veins. Dark flames consumed the gods who dared to challenge him. However, each victory was followed by a new wave of enemies. As the years went by, the scars on his dragon body told the story of countless battles. The tears of his wives, which he had once reflected in his light, now fueled his desire for revenge. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him, but his determination remained unyielding. With each breath of dark fire, he remembered the injustice the gods had inflicted upon his loved ones. He could not allow their tears to be in vain. Amidst the struggle, a shadow loomed over him. The persistent question of whether the sacrifice was worth it grew more intense. Yet the image of his wives' smiling faces during times of peace anchored him, reminding him why he had started this war. He continued on, an immortal dragon challenging the gods, each roar resonating with the sorrow of his losses and the hope for a tomorrow free of tears. Another 300 years passed, and he finally managed to extinguish the lives of half the gods, paving the way to confront the primordial god face to face. His breath was a sigh heavy with exhaustion, his dragon form towering yet marked by the scars of countless battles. Each scale told the story of his endless struggle against divine beings who believed themselves invulnerable. The confrontation with the god was epic, a moment that would define the fate of all. A clash of titans unfolded in the vast celestial battlefield. Divine energies collided, creating waves that shook the very fabric of reality. The weight of immortality and the emotional burden of past losses pressed heavily on the mind. Dark flames emanating from the dragon form enveloped the deity, yet its primordial essence resisted tenaciously. It was a chaotic dance of cosmic forces, where the will for vengeance confronted omnipotence. Amid the battle, memories of the tear-streaked faces of beloved wives intertwined with the defiant cries of fallen gods. Each charge expressed the fury accumulated over centuries, each roar resonated with the sorrow of losses endured. The deity, though wounded, maintained a mocking gaze from above. Its presence radiated unparalleled power, yet the determination remained equally unyielding. In a surge of energy, the dark light intensified, transforming the dragon form into a divine manifestation. The promise of regret loomed over the deity, a voice echoing across dimensions. The attacks grew fiercer, each strike aimed to challenge the very existence of the one who had caused so much suffering. The deity retaliated with its own fury, conjuring storms of energy that threatened to destabilize reality. This battle transcended time and space, a confrontation between creation and rebellion. In that joy of divine power, it became clear that this struggle was more than personal vengeance. It was a crossroads of destinies, a chance to alter the course of the universe. Each spark of energy embodied resistance against divine oppression. The celestial battlefield trembled with the intensity of the conflict, and as the struggle continued, the immortal dragon form merged with divine essence. In that moment, a dragon god emerged, the embodiment of the will of one who dared to challenge even the primordial gods. The battle reached its climax when, with a resonating roar, defenses were shattered, channeling all energy into a final attack. The resulting explosion illuminated the cosmos, marking the end of an era and the rise of a new order. Exhausted yet victorious, the dragon god radiated a glow that proclaimed the liberation from the chains the gods had sought to impose. The sorrow of past tears transformed into the promise of a future free from divine oppression, and thus, the entire universe resonated with the victory of an immortal dragon god. The longing for peace echoed in the heart, a desire to reunite with cherished wives, expressed in the final thoughts before drifting into a deep slumber. The divine world dimmed. Without gods, there was no life. Where there was no life, only a cosmic silence marked the end of an era and the beginning of a new chapter. Victory resonated in the far reaches of space, yet it also carried the solitude of a dragon god who had lost much in the fight against divine tyranny. As consciousness faded into eternal sleep, images of beloved wives floated in the shadows of thoughts. The hope of reuniting with them clung to the soul, yet it was understood that the fates of the gods and the individual were sealed in the mysteries of the universe. Darkness loomed over the celestial realm, and the stars seemed to extinguish one by one. The balance was disrupted, and the divine void echoed with a sense of melancholy across the vastness of the cosmos. The victory had liberated worlds from oppression, yet it also left an emptiness that only time could fill. In that eternal dream, the form of the dragon god rested, but the legacy resonated among the stars. The promises of a future free from divine oppression became a cosmic whisper, and past sorrows dissolved into the essence of time. In the silence of the universe, the hopes and desires of an immortal dragon god persisted like a beacon in the darkness, guiding towards a tomorrow where freedom would flourish in every corner of the cosmos. It was the epilogue of an epic, the closing of a chapter filled with struggles and sacrifices. No longer was he Issei, the immortal dragon. He was now Issei, the immortal dragon god. His light radiated in the far reaches of space, reminding those who inhabited the vastness of the cosmos that the resistance against divine oppression had left an eternal mark on cosmic history. With a final breath, the dragon god fell into a serene slumber, but his essence would resonate forever as a symbol of hope and freedom in the symphony of the universe. Those were his last words before fading into that brilliance. The girls cried out in unison, expressing their unique pain, yet all shared the same feeling of loss. Tears flowed freely as they watched their beloved husband depart. They embraced one another, seeking comfort in the presence of their loved ones. Turning to Ophis and Lufei, they searched for answers in their eyes. Sona, her voice trembling with anguish, demanded to know what had happened to Issei. Lufei, tears in her eyes, struggled to maintain her composure as she explained that he had left this world forever and had become a god. The weight of those words hung heavy in the air. Millennia after Issei's farewell, his wives, unable to bear the absence of their beloved husband, embarked on a cosmic journey in search of a way to reunite with him. Guided by the determination and love they shared with Issei, they ventured through dimensions and stars, defying the very laws of the universe. With the help of Drake, who had taken on Issei's energy essence, the wives sought to become goddesses to overcome the barriers that kept them from accessing the divine realm. The transformation was a cosmic process, intertwining their mortal essence with divine energy, transforming them into beings resonating with the power of the gods. Eventually, in a forgotten corner of the cosmos, they found Issei sleeping in his dragon form, enveloped in a deep slumber induced by the exhaustion from his long battle against the gods. The scene was both heartwarming and heartbreaking. Tears streamed down the faces of his wives as they beheld their beloved in an eternal dream, yet hope shone brightly in their hearts. Drake's energy acted as the key that opened the connection between them. With a cosmic whisper and a divine touch, the goddess wives began the process to awaken Issei. The very fabric of reality trembled under the intensity of their determination, and the cosmos seemed to respond to the call of their shared love. When Issei finally awoke, the goddess wives felt the cosmic response to his presence. The immortal dragon rose majestically, transforming from his dragon form to his human form. His eyes slowly opened, revealing a look of surprise and joy as he found himself surrounded by the goddesses he had loved through countless lives. Tears of happiness and relief flowed freely, and the scene transformed into a blend of embraces, laughter, and tears. It was a reunion that marked the end of their epic journey and the beginning of a new chapter in their cosmic existence. Ravel whispered his name with a trembling smile, while Sirfal expressed how much they had missed him, her voice thick with emotion. The scene became a cosmic celebration of a love that transcended the ages. After the emotional reunion, Issei and his wives engaged in a conversation that spanned eternity. Embraces and laughter flowed among them as each wife shared stories of their lives, how they had evolved as goddesses, and the experiences they had gathered in their quest. Sona, her eyes shining with gratitude, expressed her fears of never seeing him again and asked about his battle against the gods. Issei recounted tales of his countless celestial battles and the challenges he faced. They listened intently as he narrated the epic struggle he had waged to seek vengeance against the gods. Ravel tenderly caressed Issei's hand, affirming her belief in his victory. Searfall nodded with a smile, declaring that now that they were together, nothing would separate them again. Ophis shared her thoughts, revealing how difficult it had been for her after his departure, but now that he was back, she would not let him slip away again. Kuroka, with her characteristic playfulness, chimed in, insisting that he take them with him to those cosmic battles next time. Laughter echoed in the celestial realm as Irina, Rosweiss, Lefay, and Rainier shared their own experiences and reflections. Their stories of love, loss, and redemption wove a cosmic tapestry that reflected the complexity of their immortal lives. Feeling the renewed connection with his beloved wives, Issei took their hands and gazed deeply into their eyes. He expressed his gratitude for their reunion, never imagining this would be the final destination of their story. The wives smiled affectionately, knowing that eternity lay ahead of them, filled with possibilities and shared adventures. In that corner of the cosmos, the immortal dragon god and his goddess wives began a new chapter in their cosmic tale, a story of love that would resonate through the stars forever. Thank you for joining in this incredible story. It was a cosmic journey filled with emotions, twists, and above all, a lot of love. The support received made every word come alive. It is hoped that readers enjoyed it as much as the author enjoyed writing it. Gratitude is extended for being part of this adventure, and may the stars continue to illuminate their days. Feedback is always appreciated, as it brings joy like twinkling stars in the universe. Chapter end.